Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the meeting of August 13th, 2019. We'll call the meeting to order. Today's invocation will be delivered by a community leader and great partner of the city of San Jose. That is Pastor Tony Williams, pastor of the Maranatha Christian Center, and council member Maya Esparza will tell us more.
Thank you. 32 years ago, Pastor Tony Williams founded the Maranatha Christian Center in San Jose. In the decades following, Pastor Tony has been an integral faith-based leader in our city. Among his many, many contributions to our community, he volunteers his time as a chaplain for the Santa Clara County Jail and the San Jose Police Department. He serves as co-chair of the county's faith-based reentry coalition and as the founder of the Mission Possible Reentry program. In addition to his work helping those who may be struggling to transition back into the community, he also founded the Maranatha Outreach Center, which for the past 25 years has helped our underserved youth receive tutoring and to learn computer skills in a safe and welcoming environment. Pastor Tony has received numerous awards and honors, including the Freedom Fighter and W.E.B. Du Bois Awards from the NAACP, and has done missionary work all over the world. We are so honored to have him give our invocation today.
Thank you. And to the mayor and all council members, greetings. It's good to see you again. Shall we pray? Heavenly Father, first let me say thank you on behalf of those who are gathered here today. Thank you for the many abundant blessings. Thank you for life itself, the measure of health we need to fulfill all of our callings, for substance and for friendships. Thank you for the ability to be involved in useful work and the honor of serving others. Thanks as well for the freedom to embrace you. I pray for the mayor and for our council members and for the various levels of the city officials who are here today. I'm asking that you would grant them wisdom to govern amid the conflicting issues and interests of our times. Grant them a sense of welfare and the true needs of all of our people. Grant them a keen thirst for justice and rightness for those who stand in need. Grant them confidence in doing what is good and fitting and well-being for the protection of our citizens, both great and small. Grant them the ability to work together in harmony, even when there's an honest disagreement, and grant them personal peace in their lives and joy in their work. We also pray at this time for the families of the tragedies that took place in Gilroy, El Paso, Texas, and Dayton, Ohio, for healing, restoration, and peace. We pray that you keep the city of San Jose safe by your grace. I pray for the agenda that's set today. Please give the council assurance that they would do what pleases you and what would benefit those who work in and around our beloved city of San Jose. We ask that you'd grant these things in your great name. Amen and amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Now please join us and rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we'll start with ceremonial items. Councilmember Jimenez, please join me at the podium. We're going to present a commendation to Tiffany and Tyler Roth in recognition of their resourcefulness, courage, and heroism in saving a young child's life.
Well, I'm here to recognize two outstanding city staff members that really, as you hear the story, really went above and beyond, and they certainly did more than what they typically get paid for. But it's something, as you're going to see, that's I think it's going to be eternally rewarding to them. At least I hope it is. So after spotting two women running through the Southside Community Center parking lot with a baby, recreation preschool teacher Tiffany Roth and summer camp recreation leader Tyler Roth responded bravely to save the life of an 11-day-old baby who was choking on formula. Both Tiffany and Tyler enjoy working with kids and have been volunteering at Southside Community Center for many years before they were officially hired by the city. Both grew up in South San Jose and attend Evergreen Valley College, Tiffany majoring in business administration and Tyler in political science. It's important for us to have leaders such as Tiffany and Tyler to keep our community safe, and we want to thank them so much for their courage. So let's give them a round of applause. And to tell us a little bit more, I got Director of the Parks and Rec Department, John Cicerelli. It's going to come up and say a few words.
Thank you, Council Member. You know, one of our enterprise priorities in the city is powered by people, and it's about how you invest in your staff and how they'll then reinvest in you and help with your programs. Here are two people who have done something very powerful. And, you know, one of the trainings that we give whenever our staff's going to be working with children or vulnerable populations is certainly CPR certification, which Tiffany has. And it was those skills that just went right into motion on this day where she saw someone in crisis. I think it's a great reminder and a great message to our community that we as a department invest in our staff and that your loved ones are safe with us when they're in our programs and we're able to respond and help when situations like this might arise. So, you know, Tiffany and Tyler, just tremendous job, and thank you so much.
All right. That's great. Thank you both, and good luck back at school. All right, Sylvia Arenas, Councilmember Arenas is here, and she's going to present a commendation to Rashik Ganhasri. Rashik, did I get it right? I'm working on it. Okay. He's a lot smarter than I am because he just happens to be the co-champion of the 2019 Scripps National Spelling Bee. How about that?
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mayor. And welcome and congratulations, Rashik Ganhasri, who's here with his parents, Usha and Raj, and as well as Emmy Flores, our superintendent for Evergreen School District. And so I just have an opportunity today to actually show off, really showcase some of the talent that we have in our own backyard in the Evergreen community. But before I boast about that, I just want to share a little bit about the Scripps National Spelling Bee. It started in 1925, and 9 decades later, it's become one of the nation's oldest and most iconic competition as its literacy effort. And so the purpose of the spelling bee really is to help students improve their spelling, increase their vocabularies, learn concepts, and develop correct English usage that will help them all their lives. We can all think back to our own attempts of winning the spelling bee during elementary school, and I certainly tried. I can't say that I came anywhere close as you did, Rashik, but I'm proud of where you are. So I really want to tell you a little bit more about his dedication and commitment to literacy. It's really at the most phenomenal assemblage of spellers in the history of Scripps National Spelling, and earned a position as a co-champion of the 2019 Scripps National Spelling Bee. So he's made me, he's made his parents, he's made our superintendent and all of our districts so proud in earning this just very prestigious award. And so I want to recognize you and give you this commendation that the mayor has handed off. And I'm asking you to share with us a couple of words with us, as long as you don't ask us to spell anything out. So come on up, Rashik.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sam Licardo and Councilmember Sylvia Arenas and all other San Jose City Council members. I am very honored and grateful to be here, and I thank you all for the recognition. There are a couple things I would like to share about my spelling bee experience. From an early age, my brother and I loved to read and learn words. That's what started us on our spelling bee journeys. I started competing in local spelling bees from 2nd grade, and from there I went on to the school, regional, district, county, state, and eventually the Scripps National Spelling Bee. I've gained more from the spelling bee than just learning how to spell, though. Spelling has also helped me grow as a person. At the National Spelling Bee, I got the opportunity to meet spellers from across the country and build friendships along the way. I also learned how to work hard, persevere, stay focused, and manage my time wisely. Winning the National Spelling Bee may seem like a colossal undertaking for a middle schooler. However, I didn't finish this journey by myself. Without all the support from my teachers, friends, and especially my family, who encouraged me every step of the way, I wouldn't be standing here today. Thank you all for having me here.
All right. Well done.
Thank you,
Well done,
Rashid.
José. Excellent. Let me get back to you. We'll put you in the middle here. We're all going to scooch in. Okay. All right. And I see that the Hardesties and Wozniaks are here, so I'd like to ask them to join us last but certainly not least, because we've got a big event to celebrate this weekend. And Councilmember Dev Davis is going to tell us more. And welcome back to San Jose, Steve Wozniak. Oh, no, that's right. Sorry. Forgive me. I should have- We'll let Dev jump in a minute.
Good afternoon. I am excited today to proclaim this week, the week of August 12th, 2019, as Silicon Valley Comic-Con week here in the city of San Jose. Silicon Valley Comic-Con was founded to marry pop culture with technology, and what better place to do that than San Jose? This is a great place to be a nerd, isn't it? As I stated in our flag raising just a few minutes ago, the Silicon Valley Comic-Con event has had a tremendous impact on us, on our city, both socially and economically. We are very fortunate today to have some special guests with us, as the mayor mentioned. We have Steve Wozniak and his wife Janet, along with their business partner Ken Hardesty and Savi. Steve, affectionately, I'm sorry, I know I can't say your last name. Steve, affectionately called Woz, was born in San Jose. He is our native son, and I like to refer to him as our San Jose ambassador because, as you know, he travels all around the world and he always says he's from San Jose. The first time we raised the Comic-Con flag at City Hall, we had some fun with Woz. You may remember the council dressed up in Star Trek costumes and we staged a mock battle. Woz mentioned then that he appreciated our willingness to play because there is such a thing as productive play as well. And he explained that is the heart of innovation and we should be playing more. And I agree, I think we need to play more together, especially given the times that we've had recently. Just to illustrate Woz's great sense of humor and irony, I want to show you a tweet Woz sent out yesterday. Is it on the screen, John? All right, maybe it's not coming up. All right, what it says is, if you can't read it, it was a fortune that he got recently. You would do well in the field of computer technology. Fortune was apparently looking backwards, not forwards. Obviously, it's been proven. And congratulations to all of you who have Apple stock, by the way. It's up today. Getting back to playing, Woz has brought us an event where we can all participate in fun and play. So I hope you find your way to Silicon Valley Comic-Con this weekend at the San Jose McHenry Convention Center. Woz, would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Yes, although, all my life I thought that productivity should be accompanied with an element of fun, joking with friends, that you're working with whatever. And it meant a lot to me, those good feelings, the smiles you have in life. And, we like to go to things like music concerts intrigued me a long time ago. I put on some of my own. So many people gathered together because of the same enjoyment of something, sharing the enjoyment. And Comic-Con fits into that category of a thing that I appreciate so much. Comic-Con is a little strange. if you're going to invent something, what is an invention? There's an idea that's in some connections of your neurons, supposedly in the brain, an idea, and you make it into something real. And Comic-Con is a place where we have all that imagination. People are dressed up in costumes from movies and science fiction and shows, and they want to believe in these beliefs. And sometimes they lead us to, great products. I mean, I remember the Dick Tracy watches when I was young, but they instill in us, if we could ever make something like that. If technology ever gets to that point, let's do it. So that's one of the great things about Comic-Con. But it's just like everybody can go in and be very anonymous, and you see people walking around dressed like some of your favorite movie characters, and you can go over and explore and see a lot of the artwork for comics and comics and superheroes and all that. It's just so fun, and you really aren't recognized and known and whatever. It's an incredible type of event. We wanted to build into our shows some of the TED-like talks about technology and whatnot and science and how we get to Mars and those kind of concepts. So we tried to do it a little different, and I'm always looking to find ways to do something different than other people are doing. So we hope to go on into the future and become one of the major Comic-Cons in the world. And so great that it's here in San Jose, because everything that's increased San Jose culture, from museums and institutions and arts groups and things like that, has meant so much to me. Because as was said, I speak of, this is my city that I was born in. I live almost right next door in Los Gatos, and always remember the great times when I lived in the Rose Garden District and things like that. So this is the city that I really appreciate and honor so much, and I'm so glad to have seen its transition into the modern age come across so well. Thank you very much.
All right, on orders of the day, and thank you, Steve and Janet Wozniak, for dropping by. We always appreciate it. On orders of the day, are there any changes to the printed agenda? All right, we'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve?
Let's vote.
Councilmember Reyes? Okay, her.
Okay, I'm assuming that was approved.
Did you guys not see the display? It was approved.
It was approved. Oh, good. I'm sorry, I missed it. Thank you, my fault. Great, we'll move on to the closed session report. Ed?
The council met in closed session, there is no report.
Thanks, Ed. Onto the consent agenda. I believe, Tony, you'd like to pull 2.9, is that right?
Yes, I can just make the verbal, and we can include it as a part of the big motion. We're removing 2.9, or B, the youth commission appointment. We're removing that appointment. The other ones are going forward.
Okay, so 2.9 is amended with the deletion of E, letter E. Are there other?
as in boy.
Oh, I'm sorry, B as in boy. Thank you. Thank you for the correction. Are there any other items to be pulled? All right, seeing none. Tessa Woodmansee, you'd like to speak on several items on consent calendar?
Okay, Tessa Woodmansee here to discuss the climate emergency, and that needs to be our topic. You need to declare a climate emergency, because then the issues that you're dealing with, like going to airports, okay, everybody listen, okay? Because this is what some of the people that come to council, you don't even look at us. We notice that. We're noticing that. So it'd be nice if you paid attention, okay, and listened to us. And I've also said in other prior meetings, I would like response back to the issues that I'm addressing, but you don't seem to do that. I'd really like that. And on top of it, what the issue that I was looking at is your airport flying. You're flying, all the planes. It has to stop. You have to start being leaders, okay? And we need to stop flying. I don't know if you noticed that Greta Thunberg, you know her, the climate activist, okay? She's not flying to the New York meeting, okay? So what we need to do is stop flying. She's taking a boat, a sailboat, to the U.S. from Sweden, okay? We have to stop flying. So all this going to this place and that place for this meeting, that has to stop. And then the other consent calendar issues, with all the events that you have planned, like this forum or this event, and that of course you get a lot of city funding from businesses, that's a conflict of interest. But the main issue that I have about all events should be car-free. We need to become a car-free city. And I don't want to support with my tax dollars when we are going into a climate emergency that really you need to be thinking about all the time. That's why you need to declare a climate emergency, like other cities have, okay? San Francisco, you've heard of it. LA, you've heard of it. Berkeley, okay? You need to get with this program, okay, and be a leader, because the world is watching, and the children are watching, and people are not happy with the economic development, that's all that you're about. And that's why Deb Davis and Mayor Liccardo are really tight, because it's all about economic development. And what has to start happening is we have to start going for climate emergency, getting that curve to go down of our greenhouse gases. That's what needs to happen in our city, getting the curve down. So everything needs to be addressed that way.
Thank
and when
you.
you declare.
Thank you, Ms. Woodmansee. Thank you very much. Okay. Is there a motion on the consent calendar?
Motion. Second.
Let's vote on consent. And we're going to jump ahead to the consent calendar on land use. There are two items. Ms. Woodmansee, you want to comment on this? Yeah, we're jumping ahead to 10.1, which is the two land use items, one on Saratoga Avenue and, yep.
Well, I was bringing up the issue of land use because we have a major issue in our community on Stockton Avenue. It's called the Garden Alameda. And the relationship to this land use issue is what's happened to our city is they're wanting to have all commercial properties to stay commercial. But this is a big issue in our community because we have the Garden Alameda neighborhood that is a historic neighborhood. And
Ms.
you are
Woodmansee,
converting.
does it relate to either of the two sites?
Well, yes, but the issue is the commercialization, the city general plan to keep all commercial properties commercial has real impacts in our neighborhood, and it shouldn't be that way. So we really
Ms.
need to
Woodmansee,
look.
you're welcome to speak about either of these two items.
Those two items. Okay. So, well, that was the issue, is that in our neighborhood, we need to keep residential, and separate the zoning. And so this issue of having all commercial, go commercial, is a problem in our community. I know you want to make
Thank you,
more
Ms.
money
Woodmansee.
from our community, but we need to consider
Thank you.
quality of life.
Thank you. All right, on 10.1, forgive me, was there a motion?
Motion to approve.
All right, Councilmember Camus had a motion, I think a second from the Vice Mayor. Let's vote. All right, those two items are approved. We're going to move on to 4.3, which is the issuance of tax-exempt multifamily housing revenue bonds and loan bond proceeds on the Lenzen Square Apartments project.
Mayor, sorry, can I interject?
Certainly.
I had my button pushed, but
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Councilmember Perales.
I missed that was 10.1 A and B. So I just wanted to thank, I believe Lorena from Taqueria Lorena Vidrio is here.
Oh.
So thank you for your efforts. There's no need to
Okay.
call the vote or anything. Just wanted to
Oh,
thank her
yes.
for working with us and thank staff for their efforts on that.
Yeah, I guess I should also thank Lorena for her patience as well, because I think when this restaurant burned down, I was still a council member. She's been trying to rebuild it ever since, so thank you for all that both of you do in our community. Okay. All right, we're now on, I'm sorry I missed the button there, Councilmember Cross. We're on to 4.3. There's not a presentation on this item. This is the Lenzen apartment project. Oh, you know what? It is. How did we get to 4.3? Yeah, we had to skip ahead.
Yes.
This is because we need this approval in advance.
We have people outside
Okay.
parties here for this.
Right, understand. So we have some other parties who are here, and that's why we wanted to accelerate this item, so just so everyone's oriented, we are skipping ahead. Okay, there is a motion. Is there any comment? All right, let's vote. Now, we're on to the report of the city manager. If everyone's following the bouncing ball.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no report today.
All right, now we're on to 3.4. Sorry, Councilmember Esparza, did you?
I'm still waiting on votes to finish for 4.3.
Oh.
Got it.
Okay, we got them all. Okay, good. All right, now 3.4, which are actions related to the business tax and business improvement district assessments amnesty programs and related exemptions. Julia and team are here. There will be a presentation.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I'm Julia Cooper, Director of Finance, and I have with me Lisa Tano, the Assistant Director, Rick Bruno, Deputy Director, and Chris Domain, who's the Program Manager for Business Tax, and he will be here to help answer questions. Lisa, Rick, and I will make the presentation. So just to give a little bit of background on the business tax, since a few council members weren't here when we went through the modernization process. So the tax was first adopted way back in 1964. I was alive, I was 2. So it's been around for a long time. In November of 2016, the voters approved Measure G, which allowed us to modernize the business tax, and that modernization became effective on July 1st of 2017. The modernization brought, after much debate and several public hearings, it did bring about the following changes. It broadened and increased the minimum tax base, which was at $150. It increased at that time to $195, and it has an inflation factor built into it. It also established progressive tax rates. So the more employees you have, the higher you pay per each employee. Landlords with more residential units pay more, and then square footage pay, commercial landlords pay square footage at a higher rate than before. It also raised the annual cap on the tax. It used to be $25,000, and now it's $150,000, which also is adjusted annually for inflation. And then finally, as I mentioned, it instituted an annual adjustment for inflation based on the consumer price index, which is capped at 3% a year, 1.5% for the base tax. So those were important changes for us. And as a result of that, prior to the modernization, we received about $13 million in general business tax revenue, and about $2 to $3 million a year in foregone revenue due to exemptions. In fiscal year 2018, 2019, we received $27 million in revenue, with another $3 to $5 million in foregone revenue due to exemptions. And when we went through the modernization process, the goal was to double the receipts that we received from business tax. So as you can see, that goal was met. So next, kind of like, what is amnesty and why are we doing it now? So it's a limited time opportunity for people who engage in business in San Jose to pay their past due tax in exchange for forgiveness of the penalty and interest that would be due. And so the reason we're bringing this forward is with the recent business tax modernization measures that went into effect 2 years ago, we think there are businesses out there that may not necessarily have been aware of it, aren't reporting their correct employees, square footage if they're a commercial landlord. So we think this is really kind of a business-friendly opportunity for us to reach out to those businesses, make sure the information that they're reporting to us is correct, and if it's not, correct it without any penalty and interest before we move forward with a more aggressive program with respect to implementing the tax and making sure everybody's paying their fair share. So the proposed amnesty period is from October 1st of this year through March of 2020, which is 6 months. And so the covered tax period in which you wouldn't owe any penalties and interest would be from October 2016 through March of 2020. So that's basically our statutory requirement. We're allowed to go back 3 years. And then we're also planning a compliance campaign following the amnesty program. So we really want, the goal here is to make sure that everybody's paying what they should be paying, giving them an opportunity to do that without any penalties and interest. So then we can start on our aggressive campaign with respect to compliance. So the goals of the, as I kind of mentioned some of this, the goals of the amnesty program are to encourage businesses to comply, to educate them on the availability of exemptions. We have a number of exemptions that are in place, to allow never registered or delinquent businesses to bring their accounts current, to allow an opportunity to update their tax parameters. We think it helps facilitate voluntary compliance, which also reduce our administrative expenses going forward. It's more expensive to do a compliance program. And then also provide one-time and ongoing revenue to the city for essential city services. So with that, I'll turn it over to Lisa.
Good afternoon. This slide illustrates the monetary benefit to a business that registers during the amnesty. The example represents a business at the base tax level that has been operating in the city for more than 3 years, but has never registered with the city. In this example, the business would save $289 in penalties and interest by registering during the amnesty application period. The savings could be greater for larger businesses, as penalties and interest are directly correlated with the underlying principal tax owed. Essentially, there is no change to the exemption process for normal operations. If a business believes they qualify for an exemption, they complete the exemption request form, and a business tax team member reviews the information to determine whether the business qualifies for the exemption. During the amnesty period, businesses can continue to apply for exemptions as the requirements are not proposed to be changed. However, it is important for a business that qualifies for an exemption to still register its business with the city, even if it is not going to owe any money. And just a reminder of the two financial hardship exemption programs we have. One is for low revenue generating small business, and that's at 2 times the poverty level, which is currently about $25,000. And the other is for a small business owner with limited household income, and that's 4 times the national poverty level, which is currently about $50,000. The program will also include education on available exemptions as part of the outreach campaign that Julia spoke about. We do propose 2 definition changes. The Muni Code, we would propose to broaden the small business definition, to update it to include a small business owned through a trust, and to also update the small business owner definition to update to include a trustee. Thereby, these changes would make trusts and trustees eligible for either financial hardship exemption that I mentioned on the previous slide. These definition changes afford trusts the same ability as other legal business structures to apply for the hardship exemptions, assuming they meet the income threshold and have no employees. Part of the business tax modernization was to streamline the exemption process and have it based on income rather than categories of business taxpayers. We believe expanding to allow the exemption for trusts that meet one of the 2 financial hardship categories addresses the concern that paying the $200 per year for 1 or 2 residential rental units effectively provides financial relief for income-limited seniors. And with that, Rick is going to talk about our community outreach efforts.
Thanks, Lisa. Our
community outreach plan includes direct mailing of approximately 60,000 notices to businesses that have never registered, are delinquent, or have a potential of underreporting. We generate our direct mailing list by utilizing our own business tax system for delinquent accounts, as well as various state databases for never registered businesses. This data-driven approach increases our likelihood of reaching the intended audience, has proved successful in past amnesty programs, and will be a key component of our strategy this time. We're also planning for more general marketing of the amnesty program by way of radio public service announcements, newspaper advertisements, and circulation of flyers at business and community organizations. The entire list of organizations we plan to share information with is included in the memo and includes the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, Silicon Valley, Santa Clara County Association of Realtors, Silicon Valley Black Chamber of Commerce, Silicon Valley Leadership Group, the Silicon Valley Organization, the Vietnamese American Chamber of Commerce, local CPA firms, and title companies, to name a few. At this point, I'd like to thank Vice Mayor's Office for reaching out to us and agreeing to help agendize our team on a future Small Business Advisory Task Force meeting where we can present information on the program, confirm the intended organizations we will be sharing information with, and answer any questions that the task force members may have. We will also post information on the city's homepage and television channels, community centers, and libraries. And finally, information on the amnesty program will be presented at regular community meetings held jointly with the Office of Economic Development and our business owner space partners. Our presentations will educate businesses regarding the amnesty program and the availability of business tax exemptions. Next, we'll cover our plan to ensure ample language accessibility for anyone that needs it. First, we will translate outreach materials in Spanish and Vietnamese and post full translations to the city's website. We will also include a concise statement regarding the availability of interpretation and translation services on all correspondence, and links to the website will have full translation of our direct mailing notifications. As we've done in the past, we will leverage the citywide contract to ensure translations are completed accurately by a professional. Also, we're prepared with certified bilingual staff in both Spanish and Vietnamese that will act as the primary resources to assist customers in person and over the phone. When the dedicated staff members are assisting other customers, the remaining staff is trained to use a language line service as a secondary resource for in-person and phone interactions. And then finally, we will plan to provide on-site interpreter services or have our certified bilingual staff at each community meeting to assist with language interpretation. Finally, we are excited to announce a number of operational improvements we've implemented which will enhance the customer experience. For starters, we partnered with our IT department and an external software vendor to develop a one-stop registration and payment experience. This application will also allow businesses to apply for exemptions and staff to communicate more easily and consistently with customers through the case management tool. In addition, the back office registration process will be much more streamlined and reduce manual data entry. The initial stages of testing the online portal are showing positive results, and the expectation is that the public portal will be available prior to October 1st, which is the start of the amnesty program. Additionally, we've made improvements to enhance the customer experience by phone. The Revenue Management Division recently revised the phone tree with improved call overflow capabilities. This allows calls in queue to overflow to a backup work group should all dedicated call representatives be helping customers. We've also implemented automated phone payments via interactive voice response and added this as an option on the call tree. Should a customer simply want to make a payment, they can bypass speaking with a city employee altogether and be directed to our bank's payment system. Finally, we expect longer lines in the first floor lobby during this time, so we are planning to set up self-service computers for customers that want to complete a new registration online and pay with a credit card. We see this as an opportunity and an important element of our plan to keep the customers moving quickly through our lines. With these improvements, we're prepared to manage the increased volume on all fronts. And with that, I'll pass it back to Julia to recap staff's recommendations.
Thank you, Rick and Lisa. So before you today, we have an approval of an ordinance that allows us to implement the amnesty program so we can forgive past due principal and interest and penalties. And then also approve an ordinance for the amnesty program for the Downtown Business Improvement District and the Japan Business Improvement District. And then finally, an ordinance amending Chapter 4.76 to broaden the definitions of small business and business owner so we can extend the eligibility requirements for the financial hardship to include trusts. So with that, we're available to take any questions.
Great, thank you very much. We have two members of the community who'd like to speak, Ray Perez and Dennis King. Dennis, since you're closer, I'll let you get up there first.
Mr. Mayor, council members, my name is Dennis King, Executive Director of Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and the Director of the Small Business Development Centers of Santa Clara County. Speaking in favor of the amnesty program, this is a win-win situation for the city as well as for the small businesses that make up its economic backbone. These are difficult times for small businesses in San Jose. Mercury News had reported just recently that there are now hundreds of small businesses, fewer today than there were 10 years ago. There are significant challenges. This at least allows an opportunity for small businesses to get in compliance in a win-win way. I do have one suggestion. Under the leadership of Vice Mayor Chappie Jones, a small business advisory task force has been created to provide feedback on issues that impact small businesses, to give you some advice along the way. I'd strongly recommend that you send this to that task force so that we may also be able to add our experiences. It's made up of representatives of the ethnic chambers, of SVO, and other San Jose-based business organizations. So I think everybody can win if we can have a broader discussion on this. You certainly have our commitment to do what we can to get the word out. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. And thanks for your help in getting the word out. Welcome, Ray.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, everyone in general. Tax amnesty, I believe, was addressed in 2012, if I recall. As a journalist, I wrote, an article. Taxes. It's a headache, but we had to pay for it because the city needs those taxes. Those resources, it comes from, from the city sales tax, but also the small businesses, I believe, is the hard part. Yeah, the hardest part. Why? Because corporation, most of the time, they pay for, being researching not for so long, for many years since I was a student, where it's come from. Yeah. Unfortunately, 99% in San Jose also is come from the shoulders of the city is the small businesses. I always, when I was buying something around in small businesses, I always encourage them. But well, in the fashion of mind, don't forget what to pay the tax. Why? Because the city needs those resources. Yeah, but the idea is how much we can collect. Yeah, and every single year. No, we don't want to make a pressure on them, but we are not now in a hardship. But it's economy is up. I believe they can make the effort. In amnesty, it should be, in my own opinion, that's me. Yeah, it shouldn't be this year or next year. It should be a little bit more, 2 or 3 years more. Well, that's me, in my own opinion. Yeah, because taxes, are very necessary for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, back to the council. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank staff for putting together this program. I did introduce a memo directing staff, approving your staff recommendation for the program, but directing staff to go to the Small Business Advisory Task Force for input and consultation. And the reason behind that is there's a comprehensive communication strategy that we're developing that's encompasses more than just individual programs like a tax amnesty, but it's also city services and resources that we're providing. And with a portion of our small business community, particularly immigrants, English deficient business owners, there's a certain level of distrust that exists between those individuals, those business owners, and the city or government in general, particularly, based on where countries that they've come from, where maybe the government wasn't their friend and wasn't trying to support them in what they were trying to do. So there's more than just a language translation issue. It's a cultural sensitivity issue in terms of understanding why these businesses might not want to respond to an amnesty program and trying to get over those barriers or hurdles, create an understanding of why they want to work with the city of San Jose, not only just in terms of these types of programs, but also take advantage of the other programs that we have to make doing business in San Jose a lot easier for small businesses. So I want to move my memo to move that forward.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Councilmember Foley. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you. I too submitted a memo because I wasn't sure if a classification of small businesses was included, so maybe you could clarify that for me regarding the California benefit corporations. Are they already considered part of the amnesty program?
They are. In terms of the financial hardship exemption,
Yes.
That is available to all corporations, so regardless of whether they're an S Corp, a C Corp, or a B Corp, benefit corp, they would be eligible for that exemption today.
Okay, wonderful. Then I'm going to ignore my memo as already in effect, so thank you. The other thing I would suggest is that small businesses are struggling for many, many reasons, and any way that we can help as council members push out information about the amnesty program, we're very willing to do. So if you could create something that we could use that's very simple in our newsletter, that we can plug into our newsletter and then push it out to our community, then we can help you with that distribution too.
Absolutely, we'd be happy to do that.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you. Councilmember Camus?
Yes, and thank you for that. I am very interested in learning more about this streamlining effort and going through the process, because I'm now a business tax-paying person, because I have one rental unit, and I think a lot of people are in the same boat that just didn't realize that they are business owners now, and identified as business owners in the city of San Jose. The trust issue that you're talking about, let's say that there's 4 people on a trust. Does that mean that there's 4 business owners and therefore 4 tax bills, or is it 1 trust, 1 business tax?
It's based on the property. So if there's the single property, if it's in a trust, then there happens to be 4 members.
Okay, let's say that there's 1 trust and that trust owns 3 properties. Is it 3 business taxes now?
It's 1 business tax, but at the 3 units. So there's
Okay.
incremental units that there's tax associated with, and it's based on how many units are
How
there.
many units? Okay. All right. Thank you very much for that clarification. Appreciate that.
All right, any other comments? Okay, then there's a motion. Oh wait, I'm sorry, a card just came in from Ms. Hedges or Mr. Hedges. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Liccardo and the council. As a small business owner, I'm very happy that San Jose is updating all of its business tax payment stuff and making things easier for small business owners, and extending amnesty. And I know there's a lot of artists and small makers who probably don't know they need to have the certificate and don't know they're exempt. And as a recipient of the Creative Industries Incentive Grant, I needed to be a legitimate business, and so I'm going to be spreading that to the art community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's vote now on the motion. Thanks, everybody. That's unanimous. We're on to item 4.1, agreement with Zamboom LLC for artwork Sonic Runway at City Hall. We do have a presentation, is that right? Okay. Welcome, Carrie and Michael.
Good afternoon, Mayor and the Council. My name is Carrie Adams Hapner. I'm the Director of the Office of Cultural Affairs. I'm joined here today with our Public Art Director, Michael Ogilvie. And also with us today is Senior Art Coordinator Emily Sevier and the artist team led by Rob Jensen and Warren Trezevant. This is the dedicated team envisioning the next iteration of Sonic Runway at City Hall Plaza. We are delighted to seek your approval to negotiate and execute an agreement with Zamboom LLC, the artist company, to fabricate and install a long-term version of Sonic Runway for an amount not to exceed $500,000. Now, Sonic Runway, if you all recall, is a light art installation that visualizes the speed of sound. Live audio input is converted into intricate light patterns that shoot down a corridor of 25 arches at the speed of sound, so that the movement of sound and lights are synchronized. So if you stand in front of the runway over here at the corner, the music visually ripples away from you, and looking back from the far end, which is closer to the tower here, you will see the sound coming and hear the music just as the visual patterns reach you. So as a first art installation, as part of the Playa to Paseo initiative, a partnership between the OCA and Burning Man Project, Sonic Runway opened to the public here at City Hall Plaza in November of 2017. And while we knew the artwork would be popular, it far exceeded our expectations. Over its 4-month run, it drew large crowds and became a popular gathering place for residents of all ages and backgrounds, and a destination for visitors from the Greater Bay Area and beyond. In addition to being visually stunning, the appeal of Sonic Runway is in its interactive nature. During its time here at City Hall, it became a platform for other artists. OCA hosted a series of events and performances called Sonic Runway Experiments in Sound, featuring local and nationally acclaimed renowned musicians playing the lights on the runway. And on the closing night, we hosted a fashion show on the runway featuring local designers, and with a trunk show featuring the work of our local creative entrepreneurs. I'm going to show you some images of these activation events in which we invited artists to plug in and perform. This is a local synth pop band. We hosted Grammy Award-winning artist Will Calhoun. Of course, our acclaimed San Jose Taiko. This local Vivace youth chorus sang holiday songs. And a local mariachi band also performed, and so many more. We invited DJs, breakdancers, a sound healer, rock bands, and artists from a range of disciplines to perform the runway. In addition to these programmed events, the Sonic Runway became a backdrop for people's own creative expression, and we had impromptu performances, as well as photo shoots, including the announcement of the Earthquake's new star player, and even a marriage proposal. And I love this photo of this corgi dog in front of the work. And this photo was shared 157,000 times and liked 560,000 times on social media. So the community response was really incredible, and we had so many inquiries about how to make the artwork last. And in response to a memo signed on by the mayor and council members Perales and Davis, the Rules Committee in March of 2018 unanimously supported and voted to approve the OCA to explore a long-term installation of Sonic Runway at City Hall Plaza. So in January of this year, we entered into a design agreement with the artist team for a long-term installation. So given that this is an art and technology project and technology does evolve over time, we chose not to commit to permanence. Instead, the art is designed for long-term installation. And so we're looking at a term somewhere in the range of about 7 years, but at that time, should we choose to keep it going and we want to extend it, we will have that choice. So the new design will match the approximate footprint of the previous installation along the East Santa Clara Street sidewalk between 4th and 6th Streets. So with its concentric circles that echo the rotunda's geometry in similar colors, forms, and size, the work will look great by day and night. The long-term design consists of weighted steel plate bases for the arches, which have a low profile, beveled edge that allow for ADA compliant flow between the arches. And the resulting look is clean and elegant and very appropriate for our modern and iconic City Hall. The weighted bases will also provide structural support that allows the artwork to be completely freestanding with no anchoring to the sidewalk. This means that when the artwork is eventually removed, there will be no need for site repairs and no marks. So the artist team has also developed new state-of-the-art sound responsive light patterns and will regularly update the lighting and sound programming. So the new design also includes enhanced professional quality AV, a sound system, and also we're going to have AV inputs on both ends this time, really enhancing this as a performance venue. In fact, you can have artists playing on both sides of the runway that literally could do a mashup. You can see sort of their music kind of converging. So the funding source for this project comes from the city's TOT and public art funds that can only be used for public art. We are also really proud that we garnered a very competitive grant from the National Endowment for the Arts for this project. And as part of the ongoing maintenance, we will contract with the artist team in year 3 for ongoing physical maintenance, as well as continuing to update the sound and the lighting patterns. So in other words, the programming will be refreshed time and time again for new experiences for visitors. And we also, in terms of our timeline, we plan to install this by spring of 2020. So once completed, we will also start our activation series as well that will showcase our local creative talent and offer unique experiences for both artists and audiences. Also, we're really excited about the possibilities because we can also coordinate the lighting with the lighting of the rotunda. So when the Sharks and the Earthquakes get those championships, we can program it with teal and blue. And really the possibilities are endless. You know, we're excited about things like Pride Week. You know, we could do rainbows now the runway. There's a lot of different options we have to be very creative to celebrate our own civic pride in our events here in San Jose. So I'm very excited to welcome the 2 artists who are going to make some brief remarks here at the podium. This is Rob Jensen and Warren Trezevant.
Hi there. Thank you for having us today, Mayor and Council members. My name is Warren Trezevant, and I'm one of the artists of the Sonic Runway. It was a true blessing to install the Sonic Runway in 2017. And one of the things that really struck us was the gathering of community. We would come down on the weekends, on the weeknights, and every time we were here, we saw families, multi-generational groups, groups of teenagers, children, everyone from every cross-section of San Jose through ages and lifestyles were there to enjoy it. And that really filled our hearts, and we look forward to being able to bring it back to San Jose.
Thanks, Warren. And I just wanted to echo some of the things Carrie said. We're really excited for this to be an opportunity to take the installation to the next level beyond what we were able to do before. There's an all-new design that's going to be integrated with the architecture. We've got a new technology that lets us send different sounds to each speaker. So that's going to open up all different kinds of opportunities for collaboration with artists and music makers and whatnot. And finally, I just wanted to say a big thank you to the City of San Jose for hosting the artwork when you did and for this opportunity. We've had a lot of support from the community and from Carrie and others, so thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you.
Great, thank you. And so in closing of our report, we're going to play a video, And we're going to get it queued up right now. This is a news clip from CBS. And we had great press over the course of the run, so as John's getting it queued up, you know, we had just overwhelming demand to bring the project back.
Art installation in San Jose is being taken down after a 4-month run, but it's not going quietly. Night Beat's Maria Medina is live outside City Hall. Why so many people don't want to see it go away. Maria?
Well, you know, this art installation has become so popular here in San Jose. It actually had a going away celebration, and as you can see, a lot of people showed up. It's become more than just a work of art. The Sonic Runway has turned into a gathering place as soon as the sun sets and the lights and music turn on.
I love them. I love how the music is and all the people dancing and enjoying and having a good time.
Nevaeh Castro visited the Sonic Runway every week.
I'm very sad they're taking it down.
And begged her grandmother tonight to take her one last time for the artwork's closing night celebration that included fashion and trunk shows.
I was actually in bed and she gave in, "Mama, Mama, you said tonight's the last night. We have to go, please."
The intention was that this was going to be a temporary installation. The runway, designed originally for the Burning Man Festival, went up 4 months ago right outside San Jose City Hall. The city actually extended its stay because of its popularity. A lot of people want to know, will it ever return to San Jose?
I don't know. We'd love to see it come back, but we'll see how it goes.
Well, it's just amazing. The response in San Jose has been far beyond our expectation.
The Bay Area artists say they're taking down the runway on a high note because of the community's response to it.
She told me, she goes, "Look, everybody's so happy. Nobody is fighting. Nobody's arguing. If the world was like this, we would live in a much better place."
And
We're
the
gonna
party
queue
is still
it up
going on
that.
tonight. The lights.
And I just want to, end that. Nevaeh Castro's remark to her grandma that if we had more experiences like this, the world would be a better place. That really warms my heart, and that gives me hope for our future, because it's our projects like Sonic Runway that build community and bring people together. So with that, we're going to close, and I think we have some speakers here, and we welcome your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. And Rob and Warren, thank you for bringing this piece of joy to our city. We very much look forward to it returning, as well as making selfies in vogue in City Hall Plaza once again. All right, we're going to, yes, good point. All right, so several folks would like to speak. Francis Wong, followed by Tessa Woodmansee. Deborah Von Huen, please forgive me if I mispronounce your name. Deborah. Catherine Hedges, Christopher McDougall, and several other folks. Feel free to come on up as you reach the front.
Good afternoon. I'm Frances Wong. I'm the Director of Communications for Visit San Jose, and I get the opportunity to promote San Jose as a tourist destination. Now, I get the really fun job of saying all the cool things about San Jose, cool restaurants, cool artwork, places to go. And I support the return of Sonic Runway because of 3 reasons. One, I think just superficially, it looks really, really cool. I can guarantee you that all of you guys will be in front of City Hall taking pictures. Your constituents will be taking pictures and spreading the word on what a cool place downtown San Jose is and what a cool City Hall San Jose's building is. It's the last time Sonic Runway was here as an attraction. Locals and regional visitors drove down to come and see the attraction. It's a great visual. It goes viral on social media, and it's a visual art that transcends all ages, ethnicities, genders, and all languages. It's really a unifying piece in downtown San Jose. Secondly, San Jose will be positioned among the premier arts destinations in the country. When people talk Burning Man, when people mention these 2 talented artists here, San Jose will be part of that conversation. And that is just verbal affirmation and verbal verbal responses that no PR can ever do, to be included in those conversations and be considered as a top destination with world-renowned artists of that caliber. And then thirdly, San Jose's reputation is really known as the center of tech and innovation. Mr. Wozniak earlier, our hometown hero, just spoke on how cool being a tech nerd is and how San Jose goes hand in hand with setting the stage for the future. We're really a city of the future, and this is another opportunity for San Jose to create an interactive piece and bridge the gap between not only our local residents, our kids, our older generation or grandparents, but also people from all around the world to come in and congregate in San Jose in front of City Hall and really make a difference and just learn and interact with each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Tessa.
Okay, so when you do declare a climate emergency, which is really critical, then we will make our decisions based on that. So this artwork is all very nice and everything, but the issue is, what does it do to reduce our greenhouse gases? This is what you have to keep asking yourself. You have to keep looking at that. That's the barometer that we have to work to really build our community. And you have failed about that continuously. You have put a billboard of art on the Whole Foods building about sports and gangs and violence, and you call that building community. That is wrong. And this, in terms of building community, we have to look at the issue of our community is vulnerable to sea level rise, okay? That's what you missed, Mayor Liccardo, and we got millions of dollars of problems because we had flooding in our city. You weren't preparing. You weren't thinking about climate emergency, and you have got to stop that and think about that. That's why you need to declare a climate emergency so that everything we do, every department is looking at that, even our cultural affairs. What is the greenhouse gas emissions that is going to impact that? We're all excited about everybody driving and flying to San Jose when we know we have 10 years to reduce our greenhouse gases 50%, 50%. That means that will look like no driving, no flying, no movement of goods. And what that means is that City Hall needs to become a garden. We need millions of gardens to provide food for us, okay? That is the reality of what we're dealing with, not entertainment, not sports. We have to build our community based on survival of our species and the million other species that are going extinct as we ignore it and don't look at it. But that is what's happening. And all of you have got to look at that.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome, Ms. Von Heuen.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council and staff. My name is Deborah Von Heuen. I'm on the Santa Clara Cultural Commission, but today I'm speaking to you as a private citizen. I've also been a volunteer regional contact for the Burning Man Project and South Bay Burners for the last 15 years and a Burning Man artist for the last 9 years. I have been in awe of the whimsical, interactive, and large-scale art at the Burning Man event, and I've also helped to bring Burning Man art into local civic environments over the years at the San Jose Children's Discovery Museum in 2008, the Aurora Willow Tree at Palo Alto City Hall in 2013, Flaming Lotus Girls installation at the Palo Alto Jewish Community Center, and then also South Bay Burners were invited to help activate opening events in partnership with the Office of Cultural Affairs Playa to Paseo program, including Sonic Runway, Tara Makini, Ursa Mater, EXO, and HaHa. I've also recently partnered with Santa Clara University on the installation of Recyclone, which launched art-focused activities for SCU's Arts for Social Justice program, a new Valley High School field trip, and interactive mural making with Santa Clara Unified School District. I've seen the impact that civic art brings to a community, activating spaces, creating a destination, and fostering a sense of pride and belonging with a new icon which can represent the city's identity. I visited Sonic Runway several times during its initial installation and enjoyed both the programming produced by the Office of Cultural Affairs and seeing the response of the community to it. People rode their bikes through it. People danced in it. People brought their children to it. People who live downtown as well as people from other cities. The diversity of the community was reflected in the people who were drawn to it. The value of creating this kind of common bond is beyond measure. The Americans for the Arts and Economics Prosperity Report has tons of data regarding the way in which the arts drive additional tax revenue. On average, every person attending an art event spends almost $17 per visit on meals. As I understand it, about 70% of the funding for Sonic Runway is coming from earmarked money meant to support cultural artistic community endeavors and from a national arts grant. I encourage the City Council to vote yes on Sonic Runway and incorporate it into the city's identity. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Catherine.
Thank you to the city and the Office of Cultural Affairs and the City Council. I'm speaking as a private individual, not PACT. I love the Sonic Runway. When I was here, I live just around the corner, and my local bus stop is the one in front of City Hall. Anytime I was here after dark, people were out having fun at the runway. It was so popular. It brought people together, as other people mentioned, just a real cross-section of the city and visitors to the city. And if San Jose wants to have a symbol of our community and what it represents, the Sonic Runway is a perfect project. And I'm very proud that we got the art grant funding for it, so it won't be taking from other city departments. And I really support having the Sonic Runway return. I think it'll be a great benefit to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Christopher.
Mayor, council members, thank you for hearing me today. My name is Christopher McDougall, and I'm the Director of Creative Services for the San Jose Earthquakes. Like many other people, I was very inspired by the Sonic Runway, and I encourage you to bring it back. Over the past 10 years, I've seen the city develop its cultural identity and develop as a mecca for the arts. This project and others like it are a huge part of that growth. They inspire artists around the area and future generations. At the Quakes, we are always trying to spotlight the things that make San Jose unique and beautiful. Things like this are essential for that growth. When we had the opportunity to use the Sonic Runway for a video piece, we did not think twice about the opportunity. We look forward to the return of this project and to more artistic endeavors like it. Thank you for your time and considering this. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mari Milares, followed by Connie Martinez, Vanessa Mendy, and Barbara Day Turner.
Hello. My name is Mari Milares. I'm the Street Life Manager at the San Jose Downtown Association. My focus is on murals, the urban forest, placemaking, and public life. We at the Downtown Association are very excited to see Sonic Runway return to San Jose over a longer term. It has proven to be a dynamic placemaking installation that supports our city narrative as an active and art-loving place here in the center of downtown. Activations such as this touch on all of our human senses and define a unique experience for all of those who interact with it. It's sculptural, it utilizes electricity to produce light that moves, it engages us via sound and music. It encourages human interaction and experiences through it, above it, and even far away from it. What excites me most about Sonic Runway coming back to downtown San Jose and to City Hall is twofold. Number one, Sonic Runway's long-term installation exemplifies the city's and city partner and service providers' ability to provide this installation with the necessary infrastructural accesses, support, and clearances that bring this to life. This and other installations like this can be done in the short term, and hopefully now can be done in the longer term, to be part of our longer form city narrative. Number two, I see Sonic Runway's long-term return as a call to action to all artists and technologists who create multi-layered and interactive art with the intent to engage and encourage public life. My hope is that more local and global creators and public space activators who are envisioning creations such as this view this long-term installation as an invitation to build their concepts here in downtown San Jose, where it's definitely needed and wanted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Welcome, Connie.
Connie Martinez, SV Creates, and also downtown resident. It's kind of hard to argue with success. This was an incredibly successful project, and very excited to see it coming back to San Jose. I think the thing that I love most about it is that it really provides, in my mind, a proof point for the power of the arts to build community and fuel economic activity and activate our downtown spaces. So, and I think that, you know, as an international city, as we welcome immigrants from all over the world, I think we also need to look at how our national and international artists can work with local artists. And I think Carrie and her team have done an incredible job of marrying the two. And so essentially it will be an outdoor venue for our local artists to use and for our residents to enjoy. I urge your support.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vanessa Mendy, and I'm the marketing coordinator for the San Jose Sharks, speaking on behalf of our organization in full support of Sonic Runway. We as a team are excited by the prospect of a long-term installation, as the tunnel will be turned teal during home games, as they mentioned, as well as during our hopeful playoff run in the spring. This would act as another downtown activation to get fans excited about our team, as well as continue to make San Jose a destination for all of our fans across Northern California. In addition, it would give fans a greater motivation to come downtown earlier before games and patron local bars and restaurants in between City Hall and the SAP Center, and this would act as an added benefit for all downtown businesses. In closing, we are hopeful that the council will vote yes on Sonic Runway, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Welcome, Barbara.
I'm Barbara Day Turner, representing the San Jose Chamber Orchestra, and as a recent City of San Jose Creative License Ambassador, discovered in June with our project in the Rotunda that there's a great desire for connection amongst musicians and artists in our community. Last year, during Sonic Runway, a couple of our performers played, and a number of our 6-year-old violinists from our youngest youth orchestra came down after a concert at the cathedral. And what we discovered, in addition to all the wonderful things that everybody has already spoken to, is that this is a venue that can bring together and serve musicians of all genres, which is a very unusual thing to see classical musicians playing next to rock and roll players, to rappers, to anyone. We all had a wonderful time, and I hope that you will consider passing this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, back to council. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank Carrie, Michael, and the whole OCA team for making this happen. I think a lot of you probably know I'm a data person, so you're probably wondering, why am I even interested in this, in the arts? I was also a musician, and I am married to an artist, so I loved this whole, the Sonic Runway. I loved all the events. I got to go to a few of them. I didn't get to go to all of them because there were a lot in the 4-month time period. So I want to thank the artists, Rob and Warren, for bringing such vitality to a space that often is actually a very dead space. We have a wonderful plaza at City Hall, and it is used for flag raisings, which I did today, but for not much else, actually, most of the time. And I think it's so great that we get the chance to support what was a very popular art installation that also provided and will provide, again, just a canvas for local artists' own creations. As Carrie stated, there were over 1 million people who visited this over the 4 months. And to attest to its popularity, street vendors would actually hang out on the corner of 4th and Santa Clara, which they never do, because they don't usually get business there. but when the Sonic Runway was in place, they were able to sell their wares every evening, especially on the weekends. And my 14-year-old daughter, who doesn't want to do anything with me, was happy to come along with a friend to the closing event, and they had a great time as well. So I'm excited to once again put San Jose on the map for social media. I love that it fits with our existing architecture. I always thought when it was first installed that it looked like it belonged here, and I'm glad it's coming back, and that it gives us flexibility for the future while being ADA compliant. I think that was a huge, it was a little bit of a tripping hazard the first time around, and so that will go away and just have a nice, smooth space. I think it's just fantastic, and it's a great way for us to bring joy to City Hall, which we don't often get to have a lot of fun, but bring joy and have a wonderful space for us to continue to build community. Thank you, guys. So I would like to move my memo, which supports all the staff recommendations.
Second.
All right, motion and second. Councilmember Pross?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Councilmember Davis and Mayor, yourself, as well, as we sort of saw an opportunity after the first temporary installation of this to explore a longer-term installation. And thank you to staff for the work that went in to make this possible and bringing this to us as an opportunity. I echo all the sentiments that we've heard. This was a tremendous art installation and an activation piece for our City Hall. Something that incorporated too with our City Hall so well with what we've been able to do with lighting up the tower, lighting up the rotunda. What we were missing was regular activation of people out in the rotunda, or out in the in front of the rotunda area. And you know, this being here allowed that for nearly the entire 4 months straight. You know, throughout the week, the weekend, the City Hall Plaza was just a much more vibrant place to be. And I hope that we can get as much fanfare as we now get to reinstall it next year, and maybe throw a welcome back party. And I look forward to all the art and shows that we can curate now in this piece in the plaza for years to come. So thank you.
Councilmember Krasko.
Thank you. Well, I also attended, and I attended with my children, and they too are a little bit bigger, and I have sometimes a little bit of a difficult time getting them to places because, well, for all the same reasons. But they loved it. They loved it. They loved it. They loved it. And I loved it. And my staff loved it. And I have one staffer that was down there almost every night. So I want to commend you, Carrie, because you always outdo yourself in all of the installations that you bring in. And I'm always really thrilled with the next unveiling that you bring. But I want to talk about the video that you showed, because I think it's worth just a few minutes or a few seconds, really, to just process what some of the folks had to say on that newscast, especially was it the mother and the daughter, the grandmother and the little girl, that really, I think, speaks to the power of art. And the power of art, art is very, very powerful. And we can spend, I think, years and years debating about what is art. And art is beauty. It's a political statement. It can be controversial, or it can be simply a child's rendition of their favorite parent. Usually it's me. It can be political satire. You know, if you go to Mexico, in the center of one of the biggest cities, Guadalajara, it was a way of communicating what could not be communicated if you wanted to live. And it's the way that you got information out. One of the most famous forms, one of the most famous genres that still exists, el corrido. Most people don't know, but it was the way that you got news from one village or one town to another, it was through music. And el corrido became very, very famous. And so most people dance to it, but it really tells a story, and it does it in 3 minutes flat. And it's the way that we were able to get information out very quickly through a very perilous time. So art takes up many, many forms. But for me, especially during these times, it has the power to heal. And I think it was Grandma that said, when she said when she was down here, there was no fighting, there was no arguing, and if you had more of this, it would be a better world. This last weekend, I asked Ed Solis to help me put together the first ever paint night on the east side of San Jose. And during the 2 hours that we had a paint night, and this was after National Night Out, so if you can imagine, we were all very tired. My staff was very tired. Parks and Rec were very tired, but they managed to pull it off, and I'm very grateful. And we had it at Emma Purse Park. We didn't speak about all of the crises that we usually talk about. We didn't speak about what was happening at the national level. It's a rarity for District 5 to not talk about or organize or try and come up with solutions for everything that's happening. But if you look on my Facebook and the collection of pictures that folks sent me, you see just pure joy of folks coming together for 2 hours of healing power that art has on folks. And that's why it's so critical, I think, in people's lives to have art. And that's why I want to know, what can we do to make sure that what's going to happen over the next 7 years in the plaza of City Hall happens in those districts where it's so badly, so desperately needed. Because I put up murals, the community puts up murals in District 5. Part of it is for healing. The other is so that we don't have rival gangs claiming territory. And we put it up to combat blight, when we know that it is also to elevate the human spirit. We put it up in districts like the one that I represent in order to instill a sense of pride in our children when we know that sometimes our children are going astray and they've lost their way. When we know that sometimes it can just be fun and interactive. But on the east side, there's a lack of funds, resources, and we've talked about it up here, equity. And so I'm going to ask you repeatedly, how do we make sure that there is equity in District 5 on the east side of San Jose that is neighbors to Welsh Park, where there's also issues with gang violence, and with District 7, where we also have rivalry gangs, and where I'm dealing with an uptick in some situations that are very, very difficult right now to deal with. And I'll just close by saying this. I live in the heart of District 5, and right in front of my house, I had a drive-by. My children came running out of their bedrooms. 5 gunshots went off, and I had to rush them to the back of the house. That's what I'm living with. Nothing different than what my neighbors are living with. On Saturday night, there was another homicide that took place on the corner of King and Story. This same weekend, a young man was shot in the face for having tagged up gang graffiti. So that's 2 shootings. And then the third is believed to have been a domestic violence incident that ended up in our hospital on the east side. So 3 shootings. The one that was in front of my house, we don't believe there was any victims that we know of. So that's what I'm living with. I'm living in a war zone. And I don't think that's an exaggeration. I'm living in a war zone. So we know that art has healing power. What can we do to make sure that we get that to District 5, District 7, and the flatlands of District 8?
Thank you, Councilmember Carrasco. I just want to say first and foremost, what you're working with in your district, we're very heartened by what you're describing, and we absolutely agree with you. The power of the arts to transform people and communities is very powerful. And we want to be there with you side by side to provide opportunities for your residents and also for all the different residents across this city. And we fundamentally know that we can help create change. We do have a lot of programs and projects, specifically in District 5, but I think what we need to do is, better work together about how to promote those. We have some great cultural assets in your district that we would love to bring awareness around. And we also have a lot of grant programs. So I just want to let you know, but all the council know that through the Office of Cultural Affairs, we have grant programs for all different types of nonprofit organizations as well as artists. We would love to encourage you to get the word out so that people can apply and have access to funding. And that funding can go to not only art programs, arts education, lifelong learning, like some of the things that are happening at the School of Arts and Culture, but also for festivals and neighborhood events. So we really want to get the word out so people know that they have access to public funding that can be leveraged many times over. And we would love to work with you because we absolutely agree with you. And we want to bring more art to your district, and we want to bring more art to all the council districts. So let's work together to help make that happen. So thank you.
If I could just, Mayor, just one last comment.
Of course.
And I'll close. Thank you so much. We'll work definitely more hand in hand with you, and we'll make sure to get those opportunities out to our nonprofits in the event that they don't know about them. The only thing that I will say, and I'll close my statement, I'll close my my thoughts with the following, that one thing is making sure that our nonprofits know about the grants. Mm-hmm. The other is we need to make sure as a city and as a department that we're also offering additional supports. I don't know if we, other than your office, who else is working on the Sonic Runway to make it happen?
So we are working with, for example, the Department of Public Works. They've reviewed all the designs. We're also working with the Department of Transportation. We've worked with the Budget Office. So within City Hall, and then also with the artist team. That's specifically who we've been working on with this particular project. Is that answering your question?
Well, but that's my point, is that the city is offering a lot of support to make this installation happen. That's the kind of support that I want to see happen on the east side of San Jose. I want to see us put in that kind of effort, that the city is putting those kind of resources into the east side, not just expecting the nonprofits to suddenly come up with more staff, more assistance, because some of these nonprofits are very small and they don't have the bandwidth. So we need to make sure that we put in those kind of interactive and very special projects out there so that we create those special place-making opportunities so that we're attracting, creating beautiful spaces, beautiful opportunities that suddenly light up very dark corners that are so unhealthy and so unsafe for single moms who are pushing strollers in the middle of winter at 7 o'clock when it's pitch black. There's not going to be a nonprofit that's going to say, let's light up this corner. We've got to do it. We have to do that, just like we're lighting up the plaza. So that's what I'm asking for.
Well, I look forward to working with you and your team.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. I think everybody on the council is supporting this, so I won't belabor the point. But I just wanted to say that over the summer, one of the things I did was read this book called Cities for People, and it's written by this guy named Jan Geller, who I heard speak when I was over in Dublin on a Sister Cities trip. And there's a lot to go into the book, but one of the takeaways that I got from that book was what makes for a lively street is not so much how many people traverse the street, but it's how long people linger there. And I think that was, it was insightful to me at least. And that principle applies, I think, not just to artwork, murals, and getting people to stop and hang out to look at it, but it also applies to how we plan our city with creating places for people to sit, benches, or our buildings where it's, I guess designed vertically so people can go window to window and kind of sit in the windowsills and lean into the shade under an awning, rather than having to walk down one block or two, it's just kind of a brown wall, and you're just feeling, I want to turn the corner already. Creating streets where you can't see the horizon forever, but it bends, and so you kind of always walking towards something, always trying to reach a destination that you don't quite see just around the corner. I think all of that is, it was really interesting for me to read about, and I hoped to kind of apply that as we revisit the general plan and revisit our planning policies across the city. But public art is definitely a part of that, and I will be supporting this. So thanks.
Councilmember Arenas.
Thank you. I want to thank some of the community members and artists and just stakeholders that came in and provided public comment. I picked up on somebody's message, and they said this person said this is setting the stage for the future. And I'm really excited about Sonic Boom. I also brought my kids here. And they loved it. They danced, and then we ate here in the downtown area, which, we don't get to come out here too often. Unless it's, it's for an event or something like that. But it provided an opportunity for us to, does my son call it, he calls it the uptown. He calls downtown the uptown. As we're going over the hill, but this was when he was a lot younger. I know we're not trying to take it from Councilmember Diep, but he was about 6, and so we're going over the hill, and he's like, "Oh, we're gonna go to the uptown." I said, "No, it's down. We're going down." Anyways, it is placemaking at its best, right? And it's also honoring a lot of the work from artists. And I love that we're highlighting this. I also want to be part of that future, and I appreciate Councilmember Carrasco. I know you poured your heart out on this item, sharing with us on how art really impacts our lives, or lack of art may impact our lives. And so I appreciate you advocating for District 8. I know there's a portion of District 8 that really, the reason why we have some murals is not necessarily because we want to showcase the artists who are part of our community, but because we want to protect the businesses, right? And we also don't want to see the blight of tags and whatnot, and most taggers will respect murals. In my case around Welch, what we have is a principal and staff who went out of their way on their own and made a mural along the backside of businesses, and nobody's tagged it. Everybody's respected it, and it brightens up, your way into the park, which I completely appreciate. So I just want to support that notion of having art not for the point, not for protecting a wall and not for protecting a business, but for the sake of uplifting, right, and enjoying something artistic and different, and then also allowing us to bring our families together, like we do in downtown, right? And everybody loves downtown. I certainly do. But those kinds of, I think, exhibits can allow other districts to also feature some of the best of our best, right? I had a concern about the cost or the energy that the sonic boom will take. I'm not sure if we, of course, we are all on clean energy here at City Hall, but just wonder what the cost will be.
So in terms of the electrical costs, we're going to work with the Department of Public Works to identify what that is. But I will add that these are LED lights, and so they're very energy efficient.
Sure.
So that's really important. And we will be working with Public Works to just ensure that we are able to control those costs. So, but like I said, LED lights, and they also last a very long time.
Sure, I appreciate that. I just wanted to ask about that, and if there's any way to reduce our usage on that, that would be great.
Could I just add, it would also
Sure.
be on the municipal bill, I believe, which is 100%.
Yes, I realize.
GHG free, so.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would be no greenhouse gas emissions.
No greenhouse gas emissions, right? It still represents a cost that we could be investing. It's resources, it's money that we could be investing elsewhere. But fair point, and absolutely love that we are 100% clean energy. So the other piece I'm just going to finish with, and thank you for following up with that, Carrie. The last piece is that we have in District 8, we have Eastridge, and I would love for you to connect with our part of town. We don't have a beautiful heritage center. But we do have Eastridge, and they have invested so much, and I was really fortunate enough to, these are small successes, but they're my successes. We had an event to do a ribbon cutting for a staircase outside of Eastridge, and it was a splash of color, is what they called it. So they're doing these very surprise and very different, non-traditional places. You never see some work of art on the staircase or on the floor. So they're just splashes of color. And I'd love to see how we can have some type of theme that could carry on in maybe districts or maybe throughout a whole city that could unify us in terms of identity, but also uplift us and allow us to enjoy some beautiful art. You talked about Guadalajara, council member, and I've gone to different states in Mexico. I've made a purpose to go to Mexico every year for the last 3 years. And in every state that I go to, and I've been to about 6 or 7, there's always these huge letters that say the name of the city. And even if it's a small town, they still have it there. And it's just, it adds to the identity of that city, but it unifies the whole republic, right? And it's a beautiful place for pictures, and people are attracted, and it brings folks together, right? And then of course you get approached by a young boy photographer who suggests to take your picture for 10 pesos or something, right? It just, people get creative, and it just adds to the beauty of that place. And so I would love for us to explore something that unifies all of us, because everybody is so distinct in their respective districts, but there are elements that can unify us, and art, I think, is the path to go. And so I would love to have a further conversation about how to make this happen, so that we can all enjoy artwork throughout our districts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. First of all, I love Eastridge Mall. and I love they're so exemplary, and I just want to make it this note for the rest of the council. So Eastridge Mall has used the arts to really transform that space and to activate the economics. So last year we actually gave Eastridge Mall an award called Business Support for the Arts because they did that voluntarily. There's no % for art requirement on private development. That is something that they chose to do through murals and also activation within the mall. So they're a great example of what all different types of businesses could be doing across this city to really transform those spaces. So we'd love to work with you, love the idea of some kind of unifying project across all districts. So thank you.
Councilman McCannis.
Yes, I thought I'd chime in. I think that the artwork is phenomenal. I loved it when it first was installed. And I can tell you this, that it got people out of District 10 to come visit downtown. Normally people, and I'm telling you, District 10 are a little scared of some of the higher crime potentially here downtown, and it got a lot of people out here. I want to commend you for bringing people together. I thought it was a fantastic display, and I think it's a good, worthwhile effort. But I do get requests. Why don't we have some of these things in our district, and why isn't art spread more across, more equitably across the districts? I think it's a good question to ponder, to have more art displays, and I think we should be looking at that, and also looking at local artists. I know that we had a great agreement with Burning Man, and I really value that, but looking at other artists. But again, thank you. I'll be supporting this. I think it brings people together, and I've enjoyed it. Thanks.
Thank you, council member, and we love that you all want more art. Thank you.
Adrian, I submitted a card, and she wanted to speak, or he wanted to speak. Forgive me, Adrian. Come on up. As you're coming up, let me just offer this. I know there's a reasonable and understandable desire of council members to see more great public art throughout the city in their own districts. And I think, part of this is putting the work on ourselves, because as council members, we know our own communities pretty well. We know which building owners are willing to put up a mural on a wall, which public spaces might belong to which property owners, or perhaps a public agency, a VTA, or Caltrans or other agency, and we'll know the ins and outs about whether or not that's a good place to have a public gathering space that you would want with a public art venue. And so you may know much better than city staff will, and being able to identify those sites, those public spaces, is half the battle quite often, because it often takes some amount of permission. And so I just encourage you, if you want it to happen, and there are spaces where you think it can happen without neighbors coming out with pitchforks or whatever it might be, please build the bridge halfway. Adrian?
Thank you. So my name is Adrian Libievil. I'm the photographer that took that photo. Never leave home without it. My camera. So I'm not sure what was on the video. I had to run. It was very important for me to be here. So thank you all for allowing me to come before everybody. How close do I stand to this thing? We'll just speak loud. So it's just transformative piece. I mean, if you look at this piece of art, it just does something to your visuals, and I think we're in a revolution for visual arts. If you look at the media you're being surrounded around all the time, it's video, it's photography, and this is cutting edge. So I can't say enough about how much I was inspired by this piece, but really to see how humans interacted with it. And I think that's kind of what we all boil down to today, is it was something, right? But I had the opportunity to create a Facebook page and saw people from all over the world tagging it, right? Just you wouldn't know they were even visiting the city. They might have stopped and had a meeting or had dinner and just talked to their relatives, but this is a way for them to interact with the city of San Jose, and for people back home to go, oh, that's cool, what's up with that? And it was phenomenal to see. And I'm all for what a number of the sentiments I hear today is bringing arts into different parts of the city, because that happens. Not only the things we talked about in the community and some of the ways to improve blight and whatnot, but just get people connected, become artists. Pick up your camera, pick up your phone, be inspired, feel confident in showing somebody. And as a photographer and videographer, I had a great time, and I hope to experience more art like this. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing your photography. All right, back to the council. Let's vote. All right, that's unanimous. Thank you all. Thanks, Carrie. Thanks, Michael. And thanks to all the members of the community who came out to speak. All right, we're on to item 4.4, which are actions related to Title VI of the San Jose Municipal Code relating to housing payment equality ordinance. Thank you to all the members of the community who have been patiently waiting for this item. We have a presentation from my housing department.
Good afternoon. I'm Jackie Morales-Friend. I'm the Director of Housing, and I have with me our Deputy Director of Housing, Rachel Vanderveen, and Deputy City Attorney, Christopher Alexander. We're presenting today on the Housing Payment Equality Ordinance. And I first just wanted to clarify that the goal of the ordinance is to provide equal opportunity for housing, and it is not intended to deprive landlords of their right to reject a tenant for any lawful reason. So just quickly reviewing, why do we need, or why were we considering this ordinance? Today there are nearly 1,000 rental subsidy holders who are seeking housing. Almost 70% are participating in the Housing Choice Voucher Program that is administered by our housing authority. The remaining 30% are participants in our local programs, which are our rapid rehousing program that the housing department implements. And that program specifically targets and helps our homeless residents to find housing. In the summer of 2018, the housing department reviewed the apartment listings on Craigslist and apartments.com, and we looked for apartments that had a rent listing that was less than the voucher limit. And what we found was that 66% of the landlords would not accept a housing choice voucher. They would not even consider a renter with one of them. The ordinance is pretty simple. It has 3 basic provisions. So the first one is coverage, and the ordinance covers all rental housing, including single-family, duplexes, and triplexes. It prohibits 3 activities. You can't advertise no Section 8. You cannot provide different terms and conditions for Section 8 or voucher holders. And the financial standards by which you base the tenant's consideration for the lease cannot be different. And there are 3 enforcement mechanisms. One is a warning followed by administrative citations. 2, the city attorney may bring a civil action for repeated violations. And 3rd, an individual has a right to bring a civil action. One of the things we wanted to highlight were some of the recent program improvements that the Housing Authority has made. And we issued, unfortunately, it was a late supplemental that came out this afternoon, which is why I wanted to spend a little time reviewing what they've done. So this month, they completed a mailing to property owners, educating them on the program. They've created an owner ombudsman program to address owner concerns and to help to resolve issues. They provide workshops for both new and current landlords to help them to better understand their program. And they recently implemented a bonus payment for new landlords. This bonus program started in February of 2019. And in those 5 months, they paid out $211,000 worth of bonus payments to 92 new landlords. They also have a loyalty bonus program for existing landlords, and in the last fiscal year, they paid $531,000 in loyalty bonuses to 470 landlords. And finally, they continue to work on streamlining the lease-up process to make it easier for landlords to participate in the program. So I believe they're equally committed in trying to make the program as easy as possible for landlords to participate. I finally wanted to conclude with what's the next steps. If you're successful in approving this ordinance, it does require a second reading, and so it would not become effective until September 26th of 2019. We would begin to work immediately with the Housing Authority to sponsor a landlord stakeholder meeting on process improvements, and we would begin our landlord education process shortly after that. So with that, these are our recommendations, and we will open it up for questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Jackie. Thanks, Rachel, and thanks also to City Attorney's, thank you, Chris, and the City Attorney's team. All right, we have many members of the community who've been patiently waiting to speak. Catherine Hedges, followed by Eric Taylor, David Lowe, Eric Fairfield, and Neil Babar. Feel free to speak in whatever order you manage to make it down. Welcome, Catherine.
Thank you, Mayor Liccardo and the council and the housing department. I'm really glad to hear about the work the housing department has done to make it easier for landlords to accept Section 8 certificates. As we've probably heard at other meetings, it's really, really difficult to get a Section 8 voucher. The wait list is about 8 to 10 years, and if someone is either homeless or paying way, way more than they can afford for housing, when they finally get their certificate and then they can't find a landlord who will accept it, then, it really undermines having the housing voucher program to begin with. So as Representative Pact, I strongly support that we adopt the ordinance. Thank you.
Welcome back, David.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council. David Lowe speaking on behalf of Destination Home. And we're here to speak in support of the proposed Housing Payment Equality Ordinance. As you all know, we're facing a homelessness crisis that's of serious proportions throughout our community. And it's important to remember that these very same housing vouchers and rental subsidies are one of these critical tools that we have to make sure we can get families and individuals off the streets and back into housing fairly quickly, as well as to make sure that families, vulnerable populations who are at risk of becoming homelessness can find stable housing. So we remain concerned that the program is not being fully utilized. It's tragic not only for a family or individual who has a voucher that they can't use, but also because we're leaving resources on the table at a time when, frankly, we don't have enough funding to meet the need in our community. So we think the Housing Department's done a great job of crafting an ordinance that will begin to address this problem, and we hope you all will vote to adopt it today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome. Mr. Taylor?
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
No titles or positions. My first time ever doing this. I'm a disabled veteran. I'd like to play an audio clip. It's 1 minute.
Sure.
Yep. This is just to put it in perspective, to show how old this situation pretty much is.
Hello. Yes. Can I ask a few questions about the apartment on Park Street?
What was your name?
My name is Juan Hernandez.
It's been rented.
Oh, he's gone. Hello, my name is Sanjay Kumar. I am calling about the apartment on Park Street.
It's not available.
Not available? Hello, my name is Tyrone Washington. I'm calling about the apartment on Park Street.
Just been rented.
Hello, I am Chen Ling. My name is Khalid bin Ali. I'm Tuan Vo. Hello, my name is Moshe Goldberg. I use a wheelchair. It's gone. Not available. All right. Thank you. Yes, hello, my name is Graham Wellington. I'm calling about the apartment for rent on Park Street. Is that still available?
Yes, it is.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Really?
Housing discrimination is illegal.
If you think you've been a victim because of your race, color, national origin, sex, religion, disability, or family status, call us. Fair housing. It's not an option. It's the law.
I played that. This PSA is from the 1970s, and I came to California to further my education. I was just on ABC with Eric Thomas. He came out and interviewed me. He also went out to go meet with Michelle Corvert from the Bringing Them Home. I have a HUD voucher I just received it. Between Craigslist and rentals and everything, it's not even finding a needle in a haystack as far as trying to get someone. And Mr. Thomas asked me does it seem like there's a stigma with veterans, that most of them are drug addicts? I use the Palo Alto VA Pool Center 3 days a week, and I go to physical therapy. I used to use the Jewish Community Center in San Francisco at my own expense. I just got the voucher. It just happened. I lived in Emeryville for 14 years. My landlord passed away. I lived in Hayward for 9 years. I don't even know where to begin now. So right now I'm dealing with my car and going from hotel to hotel. My expenses last month on my credit card were $8,000. And that's trying to find housing. And I have a voucher. And it's not doing anything.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Yep.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Erica Fairfield. I'm a housing attorney at the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley and a tenant in San Jose. I'd like to thank Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, and Council members Carrasco and Arenas for your memos in support of the Housing Payment Equality Ordinance, which is so important in addressing the extreme difficulties that I see voucher holders struggling with every day through my work at the Law Foundation. Displacement of voucher holders is real, and it's happening now. Forcing our neighbors to move from our community if they can't find a place to rent here can ultimately result in homelessness if moving elsewhere is not an option for them. Studies have shown that ordinances like this one work in allowing subsidy holders to utilize their vouchers and remain housed, and they do so without compelling landlords to accept a housing applicant just because they have a voucher or otherwise requiring them to change their general rental qualifications. We're committed to and agree that education of landlords is important, and we view this ordinance not as a way to be punitive to landlords, but rather to give voucher holders a fair shot in this already difficult rental market. And we hope you'll pass this ordinance to give them that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. After Mr. Babar is Mr. Tim Bobian, Sandy Perry, Wendy Ross Elliott, Robert Aguirre, and Susan Price Chang.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Liccardo and City Council. On behalf of the California Apartment Association, I would like to express our concerns with this ordinance as proposed. We feel that it only adds another layer of bureaucracy and burden to property owners. The imposition of civil penalties upon the first violation of this ordinance assumes that the city will be successful in notifying all the owners of the 4,500 rental properties in the city within 30 days to avoid the unintentional violation of this ordinance. CA appreciates the memo authored by the council members Camus, Foley, Davis, and Dieppe for dealing with the concerns of the ordinance and proposing amendments that address the goal of increasing voucher adoption without further burdening those housing providers. And we appreciate Vice Mayor Jones for offering an alternate solution. However, we urge the Vice Mayor to extend the one-time warning before civil legal proceedings can take place beyond the 6 months, regardless of where the warning comes from, whether it's a city or through civil action. Each owner should only receive one violation before penalties can be imposed. CA fully supports the efforts of the Housing Voucher Program. We have worked closely with the Housing Authority in the past to encourage our members to accept vouchers. The hesitation has always been with the delays of the program, an effort the authority has been working on very diligently. However, we're concerned that whatever issues exist today with the program will only be exacerbated once this ordinance is approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Tim Bobian, representing the Santa Clara County Association of Realtors and our over 6,500 membership bases. SCORE recognizes the severity of the current housing crisis in the region and the importance of providing affordable housing for all members of this community. It is important for all subsidy voucher holders to have an equal opportunity to access available rental units, and we understand this is an important step in achieving the goals to solve the homelessness crisis and keep families and individuals from becoming homeless. We are both supportive of the memo authored by Councilmember Dieppe, Davis, Foley, and Camus, as well as the memo authored by Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, Councilmember Carrasco, and Arenas. It is important to protect and not overburden our housing providers without a proper education campaign and prevent them from being exposed to frivolous, unwarranted lawsuits. By modifying the ordinance to make it explicit that it creates an equal opportunity for Section 8 voucher recipients to be considered for available rental units, but acceptance of a rental application does not create an automatic obligation to rent to the voucher holder, will help save valuable time and money by preventing unwarranted lawsuits. A proper education campaign for housing providers, as well as a 6-month progress report on the program's effectiveness, can help make this ordinance as beneficial as possible and streamline the process to provide housing to a much larger population of subsidy voucher holders. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Sandy.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I was telling some of my friends I don't know how to act. I'm coming down here to support a memo by the mayor and the vice mayor. I guess I can take consolation that I'm still on the other side of the barricades from council members Camus, Dieppe, Davis, and the California Apartment Association. But seriously, we have been supporting this measure since the Renters' Rights Coalition first raised it in 2015. It's a very serious situation, as housing and the mayor's memo pointed out. It speaks to the condition of thousands of people already living on the street in unstable housing and thousands more who are likely to be displaced by the Google development and other commercial projects that are in the pipeline. This has already taken 4 years, too long. Justice delayed is justice denied. Thanks to the mayor, vice mayor, council members Carrasco and Arenas, and thanks to Housing for supporting this. And let's adopt it right away and move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Wendy Elliott. I am a member of a family that owns residential real estate in the city of San Jose. I'm a city of San Jose resident. And there is absolutely no question that housing affordability and housing availability is a crisis point in this city. It must be addressed. That being said, landlords are currently subject to a myriad of regulatory structures from the feds on down to the city. And this ordinance, as it's currently written, would appear to create vague and ambiguities and confusion in its implementation. And I would urge that the council support the memo written by Councilmember Davis and Camus and Dieppe and Foley and create a balanced approach to this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Go, Mr. Aguirre.
Hello, my name is Robert Aguirre. Thank you, Council Housing Department. Thank you for the work you're doing here. Between 1.5 years and 2 years ago, I came before this council and asked for a number of the council members and the mayor to write me a letter of recommendation because I have a Section 8 voucher and I could not find a place to live. And thank you for those that did provide that letter. I did get housing, and very appreciative of the fact that I did. But the bottom line is that this discrimination continues. And if instead of saying Section 8 voucher, we said African American, or we said a woman, or we said a Latino, or we said an Asian American, we wouldn't want to wait 6 months. We wouldn't want to wait a year. We would want to correct that situation immediately. This is what we're facing right now. This is a war against poverty. And all the things that people come up here and say, well, this is confusing. Well, if I'm a landlord, the stuff I have to do to manage that property, the stuff that I have to do to register with the city, if something like this is going to be confusing to them, they should probably not be in this business. Because this is pretty simple. We have people out there that need a place to stay, and they're being denied simply because of the source of income. We need to understand that we are facing a grave problem here where people are dying in hundreds from living out in the streets. We need to address this problem immediately. And so I would suggest that this not only be passed, but we strengthen it. We make it harder for people to discriminate, and not just with advertising, but things like requiring 3 times the income, the total amount of the rent, 3 times of the rent for, they have to prove that income, which is an impossibility if you're on Section 8. The fact that you have to have a certain credit score also makes it very difficult because people that are on Section 8 typically don't have high credit scores. So I believe that what we need to do is figure out a better way of doing this. And if landlords are having difficulty in understanding this, let's bring them in and educate them. Let's not just continue to pass this down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Susan Price-Yang, followed by Jeffrey Buchanan, Mary Helen Doherty, Leonard Smith, and Matthew Reed.
Hi, Mayor Liccardo and members of the City Council and the Housing Department. I own a condo that I rent out, and I just rented it out to a woman on Section 8. I didn't qualify for the bonus because I'd rented out in Section 8 years ago to somebody else. Anyway, through her, I got to know about why she was moving, and the 7 other people that she lives with in this little compound of small cottages built in 1925 behind a Salvadorian restaurant located at 1530 West San Carlos. There are 7 of them, and they're all on some kind of housing voucher, including Section 8. 2 veterans with severe PTSD. 1 couldn't come today because she's volunteering with a drug rehab program, and 2 others have medical issues that would make it difficult for them to come down here and then sit here for a long time. Anyway, so I am worried about these people because their place has been bought by an investor. It's going to be demolished in, I believe, in January, and they will all have to move out. And I worry about where are they going to find housing. I know from the past, I know a guy who was a quadriplegic, and we had to help him move and it was difficult to find him housing. Thank God we finally did, but it was very difficult. These people are very vulnerable, and they will not be able to survive on the street. It will be a death knell for them. I really think that I have no problem with Section 8 program. I mean, I've used it before, and I'm using it with this person. It's great. I don't know why some landlords have a problem with it. But I support the idea that there should not be any discrimination against people who have housing vouchers because they're vulnerable and they need help. And we don't want to add to our homeless population. And we don't want to add to the people who die where they're homeless either. So thank you very much. Oh, and don't wait a year to make this happen. That these people are going to be out and they can't wait a year.
Thank you.
Jeffrey Buchanan with Working Partnerships. First, I'd like to thank the staff for the hard work on this ordinance. Also encourage the council to support the proposal by Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, Councilmember Arenas, and Carrasco. Since 2015, we've been waiting on this moment. It's been in the priority setting since then. It's really important that we move forward because during that time, hundreds of families have had vouchers but have been unable to find affordable, safe homes that they deserve. As a city, we're falling thousands of units behind in terms of our affordable housing production goals, and so we shouldn't allow discrimination by landlords to continue to impede hundreds of families that could otherwise find the safe home that they deserve. Also, additionally, these are millions of dollars in taxes that are coming from San Jose taxpayers to our federal government, resulting in vouchers that we're unable to use because of landlords continuing to refuse to accept these vouchers. Right now, there's about 200 listings on Craigslist that say no Section 8 advertising a policy of discrimination. Research has shown that these source of income discrimination policies have a real impact, increasing use of vouchers by between 5 to 12% in other jurisdictions. That would be hundreds of families, again, here in San Jose that could be able to access a home. Also, potentially, these kinds of policies reduce economic segregation. think past other studies have shown somewhere around 12% increases in the number of voucher holders that were able to access low poverty neighborhoods. And so when we think about economic, racial, and ethnic segregation within the city, this could be a helpful solution. So would encourage council to support Mayor Liccardo's memo, also discourage the council from the memo from Councilmember Davis and others. This ordinance is quite generous when it comes to education of landlords. You can commit your first violation without consequence. We should not be extending additional time to phase in or this 30 days to cure that's been proposed in that memo. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Mayor and members of the City Council, my name is Mary Helen Doherty. I'm a resident of District 3. I'm active with PACT and Surge at Sacred Heart. And we ask for your support for the Housing Payment Equality Ordinance, equality being the key value in this ordinance. And thank you to the staff for such a thorough report. Creating access to rental housing for those who qualify for a Section 8 voucher creates a possible option for our diverse neighbors who struggle to find a home here in San Jose. We are hoping for your support for this ordinance today. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Andrew Smith. I'm a downtown resident for many years. I got a Section 8 housing voucher and getting evicted for retaliation because the duplex that I live in, the landlord was inspected by the housing inspectors and failed the test, and now I am being subjected to retaliation because of it. Due to my disability, it's hard enough already looking for housing within Section 8, and with Section 8, it's hard to find affordable housing. Adds more stress, needs protection to stop the discrimination. You people on the panel and come here and take care of a lot of important business, and things like this should not be going on with the homeless situation that you have in all four corners of your building right here. And it will definitely increase. Being with my eviction, I'll be adding to the homeless population very soon as well. I don't want to pitch a tent like sister cities where they pitch at their tents right in front of business and companies that you guys have everywhere. And I can see that happening here. I don't want to become a homeless person, and I don't want to feel like going camping. So it'd be important that you guys address the problem that's a major problem going on all around you every day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. If you could just stay for just a moment, just to ask if someone in the housing department might be able to provide communication for access to either rental rights or Law Foundation with regard to your issue. That'd be helpful.
I've dealt with the Law Foundation as well as
Okay.
the homeless advocacy people who support it,
Okay.
Sacred Heart, and I'm dealing with the two of them now.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure you're connected to the right people. Thank you very much. Welcome, Matthew. After Matthew Reed is Eddie Trong, Mill Krantz, Barbara Ruth, Lynn Brown, and Alma Rosas.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Matthew Reed from Silicon Valley at Home. We are here today to lend our support for staff's proposed Housing Payment Equality Ordinance, which prohibits housing discrimination, requires that all persons with the ability to pay for housing be treated equally when applying to rent an apartment or home, regardless of whether they receive a housing subsidy or housing assistance of any kind. I think we know why this is important. We want to thank the council for its persistence in the last few years that has brought us to this point, and thank the mayor and Councilmember Jones, Carrasco, and Arenas for their memo. We also want to thank staff for their important efforts to put these basic principles into practice, all the while recognizing the importance of working with the Santa Clara County Housing Authority to facilitate reduction of the administrative burden, and embracing the challenge of landlord outreach and education, and exploring various incentive structures to increase participation. We all recognize how critical it is to make these programs work. They are a potential lifeline for people in real need. The goal is not a gotcha moment for unexpecting landlords, but program improvements that help expand opportunities. That said, anti-discrimination efforts work best when there is a clear, fair, and real enforcement to accompany education. We expect staff to develop reasonable mechanisms, and we support the council members' memos to that effect. Developing working structures, including individuals' course of action and tracking progress, will be critical. We know that the programs that work are ones where there is follow-through. If it ends up on a bookshelf, it has very little effect. There's too much at stake. We believe this is important both on principle and an important step towards optimizing the effectiveness of these critical affordable housing programs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Liccardo and City Council. My name is Ayi Trong, Director of Government Relations with the Silicon Valley Organization. We are the region's largest chamber of commerce and premier business advocacy organization representing the interests of over 1,200 businesses that employ over 300,000 workers in the Valley. The SBO supports the mission of voucher programs to assist low-income residents find safe, secure, and affordable housing in San Jose. With that said, the regulations linked to voucher programs often require additional property inspections and government reviews that are costly, time-consuming, and delays rental payments. Even upon clearing all of the required hurdles, it could take up to 2 months for a housing provider to receive their first rent check. This bureaucratic system discourages housing providers from opting into most voucher programs. However, there is a balanced policy approach that we can take in order to provide San Jose residents an equal opportunity to access the rental market and limit overly burdensome regulations on rental housing providers. First, we can amend the staff proposal to allow housing providers with a 30-day right to cure period before civil legal action may be taken. This will avoid costly and frivolous lawsuits akin to serial ADA lawsuits that have hurt numerous small businesses throughout California. We can also modify the ordinance to make it explicitly clear that all voucher holders will be given an equal opportunity to be considered for rental housing, but that it should not translate into an automatic obligation to approve the application. Housing providers must consider numerous factors that determine the creditworthiness of an applicant, and all applicants should meet normal rental criteria expected of them. Thus, we support the joint memorandum put forward by Councilmembers Camus, Foley, Davis, and Diep, which seeks to balance the needs of voucher holders and housing providers. I urge the rest of the council to follow their leadership on this important issue. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am one half of a mom-pop owner of a fourplex in South San Jose. We've owned this building for 20 years. This resolution, or law, or recommendation, as written, is going to force us, after 20 years of working to serve the low-income community, to one of two, or maybe both. One, to join in a lawsuit to block legislation that assumes that landlords are guilty. The second alternative is to sell our building, and we may do both. We do not understand why in 20 years the city has consistently seemed to want to drive mom and pop owners out of the rental business. We can only assume that this condition to force us into selling is so that big owners can accumulate these properties and perhaps use them for something else other than housing. Our rents are well below current market price, and I do mean significantly below. We raise them perhaps once every 2 years to accommodate increases in taxes, insurance, and so forth. During the recession, we went 5 years. Why do we do this? Not because we're great, but because we believe we have a moral obligation to work with the underrepresented communities. We have served on our HOA boards attempting to improve these communities. At every step, we have been blocked by the city with no or little help, and we don't understand that. Landlords are not guilty. unless they have been proven to be so. Landlords and the people that we deal with, the mom and pops generally, are not responding to Section 8 because of costs or source of income. There are other reasons, which I failed to hear explored in this group. I would urge you to take a far more balanced public approach, seek input from all the stockholders, the mom and pops, which comprise 1/3 of this city, as well as rental and tenant groups. To pass this legislation without that input feels very much like a railroad. And it feels very much like this council and this mayor does not care about small owners, nor are they willing to listen to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Krantz? After Mr. Krantz is Lynn Brown and Alma Rosas.
Good afternoon, council members and mayor. My name is Milt Krantz, and I'm a member of the Affordable Housing Network and Renters' Rights Coalition, and the new one, the new Bay Area Community Land Trust. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that. As you know, in our surveys, recent surveys, excuse me, confirm there is over 2,000 people running around the streets of San Jose with vouchers for Section 8 housing choice vouchers that are unable to use them, in spite of the fact that those vouchers have a tremendous guarantee for landlords. They guarantee that almost all that person's rent will be paid and forever and month after month, even if they're living in a very high rental area that still will be taken care of. Still, they're having trouble finding somebody to rent to them. Why is that? Well, it's because too many landlords have very strong prejudice against these voucher owners. They think they're going to trash the apartment, they're going to never pay their portion of the rent, and they're going to be just a tremendous constant nuisance. Well, this kind of reasoning is just ridiculous, because voucher owners are poor people who have been victims to the real cruel rental increases in this area, and the gentrification and displacement policies that are in effect and going on constantly right before our eyes. And they would be extremely grateful for somebody to rent to them, give them a place to lay their head and to call home, and they would act accordingly. In every group, there's always some bad actors. But here in San Jose, we have something called, what is it called? Just cause eviction.
Sir, I'm sorry. If you could wrap it up after this sentence.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So it's no harder to evict a bad acting voucher holder than it is any other tenant. And it's time to put the non-discrimination of rent, source of income, right up next to the now illegal discrimination against people that would be for their race or color or anything else. It's just as important. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome. Are you Ms. Brown or Ms. Rosas?
Good evening, everybody. My name is Alma.
Oh,
Alma Rosas.
Welcome.
I'm just hoping that all this ends soon, because it's really sad for a lot of people to be in the streets, homeless, not be able to afford our rents because they go 2, 3 times, 4 times more than what we get. And it's kind of, I know that it's not easy to just turn the page and say, okay, it's going to go this way and it's going to go down, it's going to be, but try to help us to survive better. I mean, there's people dying out there by getting hurt, living on the streets, and there's dead people here and there sometimes, and you don't want to see all that, and we have to see it because it's there because of being homeless. I have a niece that almost died because We're both homeless, and I have custody of her from baby. And she went her way, and I went my way. And next thing I know, I have a cop knocking at the door of the shelter I was staying to tell me that they had found her somewhere almost dead. They took her to the hospital, and she made it through, but now they have her like in a mental home because it went worse on her by being out there, and they're counseling her, and they got her on a lot of medications, and that costs because we're homeless, you know, walking the streets late at night, not know where to go, not know who to ask where you could stay, no money, not even a motel, because even the motels went almost like the houses, you know, so expensive. And so I just wish that this will stop and maybe start helping some of us to get better going, you know. I'm not too healthy myself, but I wish I could get help somehow. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And finally, Lynn Brown. Yeah, oh, I'm sorry, you just spoke. Thank you. Forgive me. I'm sorry, I had the cards mixed up. Okay. All right, Alex Shorey. Hi.
Hi, my name is Barbara Ruth.
Oh, thank you, Barbara. I'm
It
sorry.
was on the list, but I wasn't standing, so I think you didn't.
Oh,
see
I see.
me.
I missed
Yeah.
you. Thank you.
Yeah, so good afternoon, and I'm really glad that this has gotten this far. I know it took a lot of work, and I appreciate it. I have had a voucher. I'm currently housed in District 9, but I'm unable to use my voucher where I'm staying, and I have multiple disabilities, and where I am staying, first of all, I realize very lucky to have a place to stay. However, there's a big mold problem which is exacerbating many of my disabilities. I have been searching for 5 years and been unable to use my voucher. And I do have multiple access needs. That's one big reason why. But to eliminate most of my possibilities because of no Section 8, of course, makes the pool of what I could conceivably rent so much smaller. Yesterday, I spoke to a rental property representative who anticipated that this measure would pass. And he said they would then be having a credit minimum of $650. And also, as someone else said, requiring income to be 3 times the rent. I think no one on Section 8 could meet that. So I'm hoping that not only will this pass, but the spirit of this will prevent de facto discrimination against voucher holders. Thank you very much.
Thank you. After Mr. Shore, C.G. Tarikuro, Shine Reinhardt, Tim Gildersleeve, Cheryl, and Kimmy.
Good afternoon. I come to speak to you today to share my personal opinion on the Housing Payment Equality Ordinance. I'm so glad so many council members are talking about supporting this today. Thank you for that position. I do worry a little bit about giving a grace period of even 6 months, as Councilmember Jones suggested. I appreciate the desire to build that consensus and try to find a compromise position. I think back to what one of the public speakers, Robert Aguirre, said a few minutes ago, which is, if this is truly discrimination and the council feels as such, then perhaps it's not in our best interest to allow that discrimination to occur for multiple months as we implement this policy. As a body, you undoubtedly implement policy all the time that takes effect in a short period of time, and you ask your citizens and your business owners and operators to implement and obey that policy as soon as it is enacted, and you ask staff to do the public engagement and education necessary to make those folks in compliance. So I'm just worried that that 6 months is too long of a period, and I hope the council will consider going for much less time than that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Seiji Tadokoro
I probably won't be too popular with the other housing providers, but I really don't mind section equity income. There's no problem with that, and I don't even mind the penalty that's given to the housing providers that violate that. As long as these so-called Section 8 tenants are treated in the same manner as other applicants that we interview off the street. There's been talk before about you can't apply for 3 times the income, but the reason is I accepted Section 8 before, and when they left, they trashed the place, and it cost me a lot of money to fix it. I think if the city is going to become the co-owner, namely by giving vouchers to the Section 8 tenants, they should be responsible for fixing the trashed unit after the tenants leave for some reason. The thing that I really object is that as housing providers, we have to give 3 warnings on the same items before we can issue a just cause eviction. Yet, housing is allowing the tenant to sue the housing providers if something like this happens. I don't know what housing is trying to accomplish by causing the housing tenants, the housing providers, to spend more money. I think the Law Foundation must be salivating at this new product. I spend over $6,000 a year to housing for some benefit that I don't know what I'm receiving. But I think the tenants who are rejected the first recourse is to go to housing, so the housing will know that the particular provider is violating the ordinance and take it from there. I don't think housing should have warning and then allow the tenants to sue the housing providers for any violation. I think that's unfair and very discriminating. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Good afternoon. As a housing provider who has most of my tenants in Section 8 or other subsidies, I have no problem in principle with subsidized housing. My only problem is that there are very big differences between the different subsidizing agencies. The Santa Clara County Housing Authority refused a rent increase after we had renovated a place, and their justification was that they did so without visiting the property. They just compare the list of amenities on a spreadsheet with other properties and said that our rent increase, which was within the 5%, was not supported. And that we were, when we complained about it, they said, well, we were lucky we weren't getting a rent decrease. I think that kind of attitude is not the kind of partnership that you want to establish with housing providers. The reason why we might not want to deal with particular Section 8 or other subsidized housing agencies has more to do with the agency and its bureaucracy than it does the tenant. After all, the tenant and the agency, we're going to get paid. But the bureaucracy and how long it takes to get paid and what is covered, that is the real reason that I personally have problems with subsidized housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Tim.
Mayor Liccardo, Council. I'm Tim Gildersleeve, follower of Jesus Christ, running for Senate District 15. I want to speak in favor of this ordinance. We've heard the arguments. I think some of us here agree that housing is a human right. This is one of the many tools we've got to address the housing crisis. According to a recent article that I read, we're 3.5 million housing units in arrears in California. I've heard some of the arguments here against it. I no doubt there's probably some weaknesses in this ordinance, but again, it's a tool that we're using to address the crisis, along with rent control, affordable housing, all not perfect, but we're in a crisis, and this is a tool that we can use another tool we can use to address this crisis. And again, I'm in favor of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sharon?
Hi there. Yeah, my concern with the ordinance right now is that, from what I can tell, the housing recommendation, if a if a landlord violates the Section 8, say they put something in the advertisement or something, then, especially like a new landlord who might come into the area, then immediately the tenant or Law Foundation or somebody can sue that landlord. The city won't. They're going to give, multiple things. And I think there's a memo out by a few of the council members that addresses that and gives the landlord time to correct that. And I think that should be the case, because the thing is, the landlords have to pay for lawyers. The tenants don't, okay? They have free legal services. Currently, right now, there's an eviction that's just happened, or it's in progress, actually. The landlord has had to pay over $30,000 to do an eviction. That includes the eviction, the stay, the appeal, and the tenant was continually damaging the property. The tenant had continual habitual lease violations that weren't corrected. The tenant has free legal services. It's cost well over $30,000 for this eviction. And I don't want to see that somebody advertises or somebody calls the landlord and says, oh, the landlord says, we don't take Section 8, and that somebody is down there with free legal services and says, we're filing a lawsuit. Because it doesn't matter if the landlord wins or not. No matter what they cite, well, the ordinance said you should have a warning. It doesn't matter. The landlord already had to pay several $1,000s to defend themselves. So I think this idea of being able to cure that, if you've got an ad in the paper, that being able, the 30-day curing that's in one of the memos, if you've got an ad and somebody notifies you and says, blah, 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 take that out of there. There shouldn't be that you're originally going to get, that you're going to get it. You get my point. Anyway, and the Section 8, by the way, we've got somebody coming over this afternoon with one of our one-bedrooms, Section 8 applicant coming over. So that is not my issue. And I know several landlords that take Section 8. But I don't want more lawsuits I want some kind of protection for the landlords. Thank you.
Thank you. Kimmy?
Yeah, I just listened to a lot of people saying today, they think the racism or discrimination is the reason that why landlords are not accepting Section 8. And that is not true. And I would like everybody to have look into the root cause of that. We all like to help people. I have many landlord friends. They all have good hearts, and they are helping. We are all trying to help the homeless and helping people in need. And I accept Section 8 tenants, and my experience with the Housing Authority bureaucracy is horrible. I'm a very responsible tenant. I made my unit really nice for my tenant, and I accept Section 8 tenants, but they deny my rent increase. But they initially approved the first rent when they move in. So, and they also pay rent late, and they never pay late rent, they fee. And also, I just, it occurred to me Venezuela was one of the richest countries in South America. Right now, it's in a miserable state. And because the leader take on the socialist mindset, and we, calling other people racist discrimination will not solve a problem. We want to look at the root cause and really do the right thing. Otherwise, it would be just like housing department. They say they were going to help people, but look at San Jose now. It's a criminal paradise. Everybody suffer. Everybody have the experience of house breaking and window got breaking from the car and got robbed. And this is not what we like to see. And also the rent is hiking.
Thank you very much. Okay, returning to council. I know there are several memoranda that have been submitted. I want to thank all the members of the community who came out to speak on this issue, and thank staff for their hard work on this issue. I know that many are frustrated with the delays this took. I think just to remind everyone, I think we had to hit the pause button at one point because Santa Monica had the sort of the pioneering ordinance that was being challenged in court, and everybody was frozen essentially until we could figure out whether or not what we were doing was legal. That has been resolved now, and that's why Housing and City Attorney's Office resumed work on this. I wanted to ask a couple questions. You know, we had asked informally to staff, and want to make sure I fully understand the answers, because I know that in prior inquiries with staff, there was a suggestion that having a right to cure would be problematic. And we can certainly imagine circumstances where there's only one apartment, that apartment has been leased up to someone else. So if someone comes in with a claim that they've been discriminated against on basis of their voucher, then the landlord's in a position where they'd have to evict to cure. But you could also imagine a situation where a landlord might have another open apartment. That's a possibility. You could also imagine a situation where perhaps the violation was not the decision to let, but rather the advertising. Perhaps it's a new landlord who just came in the area, or a mom and pop landlord who didn't understand the rules and just said no Section 8 the first time. And a cure might be, hey, you got to go put up advertising that says all applicants are welcome, including Section 8, right? That could be a reasonable cure. So couldn't there be situations where a cure would in fact be viable?
Christopher Alexander, Deputy City Attorney's Office. With the right to cure, we don't really, at this point, have a defined way of deciding what is considered to be reasonable right to cure, or what would constitute a proper remedy to address the particular violation. I guess it's certainly possible that we could try and define it in a way that would address it, but there might be a myriad of situations where it might be difficult to consider what would be the appropriate remedy for the particular violation. And especially in the situation that you're referring to, which, you know, a situation where a tenant is denied, but the landlord has already rented out the unit, you know, what would be a viable solution to that situation, or what would constitute curing that, you know, violation of the ordinance? So
We already conceded that. I mean, the question is, when those situations where you could cure, why wouldn't you allow, if it's, you know, truly a small landlord just didn't understand, an opportunity for them to fix it? I'm just trying to understand why we wouldn't say, if you could fix it first.
You could add that to the ordinance, that's a condition before a lawsuit is filed.
Ed, do you want?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, Mayor, it is possible to put a cure provision. I mean, that happens all the time in contracts. That happens a lot in the statutory. I think what Chris is saying is, if you leave it up to the two parties to decide what is a cure,
right,
you may not get a solution to the problem. It may be a situation where you say, okay, you have 30 days to cure, but there's no way of knowing how the parties are going to be able to come to a resolution. And that you could leave it open, and they could cure it on their own. What I think Chris was saying is, if you put a cure that definitely states, in order to cure a violation of blank,
right,
this is what would happen, then you know that it's been resolved. So yes, just the principle of having a cure period before filing is a possibility. It's just a question of what will occur and how you would determine that the cure has occurred.
Would there be a difficulty, since the housing department presumably would be the administrative agency, saying the housing department either comes up with a cure or decides there's no cure, right? But at least gives an opportunity for a housing department to say, you can fix it and this is how you got to do it.
Right. So the question would be, during that cure period, housing would determine whether or not the cure has occurred. And then if one of the parties says no, housing did not cure it, then what you do is go ahead and let them file an action?
Presumably. I mean, obviously it's up to the court ultimately to decide, right, whether or not this is a viable claim. It just seems to me that if we had an administrative process that would fix the problem first, that would seem to be a better solution than everybody going off to court.
It seems that it would be possible, as I mentioned. It's sort of a cooling off period before you actually go file an action. It's just a question of how you would write the cure provision. Because forcing somebody to go to the housing department and come up with a resolution may It could work, but someone would say, I don't trust the housing department, so I don't even want to do that. But you could require it as part before they do it, so they would go, they don't like it, they'd still file. So it's basically a 30-day period before you file with the possibility of no resolution, because there is no way of determining exactly how you're going to resolve that without definitely saying in there, as
Right.
Chris was saying, this is what the cure would look like.
But if the housing department said, okay, look, here's your cure, you gotta go put an ad up, spend all the money you just spent on advertising, and that ad has to say, all Section 8, welcome, right? And the housing department's determined that's an adequate cure. Then a court could look at a claim and say, well, you guys are coming to court, but you haven't exhausted your administrative remedy here. You should allow this cure that the housing department came up with and go fix it, right?
Correct. You could require that they follow an administrative process before that they file.
Right.
You could do that. You should also be aware that the legislature is currently looking at including Section 8 into their FIHA regulations, would preempt the city's ability to do any of that, and whatever
Right.
remedies the state would give, that would fall. But you could put in there a requirement that they follow a process before they can file.
Okay.
We would have to have a structure for an administrative process that we would, and have to have the appropriate funding to be able to implement that sort of program. So we'd have to explore that as a possibility as well.
We were thinking it could be something like that we have with the ARO already. So we already have a process by which people could file.
Right.
I think the only issue is how we would fund that process.
Right, so basically, you'd have a housing department official would be essentially the administrative officer, right? And they have to make a decision, and they may decide there's no cure, go off to court. Hopefully, that would not be the work of many hours, but rather there'd be a file, folks would submit a couple pages, and hopefully it could get resolved, I assume, right?
Right. No, I mean, I think the biggest challenge, it's not the advertising, right? So that one is pretty straightforward.
Right.
And certainly, we had always assumed, I had always been thinking it would be something the housing department would catch. We would be able to then issue the warning. We had not contemplated that a private individual would see the ad and then try to sue based on the ad.
Right.
I think the bigger challenge is if somebody's trying to file based on the fact that they went through an application and then they were denied the housing. And that would require some sort of investigative work, right? So we would have to understand what was the steps that the landlord took, how did they make that decision? And so that one is much more complicated. It is not something, I think it is something the department could do. We would need to have staff to do that.
Right.
And I do think it would be rare that particular action would occur.
Okay, and look, I understand that everybody's trying to figure out how to implement this in a way that's sensible. It's not going to tax an already overtaxed housing department. Yeah, I would just submit, if we end up going that way for some reason, that it seems to me there's some point at which a housing department official could say, look, this is going to require a lot of investigation. There's clearly a dispute of fact. Go off to court and figure it out, right? It's not going to be up to us. But if we've got a simple cure that we can tell you what to implement, then that is, that would be our decision. And if it's not a simple cure, then go off to court and fight it out.
Right, but you can't make it arbitrary. You can't have a decision maker saying, I don't think I can handle your case, you better go to court. And another case saying, well, before you go to court, I'm going to handle it. So you do have to have some standards.
Sure, of course. Yeah, and we expect there would be a set of criteria. The other question I had, I know obviously we're dealing with another agency that is really important in all this, and that's Housing Authority. And that Housing Authority has to deal with a federal program that they did not create. And in the words of Nathan on our team, that any federal program is by nature clunky and difficult to implement. And we know there are challenges with delays. We've heard it clearly from landlords over and over about delays. And I know, and I'm looking here at Catherine Harris, thank you for all you're trying to do to try to address that. I know there are genuine efforts to streamline. If you had just a moment, I guess I've certainly seen the exhibit that's attached to the report that describes all the things you're trying to do. I get it. Those are all important. The one thing we don't have really is just some sort of straightforward metrics to be able to say to the landlords, this is only going to take an average of 45 days, or it's only going to take X, right? Or even if we could say X percentage of applications will get satisfied in this time period. And if you have just a moment, it would just be super helpful if we could get to the point where we're able to know what that delay is and that we're able to honestly communicate that with landlords, because I know our job is partly to enforce this thing. And if at some point this thing did become an amazingly long delay, like 5 months, we'd probably want to reconsider and say, well, is this something we do to all landlords or just big landlords that can absorb a 5-month delay, right? And so it would just be helpful to have those metrics in some way. And I guess the question is, how far off are we from being able to understand what the delays are and getting the rent checks and getting the inspections?
Good afternoon. I am Catherine Harris. I'm the Executive Director of the Housing Authority. The difficulty with metrics and with defined time performance measures is that this is really a three-way dance. It's an issue of the tenant having the correct, meeting the landlord's criteria, the landlord having the unit available for inspection, having it meet inspection, having the separate paperwork of our contract that we have with the landlord align with the lease. We do have to determine that the rent is reasonable, and there is back and forth sometimes with the landlord on that issue. If the rent burden of the tenant is going to be more than 40% of their income because the rent is above our payment standard, our staff will try to talk to the landlord and say, hey, would you consider, a lower rent so that they can rent this unit? So while we do have internal metrics that we have our staff aspire to meet, the challenge is that not everything is in control of the Housing Authority, in short. So right now, on average, from the time the forms come in our office until the contract with the landlord is completed and in the queue to be paid, is taking our average right now is about 27 days. And that's obviously probably much longer than it would take if it were somebody who's not on Section 8 and all you're doing is negotiating a lease agreement. There's no question that there's added bureaucracy there. We also have some that are very quick, some that can happen very quickly, and that's going to be landlords who are familiar with our program, have worked all this stuff out. We're also in the process of trying to implement e-signature, and that can also help things get quicker. So it's all of these things together, and that's why it's so difficult to pin down a metric and say, yes, we can meet that, because it is a dance, so to speak.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And you'd probably need a chess clock of some kind, essentially, to be able to keep track where the delay is. So thank you for your efforts. It's helpful to know that number, even 27 days. And I'm hopeful in the reporting that is suggested in the memo, if that's approved, that that would be something we could just incorporate. So that way everyone's really clear and everyone's got their eyes open in terms of how we're able to implement the program. I absolutely believe in moving forward with the staff recommendation because we've got a crisis. We've got nearly 1,000 folks with vouchers, and what I think 1,700 vouchers haven't been distributed because we know the folks who do have vouchers can't even get apartments. So if you think about 2,700 vouchers out there and what we could do to address the homelessness crisis in our city alone, that's nearly half our homeless population. If you consider that there would be multiple people for some of those vouchers, that's more than half our homeless population. That would be extraordinary if we could actually get all those folks housed. Now, we know we don't have the housing stock for that many folks. That's a supply problem. But it is obvious to me that we could do far better. And we've got money sitting on the table, and people are still enduring the misery of homelessness. So that's why I'm supporting the staff recommendation. I do think, though, we collectively, all of us, have to do everything we can to reduce the burden, particularly on small landlords, because the delay is obviously a real issue. And secondly, we should do everything we can to ensure that there are not frivolous lawsuits. And I know, Jackie, I believe you when you say you never had any intention that folks would, simply sue because they saw an ad placed somewhere. But there may be folks who sue.
Right, and so as I'm sitting here thinking about it, I mean, the private action right now applies to everything in the ordinance. We could limit the private action and not have it apply to the advertisement, have that all come through our administrative process. So people would always get a warning, and then we could cite after that. So, I mean, that's one simple solution as I'm sitting here thinking about it.
Sure.
That kind of limits where people can actually take a private action.
Okay, I appreciate the creative thinking, or even have a right to cure for that particular type of violation. Yeah, I would be very open to those kinds of solutions. I think we all want to get to the goal, which is ensuring more folks get housing with these vouchers, and we know that too many are being excluded. But I'd really like to see how we can get to that goal of alleviating undue burden while we're doing that. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you to all of the community members who came and spoke on all sides of this issue. I truly support the voucher program. It's a valuable tool to be able to access housing on a very low and affordable income. And I don't own any rental property in the city of San Jose, but I've always wondered why landlords go out and say no Section 8 housing, because in the world of the mortgage broker or real estate, it's very important not to discriminate against anything. I could lose my real estate license. It's a violation of fair housing. It's a violation of ECOA, the equal access to housing. I can't think of what ECOA has, but it's equal credit. So all of those, which means I cannot, as a professional, and if I owned real estate investments in the city of San Jose or actually in California, I could not discriminate against sexual preference. I could not discriminate against income. I could not discriminate against marital status. There are many, many different things that I could not discriminate against. So I am not opposed to saying you cannot discriminate against a Section 8 voucher person. What concerns me about the ordinance that is sent to me or sent to us, and the reason that I and three of my fellow colleagues authored a memo, is because some of the provisions in the ordinance concern me. And I want to ask some questions about the logistics. It's not the voucher itself, it's the logistics of getting the voucher and getting the property qualified. So Catherine, you're with the Housing Authority, so
I am.
Good, my questions are for you. I was going to go to Jackie, but I can ask you because you're the
Sure.
person who will know. So when you say it takes 27 days, does that, walk me through that process? I'm a landlord. My property has not been approved by you for Section 8.
Right.
So what do you have to do with me to get my property approved?
So there's a little handy-dandy backup slide. So there is the process, generally speaking, the voucher holder has what we call a shopping voucher, and it's a form that gets filled out that gives the basics of the property and where it is. They bring that to the Housing Authority. They've already been determined to be eligible to have a voucher. They bring that to the Housing Authority, and the next step is for us to not only inspect the home for housing quality standards, and this is basically HUD standard is for decent, safe, sanitary dwelling, and also to determine that the rent is reasonable. And this is something that we're obligated to determine. So we have a database of similar rentals in the area. It's obviously more challenging if your rental is in an area where there's not a lot of comparables, say you're in Gilroy. It's easier if you're in an apartment complex, even where there's other Section 8 rentals in the building, right? So we'll get that out of the way. So the inspection can occur fairly quickly, but the unit has to be vacant. So this is an opportunity for delay. If the landlord doesn't realize that the unit needs to be vacant and they allow the tenant to move in, that's going to be a delay. Once the rent is determined to be reasonable, or we've talked to the landlord and we've determined what the reasonable rent will be, that's the whole payment standard negotiation thing. we would enter into the second step, which is the housing assistance payment contract. This is a separate agreement that the housing authority has with the landlord that has our rules, identifies what the rent is, and the basic substance of that agreement has to align with the lease terms. So if the lease says landlord's rent includes garbage, our housing assistance payment contract would have to say the same thing. The start and stop dates have to be the same. This is another opportunity for delay. So one of the things we've tried to do is waive the HUD form on this and bring in a new form that we consider to be more streamlined and more landlord-friendly, and we hope a little bit more intuitive. Once the housing assistance payment contract is fully executed, it then goes into the queue for us to begin to pay rent and any incentives that go along with what they, with that might be earned. We basically cut checks twice a month. If you sign up for direct deposit, you are going to be paid well on time, and there's not going to be any issues. If you're someone who insists on having a check, and we have landlords who insist on having a check, when we run into the end of our month where there might be a holiday, and the manual process of cutting the check can slow things down. But that's usually at initial lease up. Once you're in the queue, your rental payment should be on time.
Okay, so I appreciate that, thank you. Getting back to the condition of the property.
Yes.
And the HUD requirement and any inspections you need to do. What sorts of things are, so my property hasn't been approved, it has to be approved by you. How long does it take to get an inspection, and then an inspection completed, and then a response regarding the inspection of the things that need to be done to cure it, to make it acceptable for a Section 8 voucher?
That can happen fairly quickly. We can schedule the inspection within 24 hours or the next business day. We contract out for inspections, so while we're closed every other Friday, our inspectors work Monday through Friday. It's a company by the name of Nan McKay. They're inspecting for things like, are the utilities working? Are there bars on the windows? That would not be allowed. Is there, obvious vermin or infestation problems? So we're really looking, this is not a building code assessment by any stretch of the imagination. This is really that the condition of the apartment is livable and everything in it works. And there's no unsafe conditions. Your carbon monoxide, your smoke detectors are all installed and operating.
So then once the property is improved, then it moves into the
yes,
rest
and
of the,
once
okay.
we've determined the rent, the property, and then the third thing, and this is only really a factor if the tenant wants to rent the apartment and the rent is above our payment standard, there's that 40% test. So we don't want our voucher holders to be rent burdened. So if the rent that they're having to pay is more than 40% of their income, we would deny it. And usually we can see that earlier on in the process, and that would be part of our rent negotiation.
Right. So during the time of the inspection, the property has to be vacant.
Correct.
So that's
so you have to wait.
Problematic then. That's part of the, because I mean, what I'm thinking is, okay, if I'm going to be proactive as a landlord, I'm going to reach out to you ahead of time, and I'm going to get my property approved ahead of time, so that when I do accept a Section 8 voucher, or when I see one come through, I'm already approved, I'm good to go. But in order to do that, I have to have my unit vacant, and if I'm a mom and pop property owner, I may just own one. This may be it.
Well,
or it may be a room in my house that I really need that income to help make my mortgage payment, or it's my ADU or something else. So there's no way, why can you not inspect when someone else is in the property?
It's our regulations. We have to make sure that the apartment that's going to be rented, and we're looking at it when it's in the condition to be rented. I think this situation is probably a little unusual because we're in such a hot rental market that someone might actually go into a unit that's occupied or not yet been fixed up and say, yeah, I'll rent it. But the normal course of things is that a landlord would have notice from their tenant that they're going to move. They would do some kind of work on the apartment before they would rent it again, and that's when we would do the inspection.
Okay.
So I think it's our hot rental market makes this a little bit more of a hang-up than it would probably be in a more conventional rental market.
Well,
And I
of
just
course,
wanted to clarify that the ordinance doesn't apply to an owner-occupied single-family home. So if you're just renting
right,
a room.
you did say that. I knew that. I'm
right,
sorry.
I just wanted to make sure that
Yeah,
you understood
thank you.
that.
You did say, I know that's in there, Jackie. Thank you. I pulled out the wrong reference. Regarding the security deposit, tenant is many times required to pay first and last month's rent and a security deposit. What is the voucher percentage of that, or do you participate in that?
We don't have anything to do with that. And it can be a barrier for voucher holders if they don't have the security deposit.
Okay,
But
so
it's
you're
not something.
just involved with the rent itself?
Correct.
Okay, so when a landlord says, I'm accepting a Section 8 voucher, that doesn't mean necessarily, they still have to prove other things, like a landlord could have credit requirements, probably does have credit requirements, probably does have not necessarily income requirements, but, well, they want to know they can make their payments, and they want to know they can make the Section 8 payment.
Right, so
Okay.
those security deposit requirements are placed by the landlord, and they vary in San Jose.
Right.
They can be as low as $500 a month. They can be as high as first and last month's rent.
Right. Depends on the unit and, yeah,
It
exactly.
really depends on the landlord.
Right, exactly. Okay, I'm going to, you know, what I'm going to do at this point, I have a few more questions, but I'm going to move the memo that I co-authored with Councilmember Camus, Davis, and Dieppe. Items, I was going to move items 2, 3, and 4. And I would like to move the Vice Mayor's memo as to both of his items, because that really incorporates what I wanted to accomplish. It changes our initial memo from a 12-month process to a 6-month process. And the reason I think that initially came in with the 12-month process and thought that was important is because it really is about educating our landlords. I do agree that education can occur within 6 months, and we can notify our landlords, and our landlords can figure out how they're going to incorporate this in the management of their properties. It is important to be able to offer Section 8 housing vouchers. I don't think it is going to increase a rush of available units because they're just not out there. But it does open some doors for folks, so how big of a problem it will solve, I'm not so sure. I think it will solve some problems, but it's not the thing that will solve our housing crisis at the moment. It is just, as someone else said, it's a tool, another tool in our toolbox, and that is absolutely true. So let me make sure before I relinquish and encourage my council colleagues to support my memo. Well, it's really half of us have now authored these 2 memos. So normally, the application process would continue. Everything else is the same for the landlord. Yes, sir.
Before you go on to questions, let me just make sure I'm clear about the motion, which I believe was seconded by Councilmember Davis. Is that right? These are paragraphs 2, 3, and 4 from your collective memorandum, plus the Vice Mayor's memorandum regarding the 6 months.
That's correct.
Okay, and that's what's on the floor. All right,
That's
thank
correct.
you. Sorry to interrupt.
That's okay. I was getting a little confused and muddled there anyway, so it gave me a time to take a pause. So, Mayor, you raised an important issue with regards to the right to cure, and I think that's really important for us to consider. The right to cure and the ability to cure for a landlord is important. It is problematic if you have a landlord with one property and the cure, they've denied a Section 8 voucher either because they advertised when they knew they weren't supposed to, and that's an easy violation. But by that time, they've already rented the other unit out. So what do? You can't necessarily kick the person out who's occupying the property. They may have a lease, and there's a lawsuit now between the landlord and the current tenant. So I think having a 30-day period and an ability to negotiate or work through that process of the right to cure is really important, because every situation is different, and it may be difficult in the ordinance to really lay out to consider every possible option that might occur in a violation of the section housing, the ordinance that we're proposing. So with that, I will rest and look forward to the rest of the discussion.
All right, Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Catherine, I want to thank you for all the program improvements that you've been doing with the Housing Authority for Section 8 to make it easier for landlords. I have one question, kind of a riff off of one of the questions that Councilmember Foley had for you. If the unit is empty, we have new ADUs being built all the time. If the unit is empty, could the Housing Authority inspect it before before it goes through this process?
I'm not sure what your question is, but I will say that when we...
So could number 4 go before number 1 if it was an empty unit?
Well, so I don't know why would I know the property is available and going to be rented? I mean, I guess the process is the Section 8 voucher holder is bringing this to us and saying, I want to rent this property. So in theory, if you're asking if we would go out and inspect all of the rental homes.
No, what I'm asking is if a landlord wants to be proactive and says, I know that I'm going to be considering Section 8 renters, and I just want this process to go as smoothly as possible. While I'm advertising for people to do their applications, I could have the home inspected so that it's verified and go through this process simultaneously.
We do that frankly, for our project-based voucher program, where we know that they have to rent to a Section 8, and we don't do it for housing choice and our housing choice voucher program because we don't know that you're renting to Section 8. One of the interesting things about our funding is we don't actually get paid from HUD to do our work until the unit is leased. And so what we do is we wait until a tenant comes in and wants to rent the apartment. I think there would also be it would have to be a fresh inspection.
Mm-hmm.
That would be I mean, it's certainly something that we could explore, but I'm sure there's going to be a time factor, and that would be something we'd have to look at and research. It would definitely be a moving to work activity.
Okay.
Which would require HUD approval.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to think about the ADUs that come online and people wanting to be proactive. We heard from some landlords here that they've been part of the process before. If they got a new unit or purchased a new property, they may want to just be kind of, be certified before they even, as they're starting to advertise for that property to get applicants.
And it would certainly make sense, because I know one of the things also being considered for the ADU program is to have property owners actually commit to renting to commit to a regulated rent. So it would be more like our project-based voucher properties, and it would make more sense in that particular scenario.
Okay, great, thank you. I think you've heard it here from the council members from the various memos. We all want the voucher holders to obtain housing, and nobody wants discrimination. I think what we need to do to accomplish those goals is to level the playing field, and we need to level that playing field for both the renters and the landlords, and that's what we were trying to accomplish with the memo and the motion that Councilmember Foley made. As I've heard from landlords, and we heard it tonight too, a lot of times, and most of the times, in fact, this was all I heard until tonight, the issue with Section 8 is not with the voucher holders themselves. You'll have people who don't have a voucher who trash an apartment. You have people who do have a voucher who trash an apartment. People are people. It happens. But so it's not with the voucher holders, but it's with the delays that are in the program that cost them money. And I think, Catherine, you and I have talked about this in the past, and I really appreciate you continuing to think about how can we reduce these delays as much as possible. So of course I'm seconded the motion, but the one thing there are a couple of things I want to point out. One, the reason that we came up with this is not because we don't want voucher holders to be able to rent as soon as possible. The reason that we came up with this is because we don't want to exacerbate the supply problem. We have 3.4 million units of housing in the state of California that don't exist, that should exist, that just were not built in the last 30 or 40 years. We don't want landlords to say, we're not going to rent. We never want it to be more lucrative to keep property empty than for people to just rent those homes. There's a fourplex by my house that burned over 5 years ago that is only now being fixed up to get rented. 4 units of housing that were taken off the market over 5 years ago. It's tragic. We want people to get that stuff done and rent those properties out. So that was the reason to try to do what we did in our memo. And I also want to point out, when we were talking about 6 months or a year, what came up in my mind is actually what we heard today, the business tax amnesty. We're 3 years past when we actually enacted that piece of legislation, that new measure, and we're still talking about business tax amnesty because not everybody knows that they owe business taxes in the city of San Jose because they didn't used to. So education takes a long time to get through, and you can't just send out one notice and say, we educated them. I can tell you from my own residents, when there's a development project, they've heard about it on my website, they've heard about it on my social media, they've heard about it in my newsletter, they've gotten a mailer, and that's four touches, potentially. And they still say, I didn't know about it. So you have to reach them multiple times for it to really stick. So that's why we have the kind of compromise solution that we have. The only other point I want to make or suggestion is we talked about ADUs earlier. Can there be a pamphlet available from housing at the permitting process time for renting out your ADU so that when they come in to get their permits for an ADU, there's something that they get at permitting that's a pamphlet for here's how you can be a new landlord. Can we do that?
Yes.
Great. I think that would be very helpful because I have a couple of residents who have been building an ADU, and they're not renters. They're just homeowners that want to help, and they want to do something to help with the supply problem. And I think we have passed a lot of things just in the last couple of years. So even if their parents were landlords or property owners years ago, and they went to someone they know, they won't necessarily get the most up-to-date information. So we want to make sure we're getting them at the permitting process, and then it kind of also puts them on notice, like, hey, there's a lot of things that you need to learn, and maybe there are some resources that we can provide to them, link them up with the apartment association or something like that, so that they can be fully knowledgeable by the time their unit is built. Thank you.
Okay. Just had I'm not sure it's even worth asking a question. Maybe I'll just offer an assessment. I'm not inclined to support the motion on the floor. I'll explain why. First, I think the right to cure needs to be narrowed, and I would support something that was more narrow, even anything that, for example, gave the Director of Housing the discretion with obviously the ability to write a clear set of guidance for determining when there would be a right to cure and when there wouldn't be. I think this is a relatively new issue that's been raised, this right to cure. At least it's new. In my experience, it was just raised to me last week. And I think this is something that takes a considerable amount of time to figure out whether we'd want to offer a right to cure in many circumstances, whether it would simply be futile in others. And I suspect that the housing department could probably figure out those circumstances and decide when a right to cure would be appropriate or not. And so I would want to see significant narrowing of that, because I don't want to simply create a right to cure that simply cannot be effectuated, which seems to be the case in several circumstances. Secondly, with regard to paragraph 3, I'm not certain I understand the effect of that paragraph. I'm not sure I understand the point of distinguishing between acceptance of an application and accepting a renter. Seems to me the most urgent thing is to get the renter into housing. And this ordinance is already quite clear that it does not create an obligation to accept somebody with Section 8. It simply says you can't discriminate. And so there may be some other basis, for example, credit history, which, by the way, I am sympathetic to the view of Mr. Aguirre that many of these may be proxies for simply being poor. But there are other bases to decline. And so I'm not sure why paragraph 3 would be necessary, given that fact, and I'm concerned about weakening the effect of this. I would want staff to come back with some of the metrics and status updates that are reflected in the memorandum that I signed off with my fellow colleagues. With regard to paragraph 4, it seems to imply that somehow or another these are incentive programs that have not been created, but I know that the Housing Authority has already created and has been implementing these incentives. So I'm not sure I understand what that's getting at, since those incentive programs are already in place. So at this point, I'm not comfortable with the motion. I expect we're going to have a lot of discussion, but I just want to at least put out my position. Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you. So first off, let me start off by saying I support the staff recommendation. I think it's needed, and we have a responsibility to do anything we can to help. However, I have some questions, and some of them arise from the All the Way Home campaign, and thank you to the Housing Authority and to the Housing Department and all the partners for showing a willingness to be innovative in Santa Clara County, where we have such a low availability for housing. But I had some questions because there is, enforcement built in this, and it just kind of makes me wonder. So first off is the incentives. I had a question about when the landlords would get their money. One of the things that we learned in the All the Way Home campaign is many of the mom and pop landlords who are the majority of the landlords who rent to folks with vouchers, used the incentives as runway until they got their first check. And then the Housing Authority, paid it like clockwork after that. But when would they get that incentive? At what point in the process would that happen?
Generally, in the All the Way Home campaign, the incentives were paid by other parties.
Mhm.
And right now, we're funding the incentives based on when there's an actual lease payment. So we pay it with the first rent check.
Okay. Is there a willingness to change it for that reason? Because let me back up and say this. I think we need to end the discrimination. I do support the staff recommendation, but there was a lot of work in talking with landlords to come up with a process that just worked financially for them. Many of them have mortgage payments and other costs that they had to consider, and so I would like to see how we can make it easier for them, because one of the things I'm thinking of is how we as a city can frankly, just provide funding to the Housing Authority to give you more resources to move this faster, right? I mean, that's something that we should seriously consider as a city. So if that's something that we can do to slow, or get rid of a backlog to streamline a process, one of the things that's in the staff memo is in how we can provide more system improvements as a partner. And so this is an opportunity for us as a city to provide system improvements to the organization that is actually responsible for moving these through.
Catherine, as you're thinking about your response,
Yeah.
let me just
Well,
make a
so
quick,
first
no,
of
no, no,
all,
just, let me
yeah,
just make
yeah.
a quick announcement. We're going to take a 5:30 break for dinner. I know a lot of folks are waiting on various other items, and so I want to be fair to them so they can go back to work or their lives. And we'll be resuming at 6 o'clock. So my apologies to everyone, but this is obviously a substantive conversation.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I believe the way we're paying the incentives is through a HUD-approved moving to work activity. And I would have to investigate whether we can pay it any earlier. One of the things that worked so well in the All the Way Home campaign, as you pointed out, is that we had a lot of flexible funding coming from other partners, and then they can set the rules. So we would have to investigate whether HUD would approve paying federal funds out earlier, because, at some point, I think HUD's interest, just to have my little HUD hat on, is to make sure that you're paying the incentive to a landlord who's actually going to rent to a Section 8 tenant.
Exactly.
So there's too early to the point where the deal falls out because we've determined that, it's not reasonable rent and the landlord doesn't want to accept our reasonable rent, or there's something that pops up in the home inspection and as it turns out it doesn't meet HQS. Those could all be issues.
Okay. And again, that's something that the city could choose to do, to fund a partner, again, to speed up that process so that we're not creating a financial hardship for mom and pop landlords. Because ultimately, ultimately we need landlords to rent to folks, right?
Correct.
And so they're customers too. So I had another question about the lease-up process. And again, I'm asking from the perspective of how we can provide system improvements as a partner. How long does it take the landlord to get their first check?
So once the housing assistance payment contract is executed, it goes in the queue to be paid. We cut checks twice a month, so it could be as long as 2 weeks. And it could be shorter depending on where you are in the queue.
So that's after lease up, right? So that's in addition to the 27 days, correct?
Yes.
Right. So again, that's 6 weeks. So I think, again, I'm going to reiterate the point where we can really help by providing an incentive to the landlord as early in that process as possible.
Right, but I did want to clarify, when does the actual execution of the lease start? So would it be starting during that 27 days, or you actually don't sign a lease until
It's at the 27
The lease and the housing assistance payment contract should be identical documents. So the start date of the lease and the start date of the housing assistance payment contract should be the same. So they could theoretically be in the unit, possession has started, and they're getting paid 2 weeks later. But the landlord theoretically would have a security deposit, and they would have an eligible applicant, and they know we're good for it.
Yeah, housing authority is it's a reliable rent for sure, but again, from the landlord perspective, that's 4 weeks of an empty apartment plus another 2 weeks before getting paid.
Right, but they do also offer under this new program an incentive that could be covering at least that 30-day, that 27-day period. Although it may not come during that first month, it is paid if they're a new landlord as part of the incentive program.
And also continuing to people who re-rent to Section 8. It's two different incentives, so.
Yeah, and again, that's why I'm reiterating that point. I've spent a lot of time on the phone with landlords and out in person, and the nonprofit partners typically can pay within 72 hours, right? So I'm just saying it's a tiny thing, but it can actually help with landlords. I had another question, again, from the perspective of how we can provide system improvements. was around rent reasonableness. You mentioned something earlier that kind of triggered something, which was if a landlord rented a unit within a building, a year later they're renting another unit in their same building, they are not guaranteed the same rent that they were getting for the other unit, correct?
Well, they might not want the same rent. They may want a higher rent because they're locked into a lease on the other one and
Right.
the market's gone up.
Right.
So we look at property or rents within a certain time period as well as distance, but it is much easier when there's an apartment building with another Section 8 unit in it.
Yeah, and again, I'm just bringing up the experience that there have been landlords who, when renting the second apartment, were getting less rent than they were getting from the first apartment. And so again, I think, in my opinion, as a city, that we should be providing the housing authority the financial resources to be able to streamline this process as much as possible.
We just did have an activity approved that if someone asks for a rent increase and we find out that the rent actually went down, that we don't have to lower their rent, because that's the HUD regulation.
Oh my
So we
gosh.
just got rid of that one.
That's great. And I had one question for the maker of the motion. So on the 6th month, the item that has returned to council, or item number 4, which was returned to council within 6 months, am I looking at the right one? Is there a way that the maker of the motion could include items 2A through 2D on the mayor's memo, which is basically to report back within 6 months on things like the number of unique landlords, the amount of incentives, the status of the housing authority's work plan, and the city's enforcement process and results?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Camus.
Thank you. I appreciate that the fact that we're getting an update that you are making an effort to reach out to owners of rental property, and you had 92 successes, and I'm hoping that you have a lot more. By doing this outreach and explaining to owners, just how the system works, because I know I've talked to a lot of owners that really don't understand it, and quite frankly, a lot of people don't want to get into businesses that they don't understand. And to talk about understanding, I always talk about economics here on the city dais, and a lot of times I think that I feel like a lot of people on the dais don't necessarily have an understanding from the point of view of the business. And I know that at least I reached one person today, and I'm hoping that I can reach him again, because I think all our goals are the same. We want people to be housed. We just have different ideas on how to get there. The fact of the matter is, regulation and raising fees has never, ever worked to increase the number of housing. In fact, adding taxes, fees, and regulation is economics 101. That's the way you reduce the amount of things that, if you want to reduce something, you tax it, you put on fees, you put on new regulations. All you have to do is look at the cigarette industry. If you want to increase it, you reduce the taxes, fees, and regulations. We went through that exercise when we were talking about ADUs a few months ago. What did we do? We all agreed on ADUs, right? Everybody wants to build ADUs. So what did we do? We reduced the regulations, we reduced the fees, and we were thinking of new ways to actually incentivize ADUs. And I agreed with all of you at the time, but the same economic principles work here. In the last 5 years that I've been in office, we have regulated the heck out of the rental apartment market. We have put AROs. We've eliminated, affordable rent ordinances. Brought down how much somebody can charge on rent-controlled units. We eliminated RUBS. We added just cause. It seems like every quarter we come up with new ways to punish people who want to invest in properties, And we never look at the actual cause. All of these things, I believe, have had a negative effect on people who want to invest in property here. I think I read an article recently from the Spotlight where they cited a California study that said that besides the cost of construction, the second cause why people don't want to invest anymore in California's housing is because of all the new laws that are coming down that are regulated the rental market. And there's been lots of studies about this. You don't have to read the Spotlight. You can look at many other studies that'll tell you the same thing, economic studies. So I know that we all feel that we have to do something and we have to do this urgently. And I know that discrimination is horrible, but I co-signed something that I thought would be a bridge from where my position is, which is do nothing and just build houses, okay, let's put on some regulations that I think would be amenable to people who own properties. But the two things that I want you to focus on here when you're making this decision to support this memo are the two major points that we try to make. This regulation, as it stands, could open up lawsuits for anybody. Nobody has to go through the housing department to file a complaint. Jackie just said so. They can go directly and file a complaint to the courts without ever going through the housing department or even getting a warning. Once we put this regulation in place, it could open up Pandora's box. Anybody who has been turned down and has a Section 8 voucher can go straight to legal matters without going through the housing department. And that's what we try to do by this cooling off period, this 30-day period. We try to throw in a way to mitigate or arbitrate this issue before it goes to the court system. There's a lot of people who make a lot of money off taking people to court, and they don't have to be in the right. All you have to do is file the lawsuit, and sometimes it's easier just to pay that rather than to fight for your rights. Look at all the people working on ADUs, the ADA ramps. ADA ramps it started out as a great idea. We want to help people who are disabled get up ramps. But now lawyers are all over the place abusing the system, taking people to court because there's an inch difference or something minor. And rather than fighting them, it's easier to pay them. And that's what's going to happen here. And when owners are forced to fight, their costs are going to go up, and guess who has to pay the costs? In the end, it will be the renters. It will not be the owners. I keep telling everybody this. Anytime we increase the fees, anytime we increase regulations, the owners of properties don't necessarily pay for this. It's the renters that do. And it's us, because those people who are not wanting to invest anymore won't invest in projects. The number two reason why we put this memo together is because it is so broad and expansive. It can catch a person who just built an ADU to the person who owns a 1,000-unit complex and everything in between. Somebody who rents a house, an individual house, who is not paying attention to this meeting can get caught up in this and get sued within 30 days of this passing and have no recourse. So we wanted a full time to educate these people who are now subject to a new law that, quite frankly, I think is unnecessary and unfair. But I'm willing to go along with it at this point because I think I'm hoping to bridge the divide here. And so if nothing else, we have to learn this economic lesson that we are not going to solve the housing problem with what action we're taking today. In fact, I'm hoping it doesn't exacerbate the problem, because that's what I think. Every time we pass a new regulation, it exacerbates the problem. It doesn't help the problem, because every time an investor comes in and says, oh, wow, they could change the law any Tuesday, and then my investment can go up in smoke. If you look at the statewide things that are happening, a lot of builders are doing the same thing. They're holding off on building, even though they have approved projects, because they don't know what the state legislature is going to do on rent control. And that is the thing that I'm hoping that we start focusing on. We can't squeeze blood out of a turnip. If we don't have more units, we're never going to have housing for people to use Section 8. And unless we start building, we're never going to solve the problem, and this discourages builders. That's my biggest concern with this, because I, like all of you, want to solve this housing problem. I want to get people housed, but I think this is the wrong way to go.
All right, then. Councilmember Arenas.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I'm not supporting the motion on the floor at the moment. I think we've been waiting since in the staff memo, you outline the time frame that we've been waiting for an ordinance like this, including some of that delay from the Santa Monica, that being challenged in the court. And so it's been a while since we've had this discussion. It's been 4 years. I think throughout that time, I think both sides have been discussing this. And I think it's time for us to really put our foot down and decide whether this is going to make it through or not. I'm actually really honored to be part of a memo that I think will make a difference in halting discrimination against people who hold Section 8 vouchers. And I'm going to put in a substitute motion and move the memo that I have with the mayor and vice mayor and Councilmember Carrasco. I have a couple of questions. Well, actually, before I ask my questions, I just want to say I believe in this ordinance, and I think this is an opportunity for Section 8 voucher holders to be right in front of a landlord and have that person-to-person interaction. And I think that's where we're going to make a difference, and hopefully we'll see an increase in those vouchers. And I appreciate the work that, Rachel, you've been doing in this area, as well as everybody who's sitting here, including Catherine. You're not part of staff, but you're carrying on with the work as in our county. Jackie, of course. And so when we sat down, we talked about this personal aspect of bringing people in front of you, because you're not accepting a Section 8 voucher. You're accepting a person to live in the home that you own or the unit that you rent. And I think that's really where it makes a difference. I hope to see numbers augmented because of this potential interaction between landlords and Section 8 voucher holders. And a reduction in discrimination, ultimately. I wanted to ask the Lau Foundation representative, if you're still here. Yeah, come on down. My question was this, because I heard from landlords there was a lot of concern about tenants potentially bringing a lawsuit based on discrimination. And from what I understand, it is very difficult to prove discrimination. And I'm not sure how often you accept those type of cases because of the difficulty to prove those cases or to be successful in those cases. Could you?
I think that's correct. One part of it is the resources. We simply don't have the resources to kind of do a gotcha to every single person that has potentially violated this. That's simply not going to happen. We have no way of doing that anyway. But you're absolutely correct that it is difficult to prove discrimination. It's not a case that we would take on lightly unless we've got something showing that that's definitely the case. And again, that's very hard kind of barrier to meet there.
So the potential person who would potentially present this lawsuit or come to your office, they would have a really high bar or a lot of evidence to show that they were being discriminated against, right? And not just a Section 8 voucher notice in, I don't know, on Craigslist.
Right, exactly. And I think part of it too may be we'd be more inclined for repeat offenders. So maybe not just one person with a lot of evidence, but if this is something that we're seeing across the board that's happening over and over again, we might be more inclined to, take action in that case. But again, you would have to have people who have a lot of evidence such that it would make it worthwhile for us to pursue that kind of case.
Sure. So it sounds like there's a natural process of eliminating some of this. I think there's some folks who have said frivolous lawsuits against landlords, or folks who might have just been angry at that landlord or for whatever reason and wanted to file a lawsuit and not use their own resources, but use the resources of the Law Foundation. That would not be too probable.
No,
correct?
Not at all.
Okay. So I wanted you to talk a little bit about that, because I think there's an impression that folks will pick up the phone and call, that 1-800 number when you are watching late night TV, as sometimes we do when we can't go to sleep. And, these are sort of frivolous frivolous lawsuit lawyers. But those are lawyers who actually ask for some kind of detainer or some kind of payment. They're not the type of lawyers who are just going to do this out of the goodness of the heart, or who are going to use resources such as yourself, like the Law Foundation, and take a case on.
Exactly.
Thank you. And the last question I have is, how many cases would you say, and I apologize for putting you in this place without any preparation, but how many cases would you say on average, on a yearly average, that you get in terms of discrimination, housing discrimination?
So I don't know how many cases per se, but these are calls that we get all the time from people who are calling and saying, I'm out here looking for an apartment and it's so hard to find any place because they're seeing all of these advertisements that are saying no Section 8, no Section 8. They've got these vouchers. Some people have waited. I've talked to somebody that's waited a decade to get their voucher. They sit on this wait list forever. They wait for the voucher. They finally have the opportunity, and then they're not able to use it anywhere. And if you don't use that voucher in a certain period of time, you lose that voucher. And now they've either got to decide, do I move somewhere else? Do I move back with, family across the country, away from my community, away from my health care, away from my children's schools, that kind of thing? Or do I have to go to the streets because I simply don't have that option? So this is something that we're hearing all the time, where it's just really difficult for people to be able to get out there and actually use the vouchers once they have them.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that. I apologize for asking you that question just on the spot. But do you know how many cases you've had that are successful in a discrimination-related case on a yearly basis, like maybe this year or last year, maybe last year?
So I mean, at this point, right, we don't have the ability to bring any kind of cases because that's not a protected class for discrimination, right? Source of income, we can't just say somebody has been discriminated against based on their source of income, because we don't have a way to do that through any kind of ordinance or anything like that. We would be able to do something for race or gender, that kind of thing. But right now, without this kind of ordinance, we can't bring that kind of case. So we don't really have any repercussions at this point to be able to point somebody towards something that will help them. Maybe some people might be more successful if they've got a caseworker or something like that with more connections to finding landlords who may accept that. But as an attorney right now, it's kind of the unfortunate reality that there's not much I can do to assist people when they're calling us and telling us that they can't use their voucher somewhere.
Sure, and so say we pass this ordinance and knock on wood, and we come back 6 months, we take a look at where it's at. Do you foresee this ordinance as not something that gives you the opportunity to actually pursue any of these cases?
I think so, and again, it would be, we'd have to have the kind of background of what's happening, how many times it's happened, the good evidence to be able to bring that forward. But I'm hoping that we're having fewer people calling altogether, telling us that they haven't been able to use their Section 8 vouchers. I'm hoping that this will give them the opportunity to do that, such that we don't have to worry about cases in the future. If we're able to educate the landlords, let people know kind of more about the process, how the process works, what it's like to accept a Section 8 tenant. I'm hoping that we don't need to move forward and do those cases if people understand this very simple ordinance. Don't advertise no Section 8. Don't discriminate against somebody just because they have a voucher. There's this guaranteed source of income that you're getting from the housing authority along with the tenant. I'm hoping that we don't need to move forward with any cases.
Sure, I like the world you just described.
I do too.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Second question was, and what impact would this create, if this ordinance was passed today, Jackie, what impact would this create to a mom and pop shop? Because I think there was a couple of mom and pop landlord owners who thought they were just going to automatically receive a lawsuit, I thought I heard them say. So I wanted to, just for you to be very clear about how this would impact them.
Sure. Well, I think it would just depend on when they would have an available apartment. And then once they have an available apartment, they would not be allowed to advertise that they don't accept a Section 8. So that would be the most immediate impact. And if they did, hopefully the housing department would discover it immediately, and we would let them know that it's not allowed under the law. And we would also use that as an opportunity to educate them about what the Section 8 and the other subsidy programs are, so they would have a better understanding of potentially what someone would look for. There's no guarantee that a voucher holder would actually respond to their ad or be interested.
Right.
So because there's all these other conditions, you know, the rent has to be within a reasonable amount of the voucher or subsidy payment for the person to consider. Has to be in a location that somebody wants. So it's not clear to me, depending on where they advertise, whether somebody would even reach out to them. But we would use it as a moment to educate, both not only on the advertisement, but just on here's the program and here's why you might be interested in getting involved.
And I'm going to be very reductive. This is like if you litter, you're going to get a fine. Before, maybe when we littered, we wouldn't get fines. Now, you know, drop something, a police officer happens to be in back of you, they're going to stop you and they're going to give you a citation, a fine. This is basically that. You discriminate by putting things in ads and Craigslist or what have you, you're going to receive a fine. First of all, you may just get a warning, or you'll find all of these folks who are actually doing this and tell them to stop. But if they don't, they'll get that fine. Right. So for me, this is real simple. This is, you know, don't discriminate. You won't get fines. You won't have any other consequences aside from this. This is actually, for me, I see this as an opportunity for us to move, to talk more freely about Section 8 vouchers and not, you know, like, you know, under your breath, I have a Section 8 voucher. But you have this opportunity to find a unit, a location, a place to live, while you get, you know, yourself together, or because you have a disability and you will always have this disability and you need this. And for us to really publicly talk to landlords and have some of this clarity, because it sounded like from some of the landlords who spoke that once they knew what the program was about, they were pretty efficient about the paperwork. And so to Councilmember Espada's point about being more expediting some of this procedures and having some system improvements, I thought I heard that there is an opportunity for us in this slide under number 5, once we have this housing assistance payment contract, that not the housing authority, but another provider who is responsible or disperses some of these, what do you call them, incentives, right? That we can give an early incentive so that we can get folks some money up front. And this is where you were going with this, right? Councilmember Esparza?
Yes, that is what she was going for,
Yeah.
and there could be an alternative funding source. You know, I'm not sure we have one, but it also sounded like maybe we could work on a MTW request if certain conditions were met in order to release something early, or we would have to find a partner who would be able to, who'd be willing to pay the incentive early.
Right. So I mean, I think in this memo, it's pretty open, but I'd like to see that feature come back, that possibility of having an early incentive. Not so early that, you know, a landlord will just walk away from the contract, but one that once the landlord is, it's solidified, and once they have this contract in place, that can cover some upfront costs that they have incurred. So that's a feature I'd like to see. And I think the other item that I heard, Mayor, from you when you were having a conversation with Catherine, that I thought I heard you talk about this, maybe meeting a minimum of 45 days of a turnaround in totality. Is that a suggestion, or is that
I
just?
have no idea what the right standard is. I just threw that number out randomly. I wouldn't pretend to be able to guess.
HUD's outside time is 60 days, so we
Right, in total.
we have that. All I would say about any kind of standard is you have to remember that these are not things that we're in control of. This is not all about what the Housing Authority does.
Sure.
So,
And if I could just suggest,
we
I
can
think,
perform honorably and diligently and quickly
And I'm sure
still
you
not
do.
get her done.
I'm sure you do.
yes, and I, you know, and I think since you are signatory to the memo, you know, I think we all recognize that ultimately they would come up with the metrics. I certainly don't want to try to.
Sure. I think when we come back in 6 months and we take a look at what those averages are, then we could maybe talk about what some of those metrics could be. But I thought I heard you say, and I wanted to honor that conversation. But I'll wait until the 6 months. Hopefully, if this all goes through, that we'll take a look at what's been happening out there for 6 months. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now at the 5:30 threshold for a break. So we're going to take a break and return at 6 o'clock with apologies to the many who've been patiently waiting. And we'll then resume discussion on this item with a vote and move forward to the remaining items, particularly the IPA items. So thank you for everyone for your patience. Okay. All right, we're back. Sort of. We're almost back. We're getting back. We're not back yet. Yes. The door's open to allow staff back in? Okay. Councilor, do you have questions for either Rachel or Chris, or? Okay. There's Jackie. Okay. Okay, that's what we'll do. All right, we'll resume then the evening meeting. Councilman Diep has the floor.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I had a question, or to follow up on something that Councilmember Davis and Esparza touched on, which is the kind of timing with the voucher program paying landlords. I've been someone that has been supportive of this general idea of the source of income discrimination ordinance, you know, since housing brought it back last year. Is it last year? Whenever they brought it up. I agree with the sentiment, and I happen to think that vouchers provide a secure, reliable source of revenue for landlords. So whereas somebody who goes through the credit rating, you know, might have ups and downs with family and car payments and whatever else, from the government through Section 8, you get a reliable source, and so that's a plus. The disincentive of the program, or why landlords, from what I've heard, may not want to participate, is not because of the individuals, but it's because if you accept vouchers, I hear that there is that some weeks at the front end, or like a month long, where the unit sits vacant, where you're losing income, and that is kind of the disincentive. What I'm asking though is for clarification. We've talked about incentive programs where we help the landlords kind of fill that gap, bridge that gap. I've also heard from some landlords, and I'm not sure if this is true, is that you do get paid for the full term of the lease, but on the back end. So when the tenant leaves, you get a check. Is that true or not?
Yes, that is true. So after you're getting paid like in arrears, right? So when the tenant leaves, then you still receive a payment for that month.
So the landlord is made whole.
Sure,
They're
you're not
just
getting paid at the first of the month. You're saying they're getting paid at the end of the month. So
End of the lease
after the
term.
first, yeah, I think.
So what I've heard is, so you have a 12-month lease. Your first month, it's sitting vacant. You don't get the Section 8 check. You get it on the second month. But then once the tenant vacates on the 13th month, you do get a check, is what I'm told by some people. I'm not sure if that's true.
I feel like we need to have Catherine answer that question.
Okay.
Just to clarify that I don't feel comfortable on
Okay.
that.
All right. Well, just my sentiments, hearing the back and forth. I agree with the sentiment of this proposed ordinance. What I'm concerned about, though, is the immediate implementation of it. We are, in effect, introducing a new rule into the system. People know that they should not discriminate based on gender, race, creed, religion, etc. Now we're introducing this concept of income discrimination. And it's right to do it, but I do think people need time to adjust. And this is one of those things that I would be more keen on if it was implemented at a larger jurisdiction, federally, statewide. When we do it at the city level, piecemeal by piecemeal, we have some landlords who are property owners in various jurisdictions, and then we have a rule in San Jose, you have a different rule in Santa Clara, a different rule in Saratoga. I just think that they need time to acclimate. And there are even landlords who are less sophisticated, who are just not the professional renters, but professional landlords rather, but they simply have an extra unit or just one home, just one property, one extra ADU unit that they just want to make some discretionary income on. And for those folks, to create the cause of action, I think it would be problematic, especially if in our ordinance we're not kind of clearly outlining what the penalties would be. So to use the litter analogy, I think if you litter, it's like $1,000 or something like that. There's a clear penalty for it. So here we're saying don't do this thing, don't do income discrimination, but it seems somewhat open-ended to me as to what the punishment would be. So I do think whether it's 6 months or a year, I feel there should be some time to let the landlord folks understand that they can't do this. And we should come back with kind of those rules. But to implement it today and just to open and create a cause of action and not really understand the outer limits of where that may go, I would be uncomfortable with that. And should I repeat my question for Catherine, or can Rachel?
Sorry, I
Okay.
apologize for being late.
No, you're fine. I just wanted to verify something that I'd heard from various landlords.
Oh, okay.
Landlords complained to me in regards to Section 8, not that they're upset at the tenant or they don't want the tenant in there. It's that they don't like having to wait for the first month's rent, because usually there's some weeks or perhaps a month where the unit is sitting vacant, or the tenant's living there but they don't get the rent. I've heard some landlords tell me that you get that first month's rent on the back end. So like after the tenant leaves, there's like a check that comes.
No. We may pay late, but when we pay everything from the first day of the tenancy. And plus, on top of that, now we're paying the incentive because we understand that we're slower.
Right. Okay, so it is kind of an added bonus. So you get all your full rent plus
Yeah,
an extra incentive.
Yeah, I don't know what they might be thinking of, but that should not be the experience.
Okay. All right. Thank you. But that's my sentiment. I'm fine with what we're doing. I'm comfortable with it. But given that we're a smaller jurisdiction, we're just San Jose, we're not the state of California, to create a patchwork of different regulations across the Bay Area, I think deserves some time to ramp up so people know the ins and outs of it. And that's my thoughts on this. Thank you.
Councilmember Diep, I just wanted to bring to your attention, in the ordinance, there is a $10,000 per violation if the city takes action on it. So there is a penalty in that case. There is no provision for a specific remedy in either the administrative or the private right of action. The private right of action clearly is before the judge, so the judge will decide what it is. There is also no specific remedy for the administrative one.
So the administrative remedy, we plan on taking something for fees and charges, outlining what those remedies would be.
Thank you. I think $10,000 is a sizable amount. It is what, 2 months, 3 months rent, depending. So even still on a don't we have a housing crisis? No? All right. So I do think that still, I stand by my comment that we should have some sort of educational ramp-up period for some short amount of time. Thanks.
Councilmember Ross.
Thank you. And I think most of the comments have been made. I just wanted to echo that because I've heard kind of some of the opposite, but that this level of enforcement or oversight is specifically because we have seen discrimination against Section 8 holders. And if putting in laws to affect change in that regard is a problem to anybody, I think that's a concern of mine because that's exactly what we're attempting to do here is make this more fair and eliminate the discrimination around Section 8 holders. We're certainly not trying to make it any more difficult to be able to provide housing, but we also need to look at who it is being provided for. And if we're excluding Section 8 voucher holders, there's a big problem there. And so with that, I do know that the current substitute motion is one that I could support. I also was willing to support Vice Mayor Jones's additional memo that would allow for what Councilmember Diep and others have just talked about, which is this educational period. And that would be 6 months, though, in that regard for that. And so I don't think that was included in the substitute motion. I would be willing to support that. I won't ask to add it in, but I'll let the makers of the motion determine that. But I will be willing to support this substitute motion. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Jones.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, staff, and particularly you, Jackie. Like I always say, you have a tough job. Very tough job. I just want to go through a couple of process questions. On the leasing process, if we look at step number 2, landlord conducts screening. I know that, let's just go through a scenario. So I'm an applicant. I apply for a unit in your complex. I submit my application, whether it's through an email or actually not even submit my application. I notify you that I'm interested in that unit. I'll probably get either a phone call or an email. As a landlord, you get all these emails or phone calls. So you kind of have all these prospective tenants in a bucket, and you go through your screening process. Can you just walk me through a typical screening process and what would be a trigger for a prospective tenant to even know that they were discriminated against or there was some issues around their source of income status that would even trigger an inquiry?
Well, as a tenant, most of the times that I've applied, they often, especially the smaller landlords, have an open house where there is a significant group of people walking through the apartment or the house all at the same time. There's an application there, and they usually say, fill out the application, bring me a check for a credit check, and then I will do some sort of review. And the review often includes a income standard. You have to earn a certain amount. Often it's 3 times the amount of the rent is what I've found here. They may or may not run a criminal check, a credit check to see if you meet some sort of standard. And again, this is all depending upon the landlord. And I would suppose if I was a housing choice voucher holder, I guess it would be what point would I disclose to the landlord that I have a housing choice voucher? So I could have, I don't know if you know in the process, is it at the very early part?
We don't have to say, and I would imagine if there was a sign that said no Section 8, they wouldn't bother, right?
Correct. So that would be problem number one. But
yeah,
let's say they make it through that first
they
step.
might have difficulty showing that they earn 3 times the actual rent if they're on Section 8. My guess is.
Right. So, however, there is an ordinance, and
Well, state law requires that for Section 8 voucher holders, that when landlords are considering them, they're only considering the portion that they're going to pay. So I would assume that they would have an idea of how much they're going to pay based on the amount of the rent, and would income qualify based on the amount that's their portion. If it's 3 times $500, then they make $1,500 a month. If they're going to be paying $100, then it's $300 income per month. So that's set forth under state law as a requirement that landlords can only consider the amount that they pay.
so my guess is that would be the first step, potential, where someone might run up against something where the landlord would be unclear on how to apply that income requirement. They might want to try to do it as they traditionally do it versus doing it as state law requires. So let's suppose they did it the right way and they're still going through the application. I think it's going to be hard for a tenant to know whether they're being rejected because of another standard, because typically a landlord will just say, I've accepted another applicant. So there's nothing requiring them to say, Jackie, I didn't accept you. Although I have had landlords say, I wanted to rent with someone with a child. But regardless of that,
Right.
landlords typically don't disclose why they're not renting to you. So that could be, and that's why I think it's challenging around the issue of how many cases we anticipate that people will be able to file because they're rejected just because they have a voucher. It's most likely the landlord will say something like, I'm not willing to accept you because of the voucher, and it will be clear. The only other thing I can imagine is if they had a process and you absolutely knew you were the first person and you knew you could meet all the minimum requirements, because often in ads they post, you have to have a minimum credit score, you're going to have to pass a criminal background check, your deposit. So they could have printed, in their advertisement included all this and then rejected you and said, well, I'm rejecting you and it's outside that standard. That could be a way, if I was the person, I would consider, well, they really rejecting me because of the voucher, because they just changed the conditions of which they published. But it is very tricky. It's not going to be necessarily easy to prove.
As you're saying, the landlord is required to simply do income qualification based on the percentage that the tenant is required to pay. However, there's still a second process, which is the housing authority section apart that the housing authority is going to pay. So there could be issues with regard to the housing authority portion of it that may lead the landlord to believe that they're not going to be able to qualify because of the process in the housing authority. So while the tenant may qualify, there may be issues with the housing authority portion of the payment.
Correct. But I don't know how many tenants go after apartments that are well in excess of the housing authority payment. They usually
The 40% test is an issue, and we've thought about increasing it, but I'm not sure it's smart to allow people to increase their rent burden. So from a policy standpoint, it doesn't sound like a good idea.
So there are clearly a whole variety of reasons that a landlord can decide not to rent, because they don't have to accept that. They don't have to negotiate with the housing authority and lower the rent. It has to be something they're willing to accept.
So let's continue that thought process. So again, you're the landlord. You want to make sure you want to do the right thing.
I want to do the right thing, so I'm going to ask you for your application. I'm going to run, if I decide I want to run credit reports.
Well, first of all, you'll establish a baseline.
I'm going to establish my baseline.
A baseline credit.
Correct. And you're going to have to meet that, and Again, for some landlords, if somebody else is the first person who meets that, then normally I'm just going to take them. If you were the 10th person, I may not get to your application, right? So again, because these apartments can be fairly competitive, so it's whoever gets their completed application on time, saying I'm interested, and goes through and meets all the qualifications. For most landlords, that's how that's how most of them try to make the decision, because anything out of that order then could bring to the question, why did you pick me versus somebody else?
And so, are there established criteria? Obviously, we all know credit scores, background check,
Landlord
references. So, is there a standard?
There's not a standard. Evictions, previous evictions, but they can range from that. Some people do none of that. Some people do all of that.
Okay. And then the next section that I was interested in is the step 5, the housing assistance payment contract. If the tenant who has a voucher, or the prospective tenant who has a voucher, goes through the process, but the landlord says, okay, I'm willing to rent to this person, but I don't want to enter into a contract with all these other rules and requirements or regulations. Is there a point there where the landlord can literally opt out of renting to the person with a voucher?
Under our program rules, yes, I like to say it's a housing choice voucher, and ideally the tenant would have a choice and the landlord would have a choice.
But wouldn't our ordinance...
In our process, yeah, you're not
would
bound
our
to do a
ordinance
contract with us.
supersede that contract or that requirement that the landlord can opt out? If we're saying...
Once the landlord executes the housing assistance payment contract and the lease, and I don't want to play contract attorney here, but I believe they're going to be contractually bound for a year to honor their commitment. If they haven't executed documents, then I think standard contract law would say you're not bound, right?
So at that point, the landlord can say, I don't want to rent to someone with a voucher because I don't want to sign the contract.
So
Would that
our
be a
program,
correct
yeah,
interpretation?
I can't speak to your ordinance, but our program, if the landlord balked and said, "Oh, forget it, this is too much paperwork," we would say, "Okay, tenant, go start shopping again."
Councilmember, our ordinance does not require a landlord to sign a HUD contract. It basically says you have to give the tenant the opportunity to qualify. However, if in fact the landlord looks at the HUD contract and says, I don't want to limit my rent, I don't want to have to follow these rules, our ordinance doesn't require them to sign that contract.
I don't know if it's that straightforward. Listening to reading the memo, listening to the conversation, I could see where a landlord would feel like, once I've accepted the individual's or the prospective tenant's application, I'm required by our city, whatever ordinance that we pass, to sign the contract.
I think
otherwise, what's
the purpose
what's the teeth of
the purpose of the ordinance is basically to make certain that at least the applicants, that the Section 8 voucher applicant has his or her application reviewed. In many cases, it's not even reviewed because they're not even taking the time to consider one. In this case, they would have to consider it, but it doesn't mean that they're obligated to rent it to the Section 8 if there are other legal reasons for them not to do it. And one of the legal reasons is, I don't want to be subject to the HUD requirements where I have to restrict my rent, where I have to follow all these rules.
So with the city...
I just want to jump in because I think if there's no other legal reason, that's true. But I think if I was the only applicant and I apply for your apartment and I meet all your qualifications, you cannot deny my right to access to the apartment. I think that's what the law...
If that person is the only person who's applied...
Hang on. Ed's speaking.
If that's the only person who's applied, you cannot make that person sign a contract that person feels is not an appropriate contract for that landlord. if the contract says you're going to limit your rent to less than what the market is, because that's all that you have.
No, so that would be something
Correct.
within, so that would be a reason to deny it.
Correct.
If your rent exceeded what the HUD payment standard is, but in this case, your rent is within the HUD standard. You're charging the tenant $2,000. The HUD standard is $2,100. If I am eligible and I follow all of your requirements and I follow whatever process and I'm the number one candidate, you can't deny me access to the apartment. I think that is what our ordinance actually says, and that's what I think that's what got litigated in Southern California. And what the court ruled was that Section 8 was not an onerous requirement to have a landlord accept it.
Well, I was going to say is,
I want to make sure you said it.
no, what you're saying is correct. If they meet all the requirements that every other applicant has to meet, you can't say, oh, but anyway, I still want to deny you. You can't do that. What I was trying to clarify is that you cannot force a landlord to sign a contract that has provisions that the landlord doesn't want to agree to, so long as, but if all the other requirements are there, then yes, that person you have to rent it because they've met all the qualifications. But if the contract that the landlord is being asked to sign has limitations that the landlord was not willing to do for anybody else, the landlord doesn't have to do it for the Section 8 person.
So would inspections, an annual inspection or some other clause in the agreement fall under that?
Well, annual inspections may not be the issue. The question is, if it says, if we do an annual inspection and you have to do what we tell you with regard to that, they don't have to accept that because no other tenant could tell them to do that.
Okay. Well, one of the reasons why I'm going down this line of questioning is, one is to highlight how complicated this is. I mean, just the conversation we're having right now.
You've succeeded.
Okay. Really brings home the point that there should be, in my mind, a minimum of 6 months before we enforce this to get some type of education out in terms of all the nuances and complications of this ordinance. I also kind of latched on to the mayor and what you brought up in terms of right to cure and providing staff in housing the ability to design some standards or some type of qualifications in terms of what can be cured or not.
Just for the record, Jackie's making funny faces.
I know, she's making terrible faces.
Yeah.
I think, particularly in terms of like advertising, kind of a slam dunk. And I know that you already said that.
I feel like the advertising is something we could easily amend the language to actually just remove that as under the right for civil action, or that you have 10 days in which to cure that particular violation. To me, that is something that would be important to do, and we would absolutely support.
And what about the ability to provide an alternate housing option, whether you have another unit in your complex or you're able to find housing for that individual somewhere else as an opportunity to cure?
As you went through the whole thing, if it was that simple and that's all we had to do, or like
Right.
that could reach the agreement, I would like to confer with the city attorneys if they think that would be sufficient.
I mean, you could put in the ordinance what cures could be, but not in all cases will that is going to apply because not everybody has a vacant unit that's available.
Right.
I mean, you could put it there as a possibility. I think as Jackie's been saying, the easy one is the advertising.
The advertising.
The other ones are a little more difficult, but you could put in things that you anticipate and hope that you could resolve the other ones.
Could I interrupt? I'm sorry to do this, but it just seems to me we don't have to put all this in the ordinance. The housing director could certainly discern whether there is a realistic cure or not, perhaps with standards that are set in advance. And then the housing director could then tell the litigants, okay, you've got an opportunity to cure, so go do it, or there's no opportunity to cure, so go litigate. Isn't that possible, Ed?
Well, okay, right now, under the ordinance, there is an administrative process where the staff can deal with a dispute. Right now, there is no process for a claim under the city attorney's action or a private right of action. So I'm not sure what you're asking is including something in those other two, because in the administrative one, the city staff is going to be looking at the issue.
Right, this is only for a private right of action. That's the only reason why this matters. I'm not concerned about Silicon Valley Law Foundation. I'm concerned about some vexatious plaintiff's attorney who thinks they can get a fee switching statute in place and look for ways to churn cases and start to file a bunch of lawsuits. I mean, we've seen it in the ADA context. I know there's fee switching in that context. There may not be here. But the point is can we give the housing department some ability to say, hey, there's a cure here, so go do it. And if there's not a cure, then okay, you go off to court.
It probably would be appropriate to put a cooling off period where you gave the plaintiff and the defendant the opportunity to go to the housing department and during that period have a resolution done, because it's not going to work to force people to go to a situation where they don't want to go. But you could say that before you do it, you have to go to housing director or somebody in the housing department to try to mediate or resolve the matter before you go. You can include that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for allowing me to.
Yeah. So, Jackie, did you get?
We could make that work.
So can you just summarize what what the city attorney just said?
For the record, she didn't make any squishy face at that point.
Can you tell what he said?
So I'm thinking if you look at let's look at the ordinance language that we have. And so the ordinance in Part 5 talks about enforcement. The first part of the enforcement action is an action by the city attorney's office. And in that case, I can assure you that we will not be doing frivolous lawsuits because we don't have the staffing to do regular lawsuits. So we will make sure that what we do is we have sufficient evidence to prove to go to court.
Right.
So that one I think is fine. If we go to the second, the B, that's when the director has her administrative process. And in that one, there clearly already is a warning provision that the first violation is going to be a warning, so that one probably doesn't need any kind of cure. So if you go to the last item, it says nothing in this part shall preclude a aggrieved person from bringing a civil action. So this is the one where I think, Chris, did you have some language for that?
Yes, I did. I was thinking that it would probably be best to amend that to say something to the effect of that an aggrieved person, as we define aggrieved person in the definitions, may bring a civil action against a landlord in a court of competent jurisdiction for any violations of this chapter, provided, this is the amended part, provided the aggrieved person has sent notice of violation to the landlord and landlord has not cured the violation within 30 days and sent the aggrieved party a notice thereof of curing. You might want to include some language that says that the right to cure or the remedy for curing is determined by the housing department and implemented in regulations or standards for requirements, something to that effect. Similar to how we have in the apartment rent ordinance, that we have regulations and we have an administrative process with petition hearing, but there would have to be certainly funding to have that sort of a program operate.
Okay. Can we restate the substitute motion on the floor?
Substitute is moving the memo that we have together with the mayor and Councilmember Carrasco.
Okay, and it also included, did it include my 6-month?
It did not.
It did not. So I would like to request a friendly amendment to, one, include my 6-month delay of enforcement from the time of the adoption of the ordinance, as well as including language with the right to cure determined by the housing department upon implementation, and whatever the rest of the language was that the city attorney gave us.
Okay, so let me be, so it is not number 1 anymore, correct? You're not including your number 1 of your of 2 in your memo, Vice Mayor?
I am including my number 1.
Including everything and adding the right to cure?
Yes.
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 Okay. So I do have a question. Jackie, before I answer, I'm going to ask
Okay.
a
No,
couple of
that's fair.
questions. So Jackie, isn't there already built into the process, or going to be built into the process as you see it, a one-time warning for kind of a civil lawsuit? I mean, we're giving them warnings about compliance. We're giving them warnings about, if they don't comply. Aside from serving them papers or something, giving them notice, I think there's already built into the process some notice of compliance or need to comply, but not necessarily understand the lawsuit.
Right. So I think the challenge
Or
that we
silly.
didn't understand, so under the city piece, the administrative piece, there's a clear warning that we will provide if we see a violation. The challenge is we didn't create that warning for advertisement. That's, to me, is where I feel like we're most vulnerable, because it could be true that somebody is still going to publish, put in Craigslist, even though we'll notify Craigslist, that they will not accept a Section 8. And even though the city comes through and we warn them, please take that down, if somebody else sees it before we see it, the way the ordinance is written, it's my understanding, is that somebody could say, well, go to the landlord and say, I'm going to take a civil action against you because you're clearly discriminating against me because you just said you won't accept a Section 8 voucher. So it wasn't our intent on the advertisement to allow for a civil action necessarily for that case, because we were hoping all of those would come through us. So it wasn't clear to me that we were also creating this process where somebody could take an action just on the advertisement as well. So we're fully supportive of either eliminating that item under the civil action, or stating under the civil action that if you have a claim against the advertisement, you must first take it to the housing department. We'll issue the warning, and then you repeat it again, then you would be opened up to civil action.
I actually really like that suggestion. The first one, your first item, Vice Mayor, I understand that we have to provide education to landlords. When do you foresee, Jackie, the ordinance getting enacted, more or less?
So if everything moves forward tonight, the ordinance would become effective September 26, 2019. And we anticipate we are in the process of hiring somebody that we would fund some of their time to immediately start working on this.
We've already been waiting for 4 years, so I'm not inclined to delay the enforcement of the ordinance because my purpose for it to be enforced is so that those folks who are carrying around a Section 8 voucher can have an actual opportunity. And we don't know at this point, I think you said it was 1,000 who have a standing Section 8 voucher currently, right?
Actually, less than that, because it's a combination of Section 8 people and people who have city-funded or county-funded rental subsidies that are looking for housing.
Got it. And I'm not going to ask you to round about that number because I don't think you would be able to tell me that at this point. But there's a number of folks who have a Section 8 voucher in their hand. They can't get into a housing unit, and they might be on their second extension, which I believe there's only 2 extensions, correct? And they're going to be out of luck. And they're going to add to our homeless count, just like the gentleman who came up and testified. So for me, I really not inclined to accept that. I would accept your right to cure, and I think the 30-day, within the 30 days, the housing department coordinates all that so that we can remedy some of these without having to go to court. So I like that piece. I can't move on the enforcement, delaying that any further. I would provide some, well, hold on, before I say yes on that number 2, I'm gonna ask Jackie, what would be a reasonable time, and I say reasonable, 'cause you have so much work to do, so reasonable for you could be really different, but do we really need 6 months for an education program for landlords? Can we cut it in half 3? Can we cut it, by a third, half 2 months of education, and you think that would suffice? To get your feedback on that.
Well, we have quite a bit of landlords, and I think everyone has said, it takes numerous touches for somebody to actually receive the message. So I did think that no more than 6 months was reasonable for us. It also gave us some ramping up time to actually get something in place, because we don't have something immediately in place, and we would need to coordinate with the housing authority as well. So I'm not necessarily, I would say the 6 month is sufficient time.
Sufficient time. Okay, so I'm going to cut the baby in half. How about 3 months? We'll leave 3 months in there. We have your right to cure. We eliminate the delaying the effective enforcement for the ordinance. That's what I would accept.
Can I try to convince you otherwise? And the reason why is actually the 6 months was a compromise from a year and 30 days, so it's kind of compromise on my compromise. But the other thing too is the education process is still going to be taking place. So unless we're assuming that landlords are educated on what the new law is, and they still continue to discriminate, then that's one thing. But we have to make the assumption that the vast majority of landlords, once they're educated on the program, are going to do the right thing, even during this grace period. And the second thing is, for landlords who aren't educated on the program or the ordinance, who are going to discriminate or not rent to Section 8 tenants, they're going to do that anyway, because they don't know.
Right.
So by not having an extended grace period is not going to cause more applicants to be able to get apartments. So that's the point I wanted to make.
Yeah, no, I see. That's a fair point, because if the less educated landlords are, the less opportunity we have for them to see Section 8 as another very viable, and maybe lose some of those misconceptions that have been just adding up over the years about Section 8, the system, and who actually has those vouchers. So I think, I think that's a very fair point. I will accept the 6 month timeline that the housing will need in order to get the education piece out there, because I think it'll work on both sides. It'll benefit both sides. And I believe the right to cure, the 30-day and whatever internal process, that's only relating to advertising, correct?
No, so actually we had we're working on some language for that second piece. And do you want to read it?
Yeah, sure, since I wrote it. Read it. So to modify the right to cure to say that an aggrieved person may bring a civil action against a landlord in a court of competent jurisdiction, provided the aggrieved person has notified housing of the alleged violation and housing has determined that there is no ability to cure.
Yes.
So that's your language now?
That's
Vice
my
Mayor?
language.
Awesome.
I couldn't have said it better.
And I will accept that. We've come to an understanding.
Thank you so much. One last point, I'll close up. On the short-term vouchers, Jackie, can you walk me through, say, a 6-month voucher, how that would work when the voucher ends? What would if a landlord ran into someone with a short-term voucher at the end of, let's say it's 6 months, at the end of the 6 months, what happens? What's the process then?
At the end of the 6 months, we try to keep supporting the tenant until they can make a transition. If they can't make the transition, then and they can't afford the rent, because we're actually subsidizing the rent, they would have to have a plan to move on into another apartment.
And if there is no plan, what happens then? What are the avenues for the landlord at that point?
If they were to try to stay without paying the rent, then they would be in violation of the lease for failure to pay rent. So they would be evicted. They would be terminated.
And that's the reason why I bring this up, because it's creating a difficult situation both for the landlord and tenant. If there's no plan, or if we don't have a strategy in terms of what happens at the end of that 6-month period.
Well, that's
which
why
can be
we
problematic.
support case managers to work with tenants so that we don't leave tenants stranded in apartments.
So putting on your landlord hat again, wouldn't that be problematic for you in terms of when you're evaluating a potential tenant, that you only see a source of income for 6 months, where you're potentially put in a situation where you might have to evict a tenant?
Yeah, but on our programs, I don't think we typically do 6 months. We also do a 1-year lease.
Typically, so
Typically. So because when I think of ours as a short term, theirs is a long term, because they're an ongoing source.
Okay.
We're not an ongoing source. So eventually, the person is no longer going to get our subsidy. The goal of our program, though, is to transition people into units that they can afford. And I know we've had challenges in some of the earlier units, and I think some of the lessons we've learned is we really need to be very careful in putting tenants in places where we think or believe they will not be able to transition into.
Okay, so typically the lease term, the voucher is good for a year, though.
Correct.
In most cases.
And we can extend that period.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
So could we just clarify then the two added provisions? So we added this provision.
We amended 5.1.500D, or B, or C rather, excuse me, to say that an aggrieved person may bring a civil action against a landlord in a court of competent jurisdiction, provided the aggrieved person has notified housing of the alleged violation and housing has determined there is no ability to cure.
And I guess I just want to check on the issue of the advertisement. Would this fall under that as well, or would we create an additional provision of no civil, or we would still require one notice before the city could take action?
Before the city could take action?
Yeah. Or that's not necessary? I just want to make sure it covers
This
that
is just
second
for a
piece.
private right of action.
Yes,
is all we're
it's
talking
private.
about.
Focusing on private.
So it'll be fine.
The
You're
city
right. It'll
C
take care of the
provisions
both.
remain the same.
All right, so I think it
Yeah.
covers both items that you were considering.
Okay.
So Chris, the only thing that is missing there is the number of days, because it doesn't say how long housing has to make that determination.
It doesn't say that. It doesn't put a limitation on how long it would take for them to determine that. We could certainly add it, or we could institute some regulations or some internal policy that would include a standard process for it.
Okay.
Okay, so we may see a time limitation inserted in this ordinance by the time it comes back to us. Is that right?
Right, you'll have a second reading.
We can do it
next in 2 weeks, so it'll include that plus the other provision about the 6 month or the 3 month.
6 months, yeah. So there will be another provision added to the beginning of the enforcement part that would say that this part shall become operative 6 months from the effective date of the chapter, if we're including all of the enforcement action in that. City, private right of action, city attorney's office.
Okay.
Well,
That's your understanding, Councilmember Rennes? Okay.
If I could add actually one more part to clarify, there's a definition of aggrieved person. Hopefully you can hear me. Currently it says the aggrieved person includes any person who claims to have been injured or will be injured by a discriminatory housing practice related to their source of income. I'd like to strike or propose striking discriminatory housing practice because we didn't define it, and instead state that an aggrieved person includes any person who claims to have been injured or will be injured by a prohibited act listed in Part 4 below. So Part 4 includes the prohibited acts. I just want to make sure it's clear that that's what we're determining is what would be a violation and how an aggrieved person would have the right to an action.
Okay, the good news is we have a first and second reading. It'll all come back.
We just need to
So
make
if you
sure
have
that
any
you
problems-
understand what we're doing to it so that
Yeah.
when you pass the motion, you understand we're working on changing that so that the second reading will have a clear statement of what you've agreed to tonight.
Right.
Okay, so housekeeping here, I understand the seconder was Councilmember Carrasco, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so are these amendments all right with the seconder?
I'm going to throw a little wrench.
Okay. Do you want to withdraw your second?
So we're still in the substitute motion.
Yeah. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, just one moment. Ed, you said.
I'm just saying, are we still in the substitute
Yeah,
motion?
We're on
Right?
Councilmember Rance's substitute.
Right, okay.
And
Just go ahead.
the
With all-
seconder is just in case you may have an issue.
With all the friendly amendments. I'm not happy with the 6-month delay, actually. And so I understand, and I'm glad that you got clarification from Jackie, but I'm not happy with the 6-month delay. I'm going to agree to it, only because I understand that you need time, Jackie, but I think that we've waited such a long time. It's been 4 years. I was here with then Councilmember Ashkara, I think, was the one that put in the, was it, that put in the priority?
Norma Mineta.
Norma Mineta, is that what you said, Norma Mineta? I wasn't here back then. I'm old, not that old. And of course, we've seen our housing crisis just get exacerbated in the past 4 years since I started council, going on my 5th year. And I understand that there's a dire need to have a robust educational component so that we can get our landlords on board. And I appreciate what the landlords are doing because they are offering such a vital resource to our city. We can't build fast enough. We can't find land fast enough. We can't get our developers to build fast enough. So they are offering a vital resource, and we have to get them on board so that they can accept the vouchers. And but a couple of things that I just want to clarify. Someone made a point that they're about the value of I don't know if it was a speaker, if it was one of my council colleagues, the value of their home and whether they're actually making any money. And, you know, I beg to differ. You know, I was just looking at some investment articles, and investment in California is still hot, hot, hot. And investment in San Jose is still a very hot market, especially for the very skilled investor. In fact, Rich Dad, Poor Dad is offering free seminars in San Jose and in Santa Cruz, I think, this week and next week, because it's a hot market, and you make your money various ways. You make it cash flow, which is your rents. You make it through through your taxes, right? You have a lot of different write-offs, and then through the value of your properties. Your property value is going to go up. Sometimes it will take a dip. We know that. But eventually, real estate continues to go up, and that's one of the almost sure ways that individuals create wealth, and then they pass it on to their family members when they move on to the next life, if you believe in that. And that's why real estate investment is one of the most lucrative businesses around the globe. Either you sell it, like some folks here on the dais, or you buy it and invest in it, like many landlords do. And I don't begrudge anybody. I think it's a great way to survive this market at this point. So I just wanted to say that, but I know that individuals are right now carrying around vouchers. They can't get into a unit or a home, and they need our support. So I am going to support the substitute. My goodness, this is a complicated conversation. This substitute.
The amendment?
Which one is it?
Well, it's a substitute motion, but there are two amendments.
Councilmember Arenas's, yes, substitute motion with the friendly amendments hesitantly.
Okay.
But I'm urging our council colleagues. We all know this. I'm preaching to the choir. We all see it every single day. Folks are out on the street, and this is becoming a life and death situation. Folks are dying out in the street. I also want to say the following. I have folks living in my district. I didn't have that a few years ago. Some of you don't have folks living in your streets. They're not in your district, or not as many, for different reasons. And so you don't see it as often. It doesn't penetrate. Your children don't live with it. So maybe that's why it's easier not to make some decisions that are as urgent as some of us feel that it needs to be. And let's just be frank and honest about that. But some of us feel it much more so. I have had individuals right up at my doorstep, right behind my own garbage can when my children go and empty out the garbage. It is right up at my doorstep. And so this is a dire, dire situation. So I will accept the friendly amendments and support Councilmember Arenas's substitute motion. But I just want this to move faster versus slower. It's been 4 years. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a second. Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you. There's tons of sausage making going on today. I'm trying to, I was for it, then I was against it, then I was for it, and I think now I'm against it. And so I wasn't a big fan of the adding 6 months, and I'm not a fan of it. I thought that some of those concerns as are related to immediately implementing this were going to be addressed by this component about cure, the allowable time to cure, which I thought was important, and I actually agreed when I saw it in the memo that it was a good idea. Glad we've narrowed it. And so I'm not supportive of that, of the 6 months. So I'm not so sure I'm going to be supporting the recommendation. But I do just have a few additional comments, and that's this. I feel like during the course of the conversation, we've talked about sort of impediments or things that landlords don't like with regards to the process and the time it takes. And I can understand that and I can appreciate it. And certainly that's stuff that needs to be addressed, not even necessarily within the city, but within the housing authority, right? And to the extent the city can help facilitate some of that, ease that, provide money, things of that nature, I'm totally supportive of that. What I'm curious about is this, though, is because I think that's a component of why maybe some people can't find a place to live, is maybe there are, and you certainly, none of us, I think, know what's in the hearts and minds of some of these landlords, right? Which are, they certainly provide a vital supply of housing for residents. They do. I agree with that. But I also know that it's a business. That's what it is. They're in it to make money, which is fine. If you have an extra home, you should be able to rent it, get decent price and all that. And so we've been focused a lot on the processes and why they don't want to rent. What I'm curious about and what I think exists and what I think this ordinance tries to address is the other component of that, right? This perception of landlords that may say, I don't want to rent to someone that has Section 8 because they're poor, because they're dirty, because they don't pay their rent on time, because they're going to destroy the place, because crime, because of this and that. And I feel like that's been left out of this conversation and I can't imagine many landlords would explicitly say that that's what they're concerned about and that's the reason they don't rent to people. So I feel like we've been discussing a section of sort of the concern, sort of the back-end office-related components of this, which I think is important. But I think that this ordinance, and the reason I think it's important to do it now, as opposed to waiting 6 months, because I remember having the same conversation when we talked about just cause, talking about maybe delaying it a year, and I know Councilmember Jones was really put forward an effort to try to reach a compromise, which I appreciate. And I'm all about, what's the middle road, sort of where everyone's satisfied, but I'm more interested and more moved by doing what I think is right. And I think the right thing to do in this situation is to offer those people's protections, because I think the majority of the conversation we've had up here have been about overly regulating folks and landlords, struggling with this process and legitimate concerns. But I often think what's lost is the plight of the poor folks that are marching around this city with voucher in hand, not having an ability to find somewhere to go. And I am not interested in foregoing another 6 months of that. And so I'm not going to be supporting it if we're going to delay the implementation. And with that in mind, I guess leads me to ask a question that's been on my mind. So, Jackie, in practice, let's just assume we weren't doing the 6-month delay of education, because I think education, by the way, I think it's very important. And I think it's important to say, because we've been talking about education, but we've been talking about education for the landlord. So what I'm curious about, two questions, is one is, what about the education to the folks walking around with that voucher? Is that going to be a slice of this? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure, I'm assuming that would be something we could easily work with the housing authority that they could let their tenants know that an ordinance exists in San Jose, that would be much easier because we have a direct connection on how to touch them to let them know the information.
Okay. And let's just assume that the 6 months wasn't in place and we just adopted this, it gets approved September 26th. How do you, just in the practical sense, how do you see that rolling out, assuming that we just implemented it right away, as it relates to implementation and education? I mean, can't we do it simultaneously?
Sure.
Especially with this right to cure and this.
Yes. I mean, we became concerned when we realized that the ordinance would allow somebody to create the civil action because of the advertisement. So I do think if we now have an ability to intervene in that situation, that was the one thing that made me uncomfortable when I finally realized that, which I didn't until today. So it had always been our intent to roll out an educational campaign. We have a staff person identified, and because we have an ability to warn people first, we thought that that would be sufficient and that no additional that we didn't need additional time because we always had this warning in place. And that once a landlord was warned that you couldn't discriminate, that most people try to follow the law. And so we believed that once they were given a notification that the results would be positive. And so hence that's why we had never supported this an additional time period. And it wasn't until we realized the private action was an issue that we started rethinking. But I think if there is a way to address that so that someone can't take an immediate action against a landlord. It gives us time to do this education. We feel confident that we can roll it out as smoothly as we roll out other ordinances.
And so, given some of the, many of the things that have been sort of devised up here as we're talking, do you feel like those I'll call them holes, those holes have been plugged now as it relates to some of the language that's going to be proposed?
Yes, I feel like the city attorney has helped us to come up with a resolution that addresses that private action concern that I think the staff shared as well.
And it is safe to assume then, just trying to understand your logic, so if those holes are plugged theoretically, then this 6 months or a year worth of education prior to implementation of the ordinance wouldn't necessarily be needed in your eyes? Is that?
Okay, it seems like that was a primary issue that you all wanted to discuss on whether how much education is needed. Again, what I've said is, people need a lot of education. We thought as soon as they make contact with us, and as long as the first connection always allows us to do education, that would be sufficient. And if we can build in that we will always be the first touch so that there's no litigation, there's no penalty, I feel like that takes care of the fundamental or primary challenge that at least the department was having.
And I am totally in support of that. I at least in my mind, this ordinance isn't to be wielding the hammer and hitting the nails that would be the landlords every so often. It would really be for them to take corrective action and sort of a behavior change of sorts, right? Trying to get them to change their behavior, and that's really the end of it. So I'm satisfied with the fact that if we install this language that really changes the behavior through warnings, and that's how the education takes place, I think we address those issues. Thank you for that. One other question that I have is, as the ordinance as it's currently fashioned, do we have a method to track consistent offenders and folks like that? Are we going to be keeping track of the first offenses and sort of a database of sorts of repeat offenders and such?
Yes, absolutely. And now with this additional provision that with a private action, you're going to still come to the housing department, that will actually give us better information than we would have had. Because now they'll have to come to us first, and we don't necessarily know when somebody files a private action or when they take something to a private attorney or even a nonprofit attorney. So I think with this added language, it really improves our ability to track.
Okay, and let me just close by saying that I think oftentimes in discussing many of the things that we talk about up here, I think that's why we're all different up here, right? We all have different life experiences, different perspectives. It doesn't mean that one's wrong or the other, but I just wanted to express my perspective in that I know sometimes it gets mentioned that we're overly regulating industries and such, but I don't want to live in a world where it's a free-for-all, where people, businesses, entities do as they wish. I think we need a set of rules in society that govern behavior, and I think that that's what this is. And so where someone may see burden, I see protection. And so, I think it's a fine line between having a free-for-all type of economy where folks do as they please, and for me, that's not the type of place I want to live. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm somewhat agnostic about the 6-month issue. I'm happy to support the motion, but frankly, I think it doesn't sound like we've staffed up anyway to enforce this thing. So I don't think we're likely to enforce much of anything for a few months anyway. And yes, we do need time for informing folks. So I'm happy to support it. I'm not sure it makes a big difference one way or another in terms of how this ultimately gets implemented. We have now 5 people who have indicated they'd like to speak. All 5 have spoken before. So I'm going to remind everyone, we've still got a calendar left that folks are waiting for, including an independent police auditor item, and everyone's been patiently waiting for other items as well. So if we could all keep our remarks relatively brief, it's fair to say it's all been said. It just hasn't all been said by us. All right. Councilmember Foley. No, you were just one of many, that's all.
What are you
There were
implying?
many folks.
No, this has sort of come around full circle to, well, I'll be brief, where I believe I can support the substitute motion with the 6 months because I feel that 6 months education period is really, really critical. And the additional provisions added in the enforcement area, I like those as well. So I feel we've come full circle and I'm happy to support and move forward. And that's it for me in probably 40 seconds or less.
Excellent demonstration of effective and efficient speechifying. Thank you. Councilmember Arenas.
Okay, so I hear you, Councilmember Jimenez, and I really would love to bring you on board with the motion that's on the floor, because if it doesn't make it, the underlying motion, I don't know how you feel about that one, but I think you're closer to this one than that one. So I wonder if we could go back to Vice Mayor Jones' memo, and instead of saying that to modify, to have the 6-month delay, I wonder if we could do what you were suggesting, Councilmember, which was to have this parallel process, this education process in a 6-month period, have warnings and have them not create strikes against them, was what I was thinking when you were talking. And so at the same time, we're not delaying the enforcement, but we of the ordinance, but we are delaying for educational purposes, and if we can start building that behavior modification that you were talking about with warnings, right? For the 6-month period, those won't count against them. So, you can continue to remind folks, hey, take that off Craigslist or whatever it is that they're doing. And then that way we don't lose any time with folks who are, like you said, are walking around with a voucher in their hand.
Councilmember Arenas, you've already, I think your motion is only delaying the enforcement for 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of the ordinance will become effective. Now, what that means, well, I'm not quite sure, because you have an ordinance that you're not enforcing for the 6-month period. You could suggest that within that 6 month, that if there is a violation, that notices will be sent during that 6-month period in lieu of it, while the enforcement period goes forward.
That's what I said.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
So we would need to include language that during the 6-month period, that the department would send out notices of violations.
I got it. You're saying notices, I'm saying warnings, potato. So I'll adhere to what you're saying.
Either way, whatever you want, we'll put that word in there.
Okay, whatever the word needs to be, notices, if it's notices, warnings, whatever it is.
So in the enforcement section where we talk about the 6-month period, we'll add language that says during this period, notices or warnings will be sent with regard to any violation during that period.
So what I would suggest, if I may, is that we have a part, the first subsection would say this part shall...
I'm going to interrupt.
I'm sorry.
We're not going to wordsmith up here. We will have a first and second reading.
Okay.
We got to move along. I appreciate the point. I think everybody's clear
Just
about
want
the
to make
intent.
it clear.
Okay.
No problem.
We absolutely will have time to review that if folks are concerned about the order. Councilor Diep?
Thank you. So I know we all got the same emails, upwards of 80 to 100 emails from the public, a huge chunk of them from landlords who I would say were misinformed, because they said, don't vote on this, we can't force, you can't force me to take Section 8 housing. And I believe that misunderstanding stems from some of the comments along the lines of what Councilmember Jimenez was saying. I want to be clear, to not stoke fear among the landlord kind of community, but also to not instill false hope among the renters who are Section 8 voucher holders. I believe this is the right thing to do, what we're doing today, but it is a light touch. We are not, as a city, demanding that any landlord rent to a Section 8 housing voucher holder. What we are doing, as I understand it, is saying that you can't discriminate, you have to look at the application, you have to meet the applicant, you have to give them a tour of the unit. And we're allowing Section 8 voucher holders to be seen as human beings, seen as people with stories, and hopefully that will spark some sort of compassion, that will spark some sort of human connection between the landlord and the applicants, where there is an increased chance and likelihood that the voucher holder will get a place to stay. But to the question of homelessness, we have a shortage of housing. So to the extent that one Section 8 voucher person gets housing, that perhaps may mean some San Jose State student is out on the street instead. What we need is more supply and more units overall. So this whole talk about homelessness and all that, that's an overarching issue. We have more people than we have housing in the city. So allowing housing for Section 8 vouchers just simply means somebody else out there, market rate or student or elsewhere, is not getting it. So I want it to be clear to the landlords, we're not forcing you to take Section 8 housing, but we do believe that you should see each applicant as an individual with a human story and hopefully, be more compassionate in that regard. But also to the voucher holders, this is no guarantee. We're not giving you a key to an apartment unit. We're giving you the opportunity to be seen and judged on your own merits. So I just wanted to add that to the discussion. Thanks.
All right, Councilmember Perales.
So I was actually more concerned with the right to cure, the 30-day right to cure, personally. And it sounds like we may have narrowed that down. And with that in place, I think that resolves what I thought was the other side of the coin, which would be this 6-month delay. I don't necessarily think we need both. And so I would prefer that we took out the 6-month delay. I don't think that that's ultimately going to be accepted as a change to make a change back, and I may follow Councilmember Carrasco and reluctantly allow this to move forward as it currently is.
Okay, I'm not sure. Did I just hear a request for a friendly amendment or not? No. Okay. Mercifully. Okay, Councilmember Campos.
Yeah. So again, it's now back to where I'm willing to support it. Thank you for deliberating on it. Thank Councilmember Chappie for explaining what I was trying to explain. I thought I was trying to explain it from that point of view, and now that there's an opportunity to not be sued directly, I'm more willing to support it. And just to let you know that there's 99,000 units or more under this ordinance. It's not like rent registry, which I could tell you this, there's still people who don't know that they have to comply. I had a meeting 2 weeks ago with owners in the Hop and Viamonte area that some of them still didn't know that they had the rent registry issue. So to say that everybody's going to get this, all 99,000 owners, I'm sure the big developers know about it already. It's just, you got to go out to get those individual homeowners. Even the ADU people have to know this. So 6 months is nothing. I mean, honestly, it's taken me over a year to get things going in one little segment of San Jose, so that people are understanding the laws that they have to comply with. And so I appreciate everybody wants to institute this thing quickly, but I don't even think 6 months is going to be enough, quite frankly, for everybody to know what's going on. But I'm willing to support this. Again, I don't think this is anywhere solving homelessness or any of the issues that we're really trying to tackle. But I'm willing to support this at this point.
Okay, I think everybody is now dissatisfied with the motion, so let's vote on it. All right, the motion passes. All right, we'll move forward to item 5.2, which are actions related to the Watson Parks renovation project. We do not have a presentation. We do not have any cards. Do we have any questions? Motion from Councilmember Perales. Is there a second? There is a second. Let's vote. Okay, that moves forward. We're on item 8.1, which is the Independent Police Auditor Year-End Report. And Siobhan and her team have been waiting very patiently. And they have a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Siobhan Nuri, the Independent Police Auditor for the City of San Jose. Thank you for the opportunity to present our report. I have a presentation. I'm going to actually move through it pretty quickly since we've been here some time. I'd like to introduce my staff. Vivian Doe is not with me, but she was instrumental in making this report for us. She's been with us since 2002. Jessica Flores has been with us since 2006. Aaron O'Neill, the Assistant Auditor, has been with our office since 2012. And Talina Martinez-Barrientos has been with us since 2015. So small but mighty staff. So just want to remind you about our mandated responsibilities set forth in Charter and Code. They are to receive complaints, audit investigations done by the Internal Affairs Unit. We make recommendations to SJPD policies and procedures. We conduct outreach to the public about our work, and we provide an annual report, which brings us here today. This slide shows complaints received. It's on page 8 of our report. Complaints this year have increased slightly. One thing we were starting to track this year are people who file multiple complaints. So for instance, in this year, 39 of complainants that filed a complaint had filed multiple complaints. So we figured this was a trend that we needed to track. These are how complaints are classified. Conduct complaints are generally given an investigation. Policy complaints are reviewed to see whether or not there are changes to be made to policy. Non-misconduct concerns and decline to investigate get minimal or no investigation. And this is where we control complainants who file multiple complaints that are frivolous or unmeritorious. Generally, if we have that situation, they're going to be classified in something that doesn't render a full investigation. And that makes us better with our time and our resources. These are force complaints. The IPA is mandated to audit all allegations of force. So on the top, you see force allegations received. A complaint can have one or more allegations of force. So an officer might be, someone might allege an officer used a takedown and another officer used his baton. So that would be 2 uses of force. The bottom are complaints, force complaints received. These are complaints that contain at least one allegation of force. So these are a better indication of incidents in which excessive force is alleged. Both the number of allegations and the number of force complaints are up a bit this year. These are trends for the type of force applications. We track of a whole variety of force applications. These are the top 5. They're all outlined in our report on page 33. Traditionally, control holes have been the type of force application most complained about. That's been the same for many, many years. And generally, these control holes are manipulated or used with hands or arms of the officer, which is generally a good thing because the use of hands and arms to do a control hold tends to result in less injuries. We tracked the location of force applications. I just thought this was a good slide because, as you can see, the number of people who have alleged allegations of force to the head has decreased significantly since 2014. 23% in 2014 and 9% in 2018. And just another comment on this slide that in most force complaints, the resulting injury was none, meaning no injury, or minimal injury. This shows the disposition of all allegations closed. As you can see, most allegations are closed as exonerated, meaning the alleged conduct occurred, but the officer acted within policy. We have one sustained force allegation this year. The number of not sustained allegations are going down every year, and a lot of that has to do with the use of body-worn camera, because it's less of a he said, she said situation. Just want to briefly review what we do during our audit process. Basically, the threshold we're looking at is, was the IA investigation fair, thorough, and complete? So we're looking at basically the presence or absence of supporting documentation, whether interviews were conducted, and then the presence and absence of theological application of policy to the facts, and what weight was given to officer testimony, was the analysis using a preponderance standard. And based on that, then we decide whether or not we're going to close a case a certain way. So for instance, go to the next slide. If the department gives us an investigation and on first review we think it's fair, thorough, and complete, we close as agree. There might be situations where we want additional information, so we'll send it back to Internal Affairs and say, please, we would like to see the application of this certain policy, or you'd like to have the officer interviewed. If they do a reanalysis that meets our threshold of fair, thorough, and complete, we close as agree after further. In some cases, we do close with concerns or disagree because we don't believe that the investigation met the threshold. This year, as with the year prior, we closed 91% of the cases as agreed, either at first review or after further action. This is the same percentage as 2017. So our recommendations are outlined in the report. I'm not going to take a lot of time to go through each of them, except for number one, which is we recommend that the department track when an officer points a firearm at a person. And we also believe it should be reportable force. Now, reportable force is a nuanced term. You can see it, it's on page 43 of the report at footnote 32. Basically, reportable force is an application of force that's going to require an officer complete paperwork. They already have the paperwork in their department now. They use it for a whole variety of uses of force. That paperwork also means that a supervisor is going to look at the action. So my concern about pointing a firearm at a person is, number one, supervision. I think it should be tracked so that the officer is going to be able to look at when an officer pointed a gun. And number two, transparency, because reportable force is put up on the department's dashboard. So for instance, I don't know if any of you looked at the dashboard. It's actually pretty interesting, and you can do a lot of different types of force and race, age, gender, types of force used. If you go down to the next slide. So as you can see, they're tracking a lot of stuff already. This is all reportable force, and we think it would be important for members of the public to see pointing a firearm compared to other uses of force on the dashboard. And then lastly, just wanted to bring to your attention that we have a new IPA webpage. It's been created with the help of a grant we got from Silicon Valley Community Foundation, and it has some different components. The IPA highlights, it's a data visualization of the UTEP study, which is great because the UTEP study is pretty long and pretty unwieldy. Community conversations is an area where we seek input from the community on various police issues, and then it generates and displays that data in an interactive format. And then the third component is our year-end report. So I know I went through this quickly, and I'm happy to provide any detail on any area of the report you wish.
Siobhan, thank you very much, and thanks for your the great efforts of you and your small but mighty team. Okay, I'm also going to call 8.2, which is the San Jose Police Department Internal Affairs Unit 2018 Departmental Initiation Investigations Report. Chief?
Thank you, Mayor, Council. So as we walk through this yearly report, obviously we always view DIIs as a priority, and we strive to complete them as soon as practical. DIIs, or Department Initiated Investigations, are prioritized by the data that the department is made aware of the allegation and the nature of the misconduct. A DII is considered complete when findings are determined for each allegation and discipline has been imposed. In 2018, the department initiated 43 sworn DIIs compared to 35 in 2017. The total number of DIIs between 2014 and 2018 fluctuated with a high of 43 in 2016 and 2018 and a low of 23 in 2015. In 2018, the department initiated 10 non-sworn DIIs, the same number of non-sworn DIIs that was initiated in 2017. The total number of DIIs between 2014 and 2018 fluctuated with a high of 11 in 2014 and 2016 respectively. Of the 43 sworn DIIs initiated in 2018, there were a total of 83 misconduct allegations against sworn staff compared to 99 in 2017. A DII may include more than one allegation of misconduct. The total numbers of allegations received against sworn staff between 2014 and 2018 fluctuated, with 99 in 2017 being the high. In 2018, the department received 22 allegations against non-sworn members. 16 allegations against non-sworn members were received in 2017. The total number of allegations against non-sworn members between 2014 and 2018 fluctuated, with a high of 30 in 2014. In 2018, the department completed investigations of 121 allegations against sworn officers. 88, or 73% of the allegations, were sustained. Between 2014 and 2018, the department completed investigations of 331 allegations against sworn officers. 214, 65% of the allegations, were sustained. Please note that investigations may not be completed within the same calendar year they were received. 2018, the department completed investigations of 35 allegations against non-sworn members. 30 of the allegations were sustained. Between 2014 and 2018, the department completed investigations of 137 allegations against non-sworn members. 105, or 77% of the allegations, were sustained. And I take that back. Let me go back to 30 that I just mentioned. 86 of those were sustained. Between 2014 and 2018, documented oral counseling was the most common form of discipline imposed for both sworn and non-sworn department members. Documented oral counseling was imposed on a total of 75 occasions during this period. Between 2014 and 2018, the most common misconduct allegations for sworn and non-sworn department members were procedure and conduct unbecoming an officer. In the reviewing the DI statistical data, the following conclusion can be made: that the number of alleged misconduct investigations received and the number of department members who were the subject of alleged misconduct investigations fluctuates from year to year. To compare between calendar years of 2017 and 2018, the department noted an increase of 8 alleged misconduct investigations for sworn department members and no change for non-sworn.
Thank you, Chief. Is that the conclusion?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, we have several members of the community who'd like to speak. So we'll go first to the public and then come back to council, starting with Susan Price-Jane, Robert Aguirre, Reverend Jennifer Agoto, Molly McLeod, and Scott Largent. And finally, Mark Trout. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Reverend Jennifer Goto. I'm pastor at St. Paul's United Methodist Church and part of the beloved community with people acting in community together. I wanted to make a few comments about the report received and also the memos in response. First of all, I'm very happy to see the timeline for the response moved up, and having that from you, Chief, in writing was really helpful for the community, so thank you for that. and also the timeline for the response from the mayor and vice mayor and Councilmember Perales in support of all 5 policy recommendations is also faster than we may have seen in the past, and I really appreciate your leadership. About the report itself, I wanted to say that I appreciate the transparency in the format that was used. I actually read all over 100 pages of it. I hope that you do too. It showed me that in each case, by not identifying individuals but providing greater transparency and showing that it makes a difference when someone files a complaint. I saw that some allegations were changed from exonerated to sustained, or some things that were not even considered by internal affairs were considered later after the IPA review pushed internal affairs to investigate more thoroughly. That made me think about the complaints that perhaps I should have filed in the past, interactions that my family members have had, and also things I've read about in the newspaper. I know that one of the things that we will probably be talking about is these multiple complaints, and I'm wondering how those complaints can be tracked when you're allowed to file a complaint anonymously. I'm also wondering about, on page 35 on the report, it shows the importance of filing a complaint for an officer-involved shooting because of the impact that can make for the IPA to have access. That makes me think that I should file a complaint anytime I hear of an officer-involved shooting, simply to open up access for the IPA. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. Welcome, Robert.
Thank you again, Robert Aguirre. I'd also like to thank the independent police auditor and the police department for the work that they've done and bringing forth this opportunity for people to be able to have a process by which they know that there is oversight as to what's going on. So it is greatly appreciated. I would say, though, that it doesn't go far enough. As Pastor Jennifer Gotu was mentioning, there are a lot of people that are excluded from the process. There are a lot of people that I represent, the houseless people, that are harassed and arrested and treated poorly every single day. It happens. It happens during the sweeps, and it happens when people are just out in some places. In Sergio, in your district, you guys cleaned up the Monterey Highway area. Well, a houseless person moved back in there again, and 4 police officers came and arrested him just for being there. And it's not the jurisdiction of the San Jose PD on that particular property, and I know that we're trying to work together with Union Pacific to try to control that situation. But when people don't have a place to go, you're going to see this. And people, whether they have a home or not, they have a right to be protected by police officers as well. So it's not just to respond to somebody's phone call saying, I don't want to see these people here, I don't want to be them, and then those people are unjustly treated. But the fact is that those people are there not by choice, but because they have nowhere else to go. And just like we were talking about the previous thing that we were voting on 4.4, is that there's a lot of people out there that are looking for a place to live. And being poor or being homeless is not a crime, but many times it's treated that way. And to me, that's a use of force, is same as if a gun is drawn at any time, that should be considered use of force. And we need to be able to have a way to capture that data as well.
Thank you,
Thank
Robert.
you.
Welcome, Susan.
Hello again, Susan Price-Jang here. Thank you. We're all here quite late. This is a lot of data to digest in a quick visual, but I want to thank you all for doing what you did. My 2 points that I want to make, though, is that anytime an officer pulls his gun, I hope that that will be counted as a use of force, whether it doesn't include wrestling or anything, just the fact of pulling a gun out. I hope that's counted as a use of force. Also, based on something that happened to me years ago, anytime police officers are out to question someone and they don't have, what is it? It's a warrant or something from the judge involved on the case. It's happened to me. 2 police officers came to my house, my place of business. I was working at an elementary school, because they said that I had, what do you call it? Interference with a witness. And I knew nothing about what they were talking about. I knew what the case was about, but I had nothing to do with this person. But someone had told them that I had attempted to harass a witness. So they took me in a little room and interrogated me. And the only thing that saved me was my white middle-class privilege, because they said, "We know that you attempted to harass this person." And I just thought, well, that's ridiculous. That's illegal. Why would I do that? And that obviously made them very angry. And they walked out and they came back in and they said, "Well, if you did it, we'd take you out here in public in front of everybody and put cuffs on your hands and take you out publicly." And again, I laughed. I said, but I didn't do it. So my naivete and my fact of being white and middle class and college educated protected me. But this happened, and later on I heard that the judge found out about it and was very upset. So I'd like to count any kinds of misbehavior of police doing things that was not authorized by a judge in interrogating people. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Molly McLeod?
Good evening. I'm a parent, and I filed one of the complaints referenced on page 45 of the IPA report about police interrogations in schools. I want to speak about IPA recommendation that officers be required to digitally record interviews or interrogations. Why? If you have a Netflix account and watch the documentary series When They See Us, then you know the point I'm about to make. Ava DuVernay's brilliant retelling of what happened to the so-called Central Park Five, now known as the Exonerated Five, shows what happens when police videotaping interrogations. The kids were not protected from wrongful incarceration. Attorneys could have made a difference during the interviews, but not all youth get illegal advice before deciding whether to speak to police. The power imbalance between officers and students mean that some will falsely confess. This proposed solution of police recording interrogations does not solve the problem of bias-based policing and unprofessionalism. What if San Jose Police Department had a policy about no retaliation for providing cell phone recordings? This would have alleviated some of my fears, and I would have been more likely to provide supporting evidence along with my complaint letter. I hoped the officer would be truthful, but he wasn't. I only made the gut-wrenching decision to share the transcript and audio after I received an internal affairs letter stating unfounded, exonerated, and not sustained. It was so frustrating since I knew the truth of what happened. The IPA and IA case was already closed, and under California law can't be reopened. My fear was about my son getting in trouble for making a recording in the school office, what I taught him to do. It's a safety precaution many black and brown adults and kids need. If it's hard for me to speak up, a white woman, someone who often feels able to speak out, how much harder is it for those without the unearned benefits of whiteness? Let's stay focused on the goal. All police treating all residents with courtesy and professionalism, along with meaningful accountability. That means you don't start off the interrogation with, "Monster fiend, do you know why you're here?"
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Trout, followed by Scott Largent.
Scott's not here, so. Yeah, too bad the mayor couldn't have been arrested for his wisecracks he made about Trump when the thugs beat up the Trump supporters. But I want to thank the police department for saving me from some angry old people last year in June that had surrounded me and held me down there at Covenant Presbyterian Church shortly after I confronted a lady about a hate had no home here sign in their front yard. It's really strange. It's hard to be a cop. It really is. I thought when I was young I wanted to be a cop, and then Lieutenant Nunez there in San Luis Obispo told us only 1 out of 20 people that we would arrest would actually stay behind bars because this, that, and the other thing. But, I asked maybe 15 cops today if they had been trained on this nefarious group that styles itself Hate Has No Home Here. And Chief, you really need to do that with your guys. As far as I can tell, it's like half Antifa, half LGBT. It's not directly connected with Antifa. You know Antifa, there's George
Mr. Trout,
Soros
are you
thugs.
speaking on the subject of the IPA
I'm getting
report?
to that. I am speaking to that
Why don't we
because
focus on
Antifa
that?
wants to murder the cops, Mayor. You know that. George Soros is funding them. They want to murder the
Trout,
cops.
the
Yeah.
matter has to do with the IPA report and the police response.
What's that?
You're allowed to speak on the IPA report and the police response.
Yeah, it's connected, don't you think? I mean, it's a hard job to be a cop. It really is. There are various forces that are pulling at them. One of them are you, because you were going against the cops on that day that you spoke up. And I told Don Roca, I said, Don, if you had just stood up and told the mayor to shut
Mr.
up,
Trout,
I would
you're-
knock on 1,000 doors for you, even
Mr.
though
Trout.
we have our disagreements. You know, but not one city councilman stood up against you, Sam,
Mr.
when you
Trout,
made that comment.
we're speaking about the IPA report.
Yeah, I know. Okay.
Thank you,
So-
sir. Have a good day. All right, we're returning to council. Councilmember Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. So I only see one little bit of a change, and this may be because of the late hour that I'm not necessarily, I guess it's not too late, but diving into this, I appreciate all the reports. Chief, you saw the memo that I co-signed, and that's really the only, I think, slight discrepancy between the recommendations of the IPA, which is not necessarily the documentation, you agree with that, but then in your response you stated the department does not agree with treating the pointing of a firearm at an individual as a reportable use of force. Could you describe why you gave that response?
Well, let me preface this by saying that we agree that it needs to be tracked. And we have started on mechanisms to track that, precisely through our computer systems and through conducting field checks, street checks, which is the new definition of FI, having masks through that can then an officer can identify if and when they did point the firearm. As far as reporting it as reportable use of force, just currently the threat of force isn't the use of force. Conversely, you know, having a mechanism to track it, I absolutely agree with. Having an officer who at the time felt the need to protect themselves in the course of duty to then be second guessed and asked by a supervisor who may not have been at the scene as to whether or not the reasoning for that is something that I'm just not prepared to sign off on. Just with the dangers that officers face, it doesn't happen as often as I think it's made out to be, and so that's my thinking with that. But what I will say is, again, if what we're looking for is to be able to have officers be mindful, if we're looking at to be able to report out in future meetings as to how many times officers did it, why they did it, that information could be captured. But taking the step to document, to run the whole document, to look at that instance as the same as actually using your baton or tasing someone, and going through that process, it's just something I'm not ready to sign off on. But obviously, that's a decision that the council will make.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I think, you know, and you saw within the memo, understanding that, you know, that the difference between an actual usage of force and then sort of the threat of a use of force, for instance, displaying the taser, you know, pulling out a baton, similarly, you know, pointing of a handgun. I would say that the pointing of the handgun, right, is certainly at a different level as pointing a taser, pulling out a baton, and that maybe it wouldn't fit exactly under the definition of use of force, but there would be a varying definition, and that's sort of what we alluded to within the context of the memo as well. So I appreciate we agree that we should, you know, be able to collect that data and report that data out. It sounds like there may just be a need to better define what we're actually mean by calling that. And if it's not necessarily calling it the same use of force term as we're calling an actual use of somebody, you know, getting struck by a baton or hit with a taser or shot with a gun, but yet there's a varying level of that, I'm perfectly fine with, right, coming to some term there that we could agree on.
I think that's absolutely possible. I mean, you know, in a couple of recommendations that we've had, not only the early intervention and this policy as well. I mean, we've already written draft policies. We are further ahead, I think, than any other time with regards to recommendations that we've gotten from the IPA office. But I think there is some room to utilize it as reporting out on it, but at the same time, not necessarily in the same fashion as actually being with it being used.
Okay, so I'd like to move the memorandum that I co-signed with the mayor and the vice mayor. With that, and as we had written in the memo, with that understanding that we look at a varying definition of the actual use of force, and we sort of take our time rather than just throw the term use of force onto the pointing of a handgun, and we come to an agreement on that. So I'm hoping my colleagues are comfortable with that.
Just to clarify, Councilman Perales, you're saying that when the data is reported, we come up with some other term other than quote-unquote use of force to describe this?
So yes, yeah, and I don't have a suggestion at the moment of what if there's a varying degree of use of force, if there's a way to either define that in itself or to actually define it by using a different term or phrase, that we do so. And I do understand where the chief is coming from on that, and I don't necessarily think I wanted to personally sort of get hung up on that exact definition of the action itself, right? Is it an action of a use, or right? Is it a threat of a use? And so I think we can come to a term on that. I'm also personally comfortable if we landed on the actual term use of force. I know the chief is not, and so in an attempt to sort of find maybe what might be a more acceptable term or phrase, I'm comfortable doing that. So that's what the motion is.
Okay, I'm fine either way. One term might be pointing a gun. That's not very creative, but it's just one suggestion. Vice Mayor Jones.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Perales, I heard what you just said. So as far as the motion is concerned, is part of the motion to have staff or the police department come up with that term, or are we moving forward with use of force in item number 1?
No, I'd like to have staff along with the chief or the chief's office to see if they can't come to an agreement on a more defined term or phrase.
Okay, great. And then I actually had the same line of questioning that you just went through in terms of the definition of the use of force as it appears on the dashboard versus the actual administrative process when something is designated as use of force. So that's been answered. I wanted to go to recommendation 4 and talk about the UTIP recommendations. And I want to address this to the IPA. Nuria, I know that you had some thoughts in terms of the response in that recommendation 4 and some of the things that you wanted to see as follow-up action items on that. Can you elaborate a little bit more in terms of what you want to see?
Yes, I can. Thank you for the opportunity. So the UTEP study provided 6 recommendations. That was a very comprehensive study. A lot of time and energy was put into it. The recommendations they're set forth in our report, and the chief has provided his response. I'm happy to see that he's in favor of bringing UTEP back. I think that would be tremendous. My concern mostly is on recommendation D. So recommendation D by UTEP indicates that the police department should, and I'll just read it to you, develop and disseminate better and more relevant information about crime patterns and trends in the city, including citizen calls for service, and how these patterns intersect with race and ethnicity. And it's the next sentence I think is most crucial. These crime and race/ethnicity patterns may be not well understood by some community stakeholders in San Jose, yet they are highly relevant to who the police stop and arrest for certain crimes in certain areas of the city. And the department has responded. They already put up crime data through their crimemapping.com and crimereports.com, but that doesn't provide information about race, ethnicity, or patterns. And it's that component that UTEP felt was so vital. You can go on crimemapping.com and look at individual incidents, but a person who's not sophisticated isn't going to be able to make a data set that means anything. So that's where I'd really like to see a better, more fleshed out response from the department. Maybe in a report to PISFIS or something like that.
Chief, did you want to respond or have any thoughts on that?
You know, I will say that this was a recommendation that when UTEP was very frank with us is that one of the things that they discussed, and one of the I think it's worded in a manner which was trying to be very sensitive. And what UTEP was trying to tell us is that crime is not equally divided in the city. Their research showed that, unfortunately, crime is not equally divided. And they were trying to figure out a mechanism in which to educate our community to show them exactly that. Which is something that I think UTEP, when they come back, can assist us and help us do. But it's a very sensitive topic. But that is what they were, what that recommendation was urging us to do.
Okay. Thank you. I would be supportive of including this in the motion to come back to PISFIS with an update, if it's amenable to the maker of the motion.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
We do have the university. It's actually University of Texas San Antonio now. They moved up to San Antonio, and they're doing a lot of work for us. So I'm sure we'll be able to work with this.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Nuria.
Makes the pronunciation of the acronym much more difficult. Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm also agreeing with what Councilmember Perales, you mentioned about the threat of force, or having a varying definition of that. I do like that very simple pull the gun, Mayor, your suggestion in that. So something where it just really spells out what it is that happened, instead of alluding to threat of force and what have you. Anyways, and I think that's an area that we can work with to figure out what exactly that language will be. I have a question about page 83, where you have it's a closed case, excuse me, and it was failure to enforce a protective order. Now I think the officer went and was dispatched on multiple occasions, and they try to locate the name of who's included in that restraining order, but I think the names were complicated or different or something, and there's no date of birth. There's only ages, and sometimes I think officers may not have the time to think, well, it was filed 2 years ago, so this person must be this much older or what have you. It might mean may mean something, especially when they're young kids. So I wonder if, I think the IPA, you had a suggestion for having a date of birth included.
So in this particular case, the officer who went to the house on a restraining order call didn't enforce the restraining order because it was an individual not listed on the order. It was a grandmother who wanted her son to be protected, and he wasn't listed as a protected party. But the case brought up something else, that officers had been to this house several times and had difficulty pulling up the restraining order. And one thing we noticed is that the restraining order didn't list the dates of births of the various protected parties. And I'm not sure if it's a city form or a county form. It might be,
I was just thinking the same thing.
it might be a judicial form in which it would be helpful to include birth dates of protected parties, so that you're not relying on misspellings of complicated names or ages that will vary from year to year depending on when you're out at the house to enforce an order. But we could follow up to see exactly what that form looks like and who produced the form.
Great, and then you would work with the chief on adjusting that or correcting that?
If we can, it could be within the county's ambit.
Sure. Okay, wonderful. And then on page 90, this was a case of an officer who accessed restricted police database, and I'm wondering, Chief, what if any system improvements in terms of process, anything that we learned from this case, and maybe how to block or limit access? I don't know how that works within your system, but so that when there's officers who are related to anyone who has an open either case or through the IPA a referral, that they wouldn't be able to access database.
So, Councilmember Reyes, I'm going to step in if you don't mind.
Sure, thank you.
Only because I don't think we appealed this case to the chief level, and
Okay.
so his knowledge of the facts is probably not as good as mine. But if I can follow up with the chief about what the issues were in this case, and I can understand your question about if relatives are involved, limiting officer access to the databases. So I will follow up with him on that particular issue.
Great, I appreciate that. This had to do with a domestic violence restraining order, and so I'm very sensitive to that, and I want to make sure that of course, young women or women and men and everyone who has a restraining order in place is actually protected, no matter who they're related to, right?
And Councilmember, if you did notice, the officer was given a sustained finding for accessing that database.
Yes, I did notice that. I don't know if I did notice, I'll leave that alone. I just wonder what we learned from it and what changes, if any, we're going to make in order to improve and not have this kind of experience again. Because I'm guessing that we will, unfortunately, we will. It happens. So I look forward to the answer to that. I think that's the extent of my questions. I appreciate the report, and oh, actually, no, I apologize. I noticed in the Foothill Division in District Paul, there was a higher number of Hispanic suspects. And let me get to that.
What page are you on, Councilmember?
It's a good question because I lost my place in the report, and now I'm looking through my notes. So if maybe Siobhan, if you could help me because you know the report inside and out, where would I find that?
This is a bit of a trivia question.
We didn't list any data by district, so I think you must be thinking of a different document.
No, it was in this one. We actually discussed it with you when you came in and spoke with us. You know what? I will yield my time. Somebody will please take up, and then hopefully I'll find it and I'll come back.
Well, mercilessly, there's actually no one else.
No, Johnny, come on.
Unless you want to.
I'm just trying to be brief. I didn't want to say anything.
The one time. Okay, listen, my concern was just that there was a higher number of suspects, Hispanic suspects in that district. I'll follow up with you offline, Chief and Siobhan together, but it's nothing that will impact the outcome of this motion or anything. I just was hoping to get some clarification around that, but I can't find my notes, so that's the end of my discussion.
Okay, would anyone else like to speak? All right. Then on the motion, let's vote.
And you're voting on both items, correct?
Yes, we are voting on both items. Is that right, Councilmember Frost?
Yes, I don't know if our memo said that, so I will include that in the motion.
Okay. Siobhan, you're looking at me like I'm.
So I'm just interested in the clarification to the memo in terms of, it's my understanding pointing a gun would not be deemed a use of force, but tracked in some other fashion? I wasn't really
I
following
had a
the ins
slightly
and outs.
different understanding. I thought it would be reported, but then when displayed, it would be characterized by another term. Do I have that correct?
Yes. So in essence, it's reported, we're collecting the data, right? But there's a specific, to be entitled or to be qualified use of force, right? There's a specific set of criteria that is to be followed. And so as we do this, if we're looking at focusing on the data itself and tracking that, we already have agreement on that. And so now indicating it as a use of force would qualify a number of other things to occur. And that's where I think there's a bit of a difference. And so that's what I'd like to have clarification on. If we don't want to qualify this specifically as use of force, but a variance of a use of force, then we can come to terms on that.
So it's my understanding that you agree with the chief it need not be reportable use of force, thereby triggering other steps, but you would be tracking it under some other mechanism.
Yes, yeah. We're still reporting it because there's an agreement on that, and that we are going to be doing.
Let me just ask, Siobhan, do you have some thoughts?
My overall thoughts are twofold. Number one, supervision of the conduct. So I know the chief had worried about supervisors second guessing their officers pointing firearms, but I actually do think that's something a supervisor should do, whether it's in the field or looking at body-worn camera at some point, just so we have some assurances it's being done under proper circumstances. And then my other one is transparency, that if we are going to be looking and tracking use of force, pointing a firearm in some fashion, that some data gets communicated to the community so they can see how it's used relative to other actions by the officer, such as takedowns, tasers, etc. So my concerns are supervision and transparency.
Okay. I know we're about to vote, but I just want to make sure we're all really clear about what we're doing, what we're not doing. Chief, on the issue of supervision.
So again, and this is where, if we bifurcated the two from the transparency perspective, I can very easily see us continuing to doing what we're planning on doing with regards to tracking it, and then the transparency of the community to put it on the dashboard that we currently have. Councilmember Jones actually said it best when he said it's the administrative process that goes along with the actual use of force, which is what Councilmember Perales is alluding to as well, is that, when in the course of an officer on duty, if they so happen to have to point their firearm at somebody and not discharge their firearm, to have then that case being reviewed by a supervisor for sign-off when the force wasn't actually used is something that I currently don't think is appropriate.
Okay. All right. So there's where the difference is. Any questions? I know we've gone over a couple times, but I just want to make sure we're all really clear about what we're doing and what we're not doing. Any questions on that issue? Let's take down the vote for just a moment so we can make sure everyone's clear. All right, I don't see anybody volunteering. Okay, let's go back and vote. All right, that passes. We're on to open forum. Scott Largent, followed by Mark Trout, Kate Lahane. Devin Machny, Ray Perez.
Okay, before I start, let's take a vote. How many of you saw InfoWars today? Put your hands up. Up, 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 up. Okay, thank you very much. Put your hands down. Okay. Mayor, would you tell Councilmember Davis to put her hands down? Would you, Mayor? Okay.
Mr. Trout, this is time for you to speak on any item that's not on the agenda.
I've got you all by the words of your mouth at 1:30. Everybody here said, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. You acknowledged that we were one nation, what? Under God, didn't you? We are under God. Now that opens up a door of utterance that I'm really glad to talk about. Now, President Trump is the mercy of God to our nation. And on InfoWars today, he was saying that it's going to be very interesting. You know, Jeffrey Epstein was offed. That's so obvious. Now, the president didn't say that. You'll have to go to InfoWars to hear what he said. But we know Jeffrey Epstein is dead. And the president was really wondering how many times Bill Clinton was on that island and why he was on that island. Now, one has said the wheels of God's government grind slow, but they grind exceeding fine. Now, if you'll all go to DuckDuckGo, I've got to make a new shirt instead of Google, Alex Jones, John DeCamp, the Franklin cover-up. Because Google is calling Republicans in California Nazis, so DuckDuckGo is a better search engine. But if you look up this interview Alex Jones had with John DeCamp on the book he wrote on the Franklin cover-up, it ties in very nicely with Jeffrey Epstein. You know, Mayor, in closing 9 seconds, just step down for the good of San Jose. You know, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. You really ought to be ashamed of yourself. It was the
Thank you, Mr. Trout. Kate? Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Kate Lahane, and I'm an advocate for the victims of childhood sexual abuse at Presentation High School. I am also a victim. To date, we know of 40 victims of sexual abuse at Presentation. Abuses range from pornography to groping to rape. There are over 12 abusers, over 20 officials who broke mandatory reporting laws, but not a single criminal charge has been filed. Sexual predators are free to roam our streets. In the assault case against Jenna Rowe, the police report, which I have a copy of, is missing evidence, including phone records between the 24-year-old coach and the 14-year-old victim. The police never interviewed key witnesses or Jenna Rowe herself, except over the phone. In the assault case against Jeff Hicks, a registered sex offender from San Mateo, the San Jose victim hasn't heard anything from the police since she filed her report. Assigning a case number is not the same thing as investigating a crime. And the officials at Presentation who conspired to cover up abuse, who directed others to break the law, who intimidated kids out of filing police reports, who knowingly endangered thousands of children for decades, there have been no charges. Are the police actually investigating these egregious crimes, or are they just placating us victims? We wouldn't know. We can't get any straight answers. I can't even get a copy of my own police report. I'm here to ask you to urge them to actively investigate these crimes against the enablers and the perpetrators of childhood sexual abuse. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lahane, I have additional information since we talked a couple hours ago, so I'll be happy to follow up with you in just a moment after the meeting. Okay, Ray Perez, Devin McNee, Tessa Woodmansee, and Tim Gildersleeve.
Hello. I wanted to voice my opposition to your idea of the gun liability insurance plan, but I'd like to make a few comments on it. First of all, I believe the idea is the intent is very good and compassionate, and in light of all the horrible things that are happening, it's understandable. From a personal basis, I don't like guns. I'm very averse to them. I was raised by my mother we weren't allowed to have plastic guns, so I'm personally very averse to them, and I also would have been very difficult for me to sign up for the selective service, which it was at the time when it was there. The teaching of the prophets in the Old Testament speak much about against violence, but it is my belief that we are made up of mind, body, and soul. And as a collective, our collective soul as a nation has embraced violence through many forms of medium. I believe it is it is a collective soul problem. It's deeply ingrained in our culture. To undo that is going to take a lot of time. I'd also like to bring up, and that's the intangible aspect of it. It's just so horrible. It really hurts me. I know it hurts many people, but I don't think that a gun liability insurance plan is a solution. I'd also like to bring up the cost of how much it's going to cost to defend the lawsuits that are going to come against this legislation if it's brought into San Jose. Something to consider. It's going to cost money and might be viewed as unconstitutional. So please consider that when the time comes to consider that. My advice to the gun control lobby, if I was an advisor, hypothetically an advisor, would be to pursue a repeal of the Second Amendment or a modification of the Second Amendment. But I do oppose this gun liability insurance plan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, the meeting is adjourned.